After rebirth, I became a woman. An orphan, a heart patient, a miserable guy. These unfortunate traits have followed me for 29 years. Usually, I just dream of marrying a wife, but who knew that with a blink of an eye, I'd become someone else's little wife. Unexpectedly returning to the 1980s, let's see how I, with this body, rise to meet the times and turn things around. I am Xiao Xin, and upon waking, I've transformed into a woman. When I saw my face in the mirror, all scratched up and red, I was stunned. This little lady. As soon as the high-pitched voice came out of my throat, I was even more frightened and covered my mouth, staring at myself in the mirror. With my braided hair and big eyes, combined with my confused expression, I looked just like a helpless girl who had been startled. I really felt sorry for myself. If it were any other day, if I saw someone so naturally beautiful on the street, I would shamelessly approach her and say, "Hey, beautiful, let us at each other on WeChat." But I absolutely cannot accept that I have become someone to be pursued. Heaven, even if you feel sorry for me, Xiao Xin, for not having a car, a house, or a girlfriend, you can't do this to me. I'm definitely a 24K pure man. How did I go from closing my eyes to becoming a girl? That's just not fair. After staring at myself in the mirror for a while, I realized I was sitting on the floor. I stood up, and to my surprise, there was a red flower on my right chest, with 2 black ink pen written characters above it, "New Bride." My voice changed, and I stared wide-eyed at the mirror. What the hell is going on? Before I could finish, I was horrified to see the clothes I was wearing, a grey khaki fabric, single-breasted, with a suit collar so plain that I couldn't find the right words to describe it. The style of this outfit was reminiscent of the proletarian linen suit that was popular in various eras, and it also leaned toward the military uniform from the late 70s. Could this outfit be a product of the 60s after a breakup with Little Sue? I was somewhat frantic. The key issue is that whatever the product is, it shouldn't be on me. How did I go from having angina to dreaming of transitioning and becoming the female lead bride in a period drama? Damn it. I haven't even entered the bridal chamber. My hands were clumsily exploring my body until I touched my chest, and the soft sensation gradually made my eyes widen, my mouth opening in a surprised "oh tilde" as I grinned at my reflection. No, undergarments. The texture isn't bad. I didn't expect that the first thing I, Xiao Xin, would touch would be. Oh my god. Inadvertently, I used too much force and bent down in pain, horrified as I raised my face. This isn't a dream. I continued to explore my face, wincing from the pain, until I couldn't pinch anymore. It wasn't that I was cherishing my beauty, it was just too damn painful. Forcing myself to calm down, I quickly surveyed the environment around me. Ever since I wondered how I had become a girl, there hadn't been anyone in this room. The walls were adorned with big red double happiness characters, the ceiling decorated with pink and green streamers, and the lower half of the white wall was painted blue. It was bizarre. This seemed like a room from the 80s or 90s with such wall colors. I frantically started rummaging through the room, trying to understand the situation. Right now, this seemed to be a small living room. Aside from 2 single sofas, there was a Nanmu coffee table, a corner cabinet, and a sewing machine, along with the large wardrobe next to me. Wait, a sewing machine? It was shiny and new. I walked over to take a closer look. It even had red double happiness characters on it. Brand, a rare item from the 70s and 80s. To briefly introduce myself, before I ended up in this confusing situation, I was just a poor nobody working odd jobs at a nursing home. The elderly women there had mentioned sewing machines, which were considered semi-luxury items in the 70s and 80s, similar in status to the double-door refrigerators that are now a must-have for weddings. While I was pondering this, I saw a brand new appliance on the cabinet and stepped closer, a single cassette recorder. And it's the Red Light brand. I had heard about this from Grandpa Lin at the nursing home. It was made in Qingdao and was definitely a high-end item in the 70s and 80s. He had missed out on getting a girlfriend because he couldn't buy one. Other comparable brands included Yenwu and Peony. I can't believe I actually found one here. After fiddling with various peculiar items for a while, I felt increasingly uneasy, especially with this cassette recorder. It hadn't been on the market for long, only from the late 70s to the early 80s. After the reform and opening up, the rapid upgrade of appliances was astounding. Double cassette recorders quickly replaced single cassette ones, and within just 2 or 3 years, this Qingdao manufacturer had shifted from producing recorders to televisions. Meanwhile, a bunch of foreign electronic brands emerged to compete, like Sanyo and Toshiba, which were later acquired. I felt a twinge of nostalgia, finally realizing what was off. These brand new appliances, no matter how dazzling, still carried a heavy and ready to launch aura of their era. Looking at the ground, it was messy with a few squashed apples and peanuts. This was clearly a battlefield. No, I scratched my chin in analysis. The overly smooth texture felt strange, more like a newly ravaged house. Taking a deep breath and looking at my chest flower again, I confirmed, bride, I am a bride. That means, is this my new house? My throat let out a sharp, high-pitched female voice that sent me into despair. What does that have to do with me? Having touched my sensitive spot, I rushed into 2 bedrooms, rummaging through everything, and my fingers got caught in a drawer a few times, making me curse in pain. Looking up, while pulling out a bright red marriage certificate, my gaze suddenly froze on the calendar on the wall. I took a few steps to the calendar and the large black letters kept stimulating my retinal nerves. October 9, 1980. My facial muscles twitched, and I trembled as I opened the marriage certificate. It had a black and white photo of a man and a woman. Following the principle of same-sex repulsion, I immediately blocked out the man and stared at the woman. Is this me? No, it's not me, it's the girl with the scratched face in the mirror. Looking closely at the text, I still instinctively ignored the man and focused on the woman's information: name, Jin Duyu, gender, female. Voluntary marriage. After examination, in accordance with marriage law, this certificate is issued. Date, October 7, 1980. Wasn't October 7th just yesterday on the calendar? Furrowing my brows, I looked at the woman in the black and white photo. Jin Duyu, Jin Duyu. My mind was in chaos as I took the marriage certificate and rushed back to the wardrobe mirror to compare the photo with myself. The more I looked, the colder my heart felt. Even though the girl in the black and white photo looked wooden and dazed, it was clear that she was the same person as this shell of mine. Who is playing with me? Jin Duyu. Jin Duyu. Who is she? I pointed at the mirror, but didn't he know who to curse? You. After sputtering you for a while, I threw the marriage certificate down onto the floor with a thud. Damn it. Is there a delay in time travel? Why are you messing with me like I'm in some kind of princess promotion story? I'm just a miserable orphan, suffering from congenital heart disease, growing up in an orphanage without knowing who my parents are. Up until 2015, I've survived 29/11 shopping festivals. The more I spoke, the more frustrated I felt. Despairing, I slapped my forehead, the 2 slaps making me feel more awake. I thought about how I had been flailing around the room like a frenzied chicken. No, chicken sounds too harsh. How about a frenzied duck? I wanted to smack myself again. Xiao Xin, if you can't figure out what is happening, you won't even have the dignity of a duck. Suddenly stiffening, I thought of a more serious issue. Facing myself in the mirror, I blankly reached into my waistband, trembling as I slid my hand down. A cold draft swept through the air. And all the cells in my blood surged to the surface, racing up to my brain. Brother. Where is my little brother, the one I've been with for 29 years? Chapter 2, Oh God. The girl's features in the mirror were terrified and twisted, looking wronged and complicated, as if she had unexpectedly been castrated upon waking up. Not just looking like it, this was it. After pounding on the wardrobe door a few times and exhaling several shaky breaths, I looked at my bleeding knuckles, and the corners of my mouth oddly turned up. Xiao Xin, stay calm, stay calm. This must be an illusion. He, come on, close your eyes, and I'll go back. Close your eyes. I stood in front of the mirror, closing my eyes. At that moment, I just wanted to pray that my ancestors wouldn't play tricks on me. It was even sadder to think that I didn't even know who my ancestors were. With a loud thud, I stomped my feet, raising 3 fingers to the sky like a priest, stomping until my legs went numb before randomly pointing in one direction. Back. Suddenly opening my eyes, the answer was clear. I felt neither dizzy nor sensed any supernatural phenomenon. My body was still in this messy living room. Naturally, I was not convinced. I closed my eyes again and stomped my feet, unwittingly believing this was a way to return. My futile efforts even seemed a bit ridiculous, but my heart was filled with dread, as if I had been inexplicably tossed into outer space, with no one telling me why I was thrown there or what I could do. How did Xiao Xin become Jin Duyu? Back. When I opened my eyes again, I even jumped a little, my fingers randomly pointing at the ground. The air was quiet, only the noise I made echoing around. I looked fixedly at the object. I pointed to the marriage certificate that had fallen to the ground, now open. Suddenly, images flooded my mind, memories perhaps. I stared at the woman in the photo, my eyes widening. Jin Dharma. Is it her? I recalled why I had been experiencing heart pain. It was because of this Jin Dharma. She had lived in our nursing home for 3 years, with no children or money. To put it bluntly, she was someone I had picked up. Back when I went to help in the kitchen, I rode my e-bike out of the nursing home and saw her eating things from a trash can. Her hair was a mess, and flies surrounded her. Aside from the stench, her face was incredibly ugly, probably scarred from burns, making her look pitiful yet difficult to approach. Although everyone said Xiao Xin, loved to joke around and was unreliable, after years of dealing with the elderly, I couldn't bear to see someone of her age without a place to go. It was heart-wrenching. When she told me she was hungry, my heart softened, so I brought her back. I had planned to feed her a meal and give her some money to send her off, but she ended up clinging to me. The older folks at the nursing home joked that I had found myself a mother. I thought about it and figured, why not? After all, I was just an orphan. With my 2,500 yuan monthly salary, giving her 500 wasn't a big deal. And so it went on for 3 years. At first, she could communicate fine but only wrote her name. Eventually, she developed dementia and spent her days knitting sweaters, telling me it was called Albanian stitch, and loved reminiscing about her youth, about her marriage, which had been quite good, arranged by her parents, to a formidable military doctor. Military doctor. Thinking of this, I hurried to the small bedroom, which had been converted into a study. On the wall, I saw a white lab coat hanging alongside a green military jacket. In 1980, still the 65-style green military uniform with 3 red stars, smack. I hit my head in realization. I recalled that she had said she fought on her wedding day and got her face scratched. Looking at the face in the mirror, smack. I hit my head again, and it clicked. Continuing to think, she mentioned that she had been weak her whole life, with her only outburst occurring on her wedding day when her neighbor, Huang Lanxiang, gave her advice, saying that this way, she wouldn't be bullied anymore. While I was contemplating, the door outside was rudely flung open, followed by a flurry of footsteps. A woman wearing a green scarf and a beige coat entered. She was the first living person I encountered since my inexplicable arrival. Hey! Are you okay? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have suggested that to you. Don't worry, that woman was definitely faking it. Dr. Hu will see right through her. I stared at this dark-skinned, slender woman in disbelief, calling out her name, Huang Lan Xiang. What's wrong with you? Her face was also scratched, and she stood in front of me, examining me closely. Hey, did you get scared? I didn't expect that woman would bring help. It was too intense. If someone hadn't stopped us, we wouldn't have fought, and you got hurt, right? I understood now. Although she didn't agree, she clearly acknowledged her name. She just thought I was acting a bit strange. Suddenly, my head started to throb. My mind was filled with the memories Jin Dharma had poured into me, how she had been weak, divorced, and ultimately disfigured, wandering the streets. I was continuously processing this until I reached the scene of her passing. She had tightly grasped my hand, her eyes wide open. Xiao, I'm not willing to go. I'm not willing to go. Her grip was painfully tight. I had a heart condition and couldn't get too worked up. Holding back the pain, I controlled my emotions to comfort her as she closed her eyes. Jin Dharma, you can rest assured. I will take care of everything. Xiao, my life has been so suffocating. I had a good hand, but I ruined it. Ruined it. I figured this was just a rambling as she was about to leave. Watching her eyes unable to close, I soothed her. I'll play your hand. Don't worry. I'll do it well. You promise me, promise me. Her nails were almost digging into my flesh, and I nodded vigorously, I promise. Then, a wave of pain gripped my chest. I hadn't even had time to take my nitroglycerine when I opened my eyes again, and this scene appeared. Huang Lanxiang was still talking endlessly behind me, but I dazedly walked to the mirror, lightly tapping my lips. Let us see, you've talked too much, now look what you've got yourself into. Am I here to fulfill Jin Dharma's wish? The girl in the mirror first looked speechless, then her mouth twisted into a self-deprecating smile. What kind of deity has such high efficiency? I promised just one thing, and here I am. But this mainframe and driver are certainly not compatible. My heart was in turmoil. I didn't hear a word Huang Lanxiang said. I turned and walked a few steps to the windowsill, pulling open the curtains with a whoosh. Outside, it was very dark, with only a few scattered lights. I thought of the vibrant night view from my single dormitory in the nursing home. It was too quiet here. I opened the window, and the night breeze blew across my face. I naturally caught a whiff of fresh, earthy scent, faintly hearing the sound of a bugle. What's that sound? Huang Lanxiang thought I had been stunned, swallowing hard as she replied, that's the lights out call for the troops inside. Jin girl, do you want to go check it out at our hospital, or wait for Dr. Hu to come back to see if your head is really messed up? The lights out call. I murmured, letting out a laugh. I, Xiao Xin, have actually traveled through time, and it's a buy one get one free deal, time travel and rebirth. 1980, the reform and opening up, a land of opportunity. I shouted, but then I wanted to cry. Oh God, I really don't want to become a woman. Chapter 3, I don't hit women. Half pushing, half shoving Huang Lanxiang out the door, my immediate priority was to sort out everything that Jin Dharma had poured into my head. Huang Lanxiang was reluctant to leave, insisting that I had gone crazy from being scratched. I didn't have time to explain. I locked the door and stared at the light bulb, staying up all night without sleep. First, I sorted out Jin Dharma's story, which was now my own, Jin Duyu. She had married this military doctor in place of her sister, and as for the doctor's full name, I checked the marriage certificate again. Yi. The two hadn't even met before their wedding, they were complete strangers. It turns out that Jin Duyu, born into a rural family, never really had the fate to marry a military doctor. Based on the 1988 military rank system, he must have been a major, a technical officer at the regiment level. It surprised me that he had climbed to this rank by age 27, but considering the unique historical context and his background, I could understand a bit. The matchmaker was Jin Duyu's father. He had once been a soldier under Hu Yi's father and had saved Hua's life on the battlefield. Perhaps saving wasn't quite right. Memories told me that Jin Dharma had proudly shared these stories with me before. In any case, this moved Hua, who promised, "Old Jin, I won't let you down after you return." Old Jin, full of shrapnel and tears, replied, "With your word, I have no regrets in this life." Later, after Old Jin returned home from military service, he fell ill. But as a soldier, he held his pride and never troubled the now promoted chief of staff Hua. Only when he could no longer manage did he send a telegram, hinting, "Do you remember Old Jin by Daming Lake?" Upon receiving the telegram, Hua couldn't forget someone who had shielded him from bullets. Despite his own poor health, he insisted on driving to visit Old Jin. When he entered, he was met with a dismal sight, and tears streamed down his face. "Old Jin, you've suffered." In his last moments, Old Jin lamented, "I just worry about my children." Hua immediately patted his chest, "My eldest son is still unmarried. I will marry your daughter, and she will not be mistreated." With this promise, Old Jin passed away contentedly. So, Jin Dharma had an older sister who was supposed to have received this good fortune. She was the same age as Hu Yi, just 5 years apart, but for reasons unknown, the sister had run away. Thus, the timid 19-year-old Jin Duyu had to take her sister's place in the city. Yes, 19I, a 29-year-old young man, had now become this 19-year-old girl. Upon arrival, Jin Duyu was utterly clueless. A service soldier took her to the family building of the combat unit's hospital, telling her, "Well, the doctor is on training exercises and hasn't returned. Just wait here for him. If you need anything, call me." Jin Dharma was frightened and waited alone for over 10 days. Instead of seeing Hua, she encountered a woman who came to visit, looking clean and white. As soon as she entered, she started crying, professing her love for Hua and pleading with Jin Duyu not to break them apart. Jin Duyu had never seen this woman before. She said she hadn't even met Hua. Her mother told her about this official's wife. For over 10 days, she hadn't dared to enter his room and had no idea what he looked like. The woman scolded, "If you haven't seen him, why don't you hurry and leave? Hua has a terrible temper, everyone in the field knows it. If you go on talking nonsense, he'll beat you up daily." Scared, Jin Dharma packed her things and insisted on going home, but as soon as she stepped downstairs, she ran into Hu Yi. I tapped my head. Jin Dharma had apparently mentioned this to me after developing dementia. "Xiao, you have no idea how handsome that man is. He looks just like the characters in the opera, with eyes like cold stars and brows like swords." In today's terms, Jindwayu fell head over heels. Jin Dharma was naive, but not foolish. Realizing that the woman was deceiving her, she resolutely refused to leave and got married. However, Wei was busy and often indifferent, making it hard for her to find him. This woman came to bother her every few days, and Huang Lanxian, who lived across from her and had a similar situation, also arranged by her parents to marry, quickly became her friend. Jin Dharma felt increasingly frustrated by this woman's frequent visits and vented to Huang Lanxian, who suggested, next time, just hit her. You're legally married, so why be afraid? So, the specific details are that on the night of the wedding, this woman came with friends to congratulate them. Upon seeing her, Jin Dharma felt a surge of indignation and went up to push her, shouting, "What are you doing here?" That woman didn't say anything. With a loud thud, she fainted. But the sister she brought was fierce, scratching at Jin Dharma. Despite Huang Lanxian's efforts, the two couldn't match the strength of that sister. In the end, the commotion brought everyone to send the fainted woman to their hospital, and Huang Lanxian, worried something might happen, went along too. Jin Dharma was left alone in the empty room, sitting on the floor. Yes, it was just like the awkward situation I found myself in when I first arrived here. Scratching my head, my thoughts were still hazy, like I had just watched a fast-forward movie with unclear details. The outcome was that this incident eventually caught the attention of Hua, who was recuperating. Like me, he had heart issues, and he was so enraged by Jin Dharma's situation that he couldn't even get a bypass done in time. He just died right there. Thinking about such a rushed marriage, could it possibly have a good outcome? Later, Jin Dharma returned to her village, only to be given to an old bachelor who beat her frequently. One time, she fell into a fire pit, burning half her face. Ultimately, even that old bachelor rejected her, and she found herself struggling to survive by picking up trash until I rescued her. I sighed. This was basically Jin Dharma's sad and brief life. After thinking all night, my head felt heavy. When the morning alarm rang, I dozed off again. Everything happened so suddenly it felt like a dream, or perhaps I had misstepped through some cosmic wormhole. When I woke up, I was still the carefree Xiao Xin. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. When I opened my eyes, I thought there was an earthquake. I jumped out of bed, still a bit dazed. The sunlight outside was blinding. After a few seconds, I looked down to see my chest rising and falling rapidly, letting out a sigh. In fact, when I saw the window, I realized this wasn't my single dorm but Jindwayu's new home, and everything had really happened. The banging continued, accompanied by a rough, sharp female voice, "Open the door. Open the door." I stood there dazed, letting out a silly laugh. I had woken up in shock, but my chest didn't hurt anymore. It was hard to describe how I felt. Although I was extremely reluctant to accept that I had turned into a woman, considering my body, with my palm resting on my heart, I realized I didn't need to take medication anymore. I could run and jump freely. That was the greatest gain, right? Bang bang bang. The door really seemed about to break down. I put on those black cloth shoes with straps, feeling a bit disdainful. My lower abdomen felt slightly uncomfortable, but after a moment's thought, I decided to open the door, otherwise, the woman outside would smash it in. Suppressing my urge to pee, I turned the lock, but as soon as I opened the door, I was almost stunned into losing control by the imposing figure that rushed in. What the hell? Looking at the massive woman, at least 200 pounds, I was scared and retreated 5 or 6 steps. "Who are you?" As soon as I spoke, vague memories began to clarify in my mind. I gaped. This was the fierce woman from last night who had fought off everyone to scratch me and Huang Lanxian. Her appearance reminded me immediately of the fierce, fire grandma, from the movie The Nine-Rank Sesame Official, who trained the top rooster in the chicken world. Indeed, she was quite ferocious. "Jindwayu, how can you sleep at home after beating someone?" "Huh." She burst in, full of anger, her black collar straining against her chest. She was like a female version of the fierce warrior Zhang Fei. I adjusted my emotions, adhering to the principle that a good man doesn't fight with women. Well, as much as I might want to resist, she was still a woman. I tried to muster some semblance of gentlemanly decorum, backing away as she pressed me. "This brave lady, this strong woman, please don't be too agitated. What are you pretending for? You took action last night because of Dr. Hua's support." She gritted her teeth and grabbed my thin little arm, glaring at me. "You need to go to the hospital and apologize to Xu Fei right now." Don't think this will be settled just because you have Dr. Hu behind you. Xiao Fei? Oh, right, that was the woman who fainted first. Let us not mention that this had nothing to do with me, even if it was Jin Duiyu's fault. She was the one who got scratched. Look at my face. I forcefully shook off her hand, my emotions boiling over. Are you crazy? Her grip was painful. First, I straightened my wrinkled clothes. Then it hit me. Apologize. I remembered Jin Duiyu had gone. This was the reason why passed away. There was a trap waiting for me. She seemed taken aback by my attitude, her round face full of surprise. What did you just call me? Taking a deep breath, I pointed at her nose. Let me tell you, I don't hit women. Get lost. Chapter 4. What kind of fighting method? After she said that, I clearly caught a trace of doubt and timidity in her eyes. I took a deep breath and continued to suppress her with my eyes. You have to choose who you are to be gentle with. I can't even eat this Liangshan hero's appearance. I thought she would know what to do and leave immediately so that I could be a handsome man and finish using the toilet first. I still have to digest the amount of information stored in my brain. Who knew that she hesitated for a few seconds and then got angry? The fat on her cheeks tightened. You are scaring me. Dare to let me go? You should go back to the countryside. How can a country bumpkin like you be worthy of Dr. Hua? I snorted. When have I ever been so angry? Don't force me to move. Hey, hey, hey. This woman is really fierce. Before I finished speaking, she took action first, pulling my 2 cumbersome braids and throwing them into her arms. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know who can help you now. If you don't apologize to Xiao Fei, this matter will never end. I have fought before, but I have never touched a woman, let alone this kind of close combat. She really pulled me into her arms. Apart from the pain of my hair being torn, my face was smothered by this woman on her 2 exploding elastic balls from left to right. Let's not talk about what kind of fighting method this is. I have forgotten whether it hurts or not. For a male loser who occasionally opens his private disc to appreciate the action performances of female artists from a certain country, this benefit is too fierce. Let go first. Let go. I was almost suffocated by these 2 sponges. The red blood cells in my body were whistling like a grass mud horse and rushed straight to the top of my head. I can fight, but why are you playing chest banging? Isn't this a test of my willpower? Let go. I'll have to teach you a lesson, you rural bitch. You're so capable, you dare to touch Xiao Fei. Do you know who Xiao Fei's father is? She was getting excited, and I was so suffocated that I felt dizzy. I just felt my face was soft, and my heart was pounding. In order to defend my dignity, I could only struggle unwillingly. My legs moved in a messy way, and my feet tripped her. I exerted force, and her body shook. With a swish, she screamed, "Arr!" My eyes finally saw the light of day again. In a second or two, I saw the apple she stepped on the ground. Before I could breathe out, the iron girl who was leaning back in the air stretched out her hand and grabbed my shoulder clothes, instinctively wanting me to steady her. Hey! Isn't this a joke? How can I hold her with her physique? Before I could react, I was thrown down by her force. Bang! After a heavy bang, the window glass vibrated and made a buzzing echo. The floor didn't collapse, so it was said that the house was of good quality. This was a fucking 6-magnitude earthquake. Oh! The little Liahua fell backwards and began to hum. The pain was obvious. I was lucky that her waist was not broken, but she was still pulling my clothes hard at this point. It was okay that half of my body was pressed on her, but the key was this face, which was even more impartial. It was firmly pressed above her waist and below her neck again. Ignoring her appearance, this position was really warm and intimate. God is my witness. I really didn't mean it. Oh my God. Suddenly, a woman screamed at the door. I knew it was Wang Lanxiang without looking up. Mar Tai Hong. You are not done yet, are you? Who? Her name is Mar Tai Hong. She is just as her name suggests. I wanted to look up, but this little Liahua just wouldn't let go. Don't worry, Grandma, I've been hungry for 29 years, don't let me eat it all at once. Let go. The footsteps were getting closer, and the hand on my shoulder was finally pulled away. Jin Maisie, are you okay? I half lying on this little fire, my arms weakly raised and shook in the direction of Wang Lanxian. It's okay. It's just a little hot. I dare not say anything else, but the moment this little Mar fell backwards, he was really very dedicated and served as my human mattress. What did she do to you? She pushed you to the ground and beat you, bullying us rural people to this extent. I will fight her one-on-one. Is this situation similar? But I really didn't have the mood to explain, just listening to Huang Lanxiang's indignation. With a click sound, I glanced at the aluminum lunchbox that Huang Lanxiang put on the ground, and I understood it in my heart. I said why no one came to join in the fight between Ma Taihong and me for such a long time, and she was picking on me when everyone was going to eat. Come on, Ma Taihong, don't bully Jin Maisie, we'll settle the score today, I see you. Still making trouble. Just when Huang Lanxiang rolled up her sleeves, a male voice shouted angrily at the door, what do you think this place is? Director Lin. Huang Lanxiang's voice lost its confidence at that time. It's not us who are making trouble, it's this Ma Taihong. She bullies people because she is a city girl. Look at the one who beat Jin Maisie, she didn't get up for a long time. Director Lin. I finally figured out why some of the memories of the receiving Aunt Jin were blurred. It was as if Aunt Jin suddenly stuffed a book into my mind. I just glanced at the table of contents without thinking. I had to see this person before I could open this chapter and read it carefully. This Director Lin is the director of the political department of the hospital. I remember him. He was the witness of Jin Duiyu's wedding before. Xiao Xin. I lowered my eyes and saw a pair of shiny leather shoes standing in front of me. What happened? I raised my face tremblingly. My face was still swollen with red blood cells, and my brain was still a little lacking in oxygen after a long time. No. Before she finished speaking, Huang Lanxiang pointed at me in horror. Jin. There is so much blood. Director Lin, who was in his 40s and had a serious face, was also stunned. Xiao Jin, you are. I looked at their surprised eyes and touched my nose, which had been hot and itchy for a long time. I wiped it with my hand, and my palm was scarlet. This is. My face was burning as if it was on fire. I glanced at Ma Taihong, who was still lying there humming, and I was so angry that I wanted to cry at any minute. Xiao Xin, you are so fat, you are out of your mind. Huang Lanxiang repeatedly wiped the embarrassing nosebleed with her hands, and cooperated and exclaimed, Director Lin, you see, there is so much blood. Is Jin Maisie's nose bone broken? You can't protect Ma Taihong just because her father is a martyr. Her father is, but she is not. It's okay to scratch her last night, but now. It's okay, my nose bone is fine. While wiping the blood, I signaled Huang Lanxiang not to get excited. Comrade Tiehong's chest is absolutely shock-absorbing. Xiaomar. Director Lin didn't look at me, and looked at Ma Taihong, who was still grinning on the ground with a sullen face. How did you do it? Director Lin, it was her. Ma Taihong made a difficult accusation. With her facial features distorted, she made me fall, and deliberately tripped my leg. My waist is not good. You still have the energy to talk when your waist is not good. Get up first, what's the point of lying there? Director Lin's lips were about to crack. Last night's examination has not been submitted yet and you are causing trouble again today. Ma Taihong, I warn you, you must explain this matter clearly, otherwise if Dr. Hu investigates further, you will not be able to stay in the hospital. Ho! Ma Taihong was frightened, and she struggled to get up despite the pain and sweat on her head. Director Lin. I stood up quickly, and the nosebleed finally stopped. I can explain this matter, it's not as serious as you said. Ma Taihong put aside her own relationship, more as instructed by the one called Shuefei. Unfortunately I have never met this Shuefei, I can't receive the details, but it is clear that this Shuefei dares to make such a fuss must have some backstage. It will be very ugly if the matter is made big. Chief Wu has a heart disease, I must not make trouble. Since I have become Jin Duiyu, I can't go the old way. Glanced at Ma Taihong with a nervous face. This guy is used as a gun at a glance. After brewing my emotions, I looked at Director Lin and continued, Director Lin, in fact, I am also wrong in this matter. I have deeply realized that the proletariat can only liberate ourselves by liberating all mankind. Comrade Ma Taihong came to talk to me to help me make progress. There was no substantial friction between the two of us, but she accidentally stepped on the apple on the ground and fell. If you want to blame, then blame me for not cleaning it up in time, it's not her fault. After the voice fell, Huang Lanxiang was already dumbfounded. Director Lin looked at me in surprise, and the one on the ground who was sweating from the pain was even more confused. God, Allah, Amen, I don't know what I am saying. Director Lin reacted quickly and looked directly at Ma Taihong on the ground. Xiaomar, is that so? I looked at Ma Tai Hong, she obviously didn't react, but she nodded after receiving the signal from my eyes. That's it. Director Lin raised his hand to stop her from speaking, and his stiff facial features finally gave me a smile. Xiao Jin, I heard that you didn't go to school for 2 years. I didn't expect that you have a high level of awareness. Then it must be. I cleared my throat and swallowed the words that were about to come out of my mouth. I looked humble and serious. I lived in poverty and wasted my time. I could only talk about this for a year or two. Director Lin, although Dr. Hua and I just got married, I have always been actively seeking progress in my thinking. Don't worry, from now on, I will definitely continue to work hard and strive to break through to a new height in my ideological awareness. Chapter 5. Just give me a quick stab. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Director Lin nodded approvingly. In fact, in my memory, Director Lin didn't seem to like Jin Duyu very much, but that was normal. With Aunt Jin's timid personality, how could she pick up things that the leader liked to hear? Xiao Huang, look at them, they are all from the countryside. You have been married for more than half a year, but your thinking has not improved as fast as theirs in a month. You should learn more from Xiao Jin, okay? Huang Lanxian nodded a little foolishly, looked at me as if she didn't know me, and said, oh. Director Lin didn't teach me any more. He saw a phone in the living room and called 2 orderly soldiers. He commanded them to help Ma Tai Hong, who was groaning, to get up and send her to the hospital. I felt sad when I saw the 2 soldiers' backs being bent. Fortunately, the hospital was close. When we got to the door, Ma Tai Hong looked back at me without saying anything. There was a lot of confusion in her eyes. I didn't dare to look at her, especially her too. Forget it, it's all tears if I say too much. Director Lin watched them go away, and when he looked at me again, there was a kind look in his eyes. Xiao Jin, don't worry, I still have to do Xiao Ma's work. She will definitely not come again in the future. Is your nose really okay? I hurriedly said, my nose is okay. The organization doesn't need to worry about my little thing. Director Lin nodded slightly, quite satisfied with my attitude. He looked around the living room, which was even more horrible after being pressed by Ma Tai Hong. It's like this, Xiao Hua received a call last night to help with an operation at the general hospital. This morning, he rushed to the field training office. You know, he is the best and most demanding surgeon in our hospital. I know nothing, I'm not familiar with that guy at all. So, Xiao Hua will be very busy at work, but the military training will not take too long this time, and he will be back in about half a month. Xiao Jin, you have to understand. I stood in front of Director Lin with my head lowered and nodded as soon as he finished speaking. Director, don't worry, I support Dr. Hua's work wholeheartedly. Who can't hear that? The parents of both parties did not come forward to make do with this marriage, and he also left his newlywed wife out in the cold, clearly not taking Jin Duyu seriously. But it's just right that this buddy is not coming back now. I also need time to absorb and settle these things, and pave the way for myself in the future. When he comes back, I can discuss the divorce with him. It will save trouble if we talk it out earlier. My nosebleed is cowardly enough, and if I let an old man do it later, I'll die. Xiao Hua has always been at the forefront with his comrades. He is a role model of our hospital. Xiao Jin, I am relieved that you can understand me. If you have any difficulties or needs in life, just contact me directly. Do you know the extension number? I glanced at the phone. In this day and age, a family with a phone as standard equipment is enough to show a high status. I have a phone book. I can see it. Can you read? Director Lin was a little surprised again. I remember you are not self-taught. Don't talk about not having been to school for 2 years. It makes my head hurt. Great. Director Lin wanted to give me a thumbs up. If you didn't know, you would think I was studying atomic bombs. Xiao Huang, did you see that? Huang Lanxian was caught in the crossfire again, standing there in a daze, as if she was dreaming, and was scolded by Director Lin again. Before she could wake up, Director Lin looked at me and said, Xiao Jin, everything will be easy if you can read. You are a good comrade who actively seeks progress. In the future, you must set a good example for Xiao Huang and the families of the troops who follow the troops. Politicians are good at talking. Director Lin talked for nearly 20 minutes alone, and specifically told me that he would take me to see Chief Hua, who was hospitalized in the general hospital when Hui Yi came back. Finally, he told me to keep a distance from Xie Shuefei as much as possible. He indicated that Wei Yi had told him to do so, and his expression was also euphemistic and complicated. It wasn't until Director Lin left that I figured out that Xiao Fei's father was the vice president of the affiliated hospital. No wonder Ma Taihong mentioned it so proudly. His position is higher than Wei Yi's, but he can't compare with Mr. Hua. Simply put, Wei Yi can offend Xiao Fei no matter what, but I can't afford to offend him. I can only sigh in my heart. It turns out that you have to rely on your father no matter what era. There is just one thing I don't understand. I heard the full name of Xiao Fei, but her appearance is still vague in my mind. I just remember that she is very fair. And the fight last night, the picture in my mind is like censored, otherwise I wouldn't be unable to recognize Ma Taihong. It seems that I really need to see her in person to make Aunt Jin's memory completely integrated in my mind. Sister, did you hear what Director Lin said? Weasels only bite sick ducks. Xiao Fei and the others just want you to be bullied. I was thinking about something, and when I realized it, I felt that Wang Lanxiang's words were a little illogical. I didn't think much about it. I looked in the mirror and saw that my face was still covered with dried blood stains, so I went to wash my face. I turned on the faucet and thought of my husband, who was always elusive. Although he had no feelings for Jin Duyu, he also asked someone to tell Jin Duyu not to pay attention to Xiao Fei, but what happened? My memory tells me that Aunt Jin didn't wait for Director Lin to come and went to the General Hospital to find Xiao Fei and fell into the trap. General Hospital. I sighed in my heart. She just fainted for a while. Is it necessary to go to the General Hospital for hospitalization? Can't the affiliated hospital treat her? It's because Mr. Hua is in the General Hospital. What a trap. How could Aunt Jin jump so easily? After washing my face, I found that Wang Lanxian had been staring at me in confusion. Sister, where did you get those words you just said to Director Lin? Why do I feel that you have been acting strange since last night? How can I not be strange? The configuration has been changed. I smiled heartlessly, I just said it casually. Okay, you go back first, and I will thank you later. Wang Lanxian didn't want to leave. Sister, your nose is really fine. It's okay, don't worry. I responded perfunctorily, pushed Wang Lanxiang out and ran to the bathroom. I was so constipated. I was quite surprised when I opened the door. I didn't expect the bathroom to be so spacious. Although it was not a toilet, there was a ceramic bathtub and a shower head inside. The living conditions were good enough. There was no time to sigh. I unbuttoned my pants while standing there, and reached down with my hands as usual. In just a moment, the cold wind in the air whizzed by again with dead leaves. Looking down in horror, my heart, which had been stimulated last night, was crushed into slag again. Tilder. I looked up to the sky and howled with tears in my throat. Come back soon, Tilder. I can't bear it alone, Tilder. Sister. What's wrong with you? Wang Lanxiang actually turned back. I'm back. I covered my eyes speechlessly. God. Give me a quick knife. It's okay. Oh, I think you must not have eaten. The canteen has prepared food for you on the table. Girl, don't forget to eat later. Without saying a word, he vaguely heard the footsteps of the person leaving the house before squatting down in great humiliation, biting his lower lip with his teeth, looking up high. Xiao Xin, you are ruined. The most important thing at the moment is not to consider the economy of the times, but what should a woman do? Chapter 6. It's time to get to know each other. Who would not dare to look directly at their own body? Answer, me. Even if you are fat, thin, old, and your skin is loose, will you blush in front of the mirror? Will you sigh? Will you be curious? Will you feel that your structure is very strange and very incredible? Answer, I will. I am like an iPhone bought by an idiot at a high price by selling his kidney, but after turning it on, I found that the system is Android. To put it bluntly, I am a pure copycat. At first, I dreamed that I could go back home after closing my eyes and opening them again. Later, I gave up completely in the wake-up calls. I held back for 3 days before taking a shower for the first time. I blushed when I took off my clothes. Of course, I still faced it in order to wash it cleanly. That was also my first meeting with myself. By the way, I made an objective evaluation of my current figure in my heart. My bust was estimated to be C, not enlarged or drooped, and very. I didn't dare to look closely, for fear of losing too much blood. Sigh, Jindwayu, you were really born in the wrong era. If I had met you earlier, I would definitely. The key point is that I became you when I grew up. Damn it, where can I go to reason? To be honest, Jindwayu's appearance and figure are nothing to say. She has handsome features, fair skin, and is about 1.72 meters tall. She is thin. If she dresses up a little, she can make her legs below the neck. But there is a saying that no one is perfect, and Jindwayu is no exception. This girl has a most detrimental floor hunchback. I found that after mixing my thoughts with Aunt Jin's data, my shoulders would instinctively lean forward, and the meaning of hunching my chest was obvious. In other words, this girl is likely to be the kind of big fool that everyone often says, with low self-esteem, which is reflected in her body by shrinking her hands and feet. This physical condition that would make people jealous in the 21st century is a waste. Thinking about Aunt Jin, who I have raised for 3 years, her spine is even more severely hunched, and her eyes dare not look directly at people, I can get a glimpse from it. Fortunately, Jindwayu's hunchback is not too serious now, and it can still be remedied at the age of 19. After I realized this, I would stand against the wall for half an hour every day, and I would save as much as I could. At least I, Xiao Xin, am really not used to looking at people with my shoulders hunched. I used to be almost 1.8 meters tall, the standard height for picking up girls. The general direction has been solved, but small problems are endless: how to get used to squatting when going to the toilet, and even combing hair, braiding, and dressing aesthetics. All of them drive me crazy. I can only adapt to all this, first myself, then the environment. In comparison, the environment is not a big problem for me. I am glad that Aunt Jin was also in Back Nin when she was young. Although this era is a little different from Back Nin where I grew up, the familiarity is still there. If I were really thrown to the edge of the earth, I would really be worse off than dead. As for the century-old problem of how to be a woman, I can only hurry up. After all, if you ask a woman, she may not have a standard answer. It's just that occasionally, my thoughts will think of the convenience brought to me by this body, such as finally being able to go to the public female bathhouse to feast my eyes openly, and I can also go to the swimming pool locker room to see the little secrets with wings. When I think of these, I will grin silly, but a few minutes later, the beautiful dream will suddenly break. The faintness is gone, and the pit is left here. Damn, God really opened a door for me and completely cut off my evil roots at the same time. When Wang Lanxian came in, I was leaning against the wall and looking out the window in a daze. The morning sun was bright, the sky was blue without haze, and the view was vast. 200 meters away from the compound were several 3-story white buildings, which were the affiliated hospitals of the field troops. Less than 1 kilometer west along the dirt road lined with poplar trees was a certain army combat unit stationed there. They got up and turned off the lights on the second day of the day, and I followed them to have a regular schedule. The sense of wonder was always there. Even though I gradually got used to Jindwayu's identity, and kept receiving information from Aunt Jin, and even adapted to the small environment of the family building around the hospital, I couldn't figure it out. I also read novels and knew about rebirth. Remember, there was also the portable space thing. Reborn women also harbored some kind of hatred. Fighting and fighting were women's specialties. Could it be that I, a grown man, was asked to come here to compete with women for jealousy? If it's just about being a prophet to get rich, then how come this good thing has fallen on me? He came back to his senses while mumbling, and was startled to see Huang Lanxiang behind him. When did you come in? The door is not locked. Huang Lanxiang stood there with her head half lowered. I knocked on the door, but I didn't dare to disturb you because I saw you were thinking too seriously. I said, oh, and frowned at her. Is there something wrong? I haven't looked for her much in the past few days, except for the first 2 or 3 days when I had red marks on my face and couldn't go out. Later, when my injuries healed, I went to the family canteen to eat by myself. With the memories Jindwayu gave me in my mind, I didn't really need Huang Lanxiang to tell me anything. In addition, the people who go to the family canteen are all women who don't like to cook when their husbands are not at home. Who doesn't talk about others behind their backs? Especially in places where women gather, I hear a lot of messy things, and I have some ideas in my heart, so I don't care about Huang Lanxiang anymore. I just want to talk to you. Huang Lanxiang lowered her head and sniffed. Actually, my man doesn't like me very much. He would rather live on a camp bed in the hospital office than go home. You know, he is proud of Xiao Xin and takes good care of her. Xiao Xin works night shifts, and someone has seen him serving food to Xiao Xin. He married me because our families had a good relationship in the past, and his father forced him to. I didn't rush to respond, but handed her a handkerchief and waited for her to finish her words. Unexpectedly, after leaving Huang Lanxiang alone for a few days, she couldn't hold it anymore. No need. Huang Lanxiang pushed the handkerchief away and looked at me with tears in her eyes. It's new, don't let me dirty it. Instantly, my heart softened. I really couldn't bear to see a woman cry, so I wiped her tears with a bit of force. What's a handkerchief? Isn't this thing just for wiping the face? I did hear some things about her husband Feng Guiqiang. Like Hui Yi, they are both surgeons, but Feng Guiqiang is a rural doctor who passed the military medical examination. He is 1 year older than Hui Yi, but his rank is lower. From the perspective of professional skills, he should be a company-level cadre. From Feng Guiqiang's point of view, he cares about the dean's daughter, and his mentality is clear. But Huang Lanxiang suggested that Jin Duyu force Xiao Xin on the wedding night, which is not very elegant. More likely, she wanted to vent her own anger. Especially that day, she asked me if I heard what Director Lin said, and at the same time said that Xiao Xin was too bullying, and she was fanning the flames openly and secretly, so I was unhappy. Who wants to be used? These are not in Aunt Jin's message. She told me the sisterhood she cherished with Huang Lanxiang. It can be seen that Aunt Jin is a kind-hearted person. She was sold and still cared about counting money. How could I feel comfortable? Sister, your unhappy marriage is all my fault. Huang Lanxiang cried even harder after I wiped her tears away. She held my hand and said, I was really confused for a moment. Everyone knows that Dr. Hu never paid attention to Xiao Xin. It was that woman who was self-indulgent. I was wrong. I shouldn't have given you this idea. You said you wanted a divorce, what should you do? I had an impression in my mind. Huang Lanxiang also cried like this before Aunt Jin returned to the village in disgrace. She just didn't say these words, so Aunt Jin didn't interpret Huang Lanxiang's guilt too much. She just felt that she was useless. Thinking of this, I also threw away some prejudices against Huang Lanxiang. Who doesn't have their own little thoughts? It's great to know your mistakes and improve them. Sister, I've been here for half a year, and you're the only one who treats me well and doesn't look down on me for being uneducated. You know how to read, but you still say you don't. You must be afraid that I'll think too much. I'm really sorry. It's okay, it's over, huh? I was completely overwhelmed by her tears. I have a bad temper. I think I am taking advantage of her if I want to hug her. I can only comfort her and wipe her tears in a hurry. Huang Lanxiang keeps sniffing while crying. I am ugly. I admit that men cannot keep me. If you are upright, you will definitely win Dr. Hu's heart in the future. What's ugly about you? I rolled my eyes. Women are 30% about their appearance and 70% about their dressing. Beauty is all made up. Huang Lanxiang was stunned. Pretend. Makeup. It's skin care. Do you understand? Huang Lanxiang shook her head woodenly. What is skin care? It's using facial oil. Facial oil. It's really easy to understand. I scratched my head. This kind of knowledge actually needs a man like me to popularize it for her. That's about it. You need to use more facial oil for your skin. I'm still looking for Jin Duyus in this autumn. I have to turn over my bag before I find a clam oil. It's said that birds of a feather flock together. When these two sisters are good friends, they don't know how to work hard on their personal image. Huang Lanxiang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Actually, I used to secretly apply my sister-in-law's violet powder. It smelled really good, but my mother said that I looked like donkey dung with a layer of cream on it, so I never used it again. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. That's because you didn't use it right. Don't worry, I'll give you some advice this time. It's absolutely no problem to become beautiful. I'm planning to go shopping in the city, let's go together. I've been holding it back for a week. It's time to get to know Baek Nin in 1980. Chapter 7 Testing the Waters. Okay. Huang Lanxiang looked at me with bright eyes, and even looked at me with some inexplicable admiration. Sister, I really think you are a different person. You used to braid your hair twice, but now your hair looks so good. Hair? I reached out and touched the ponytail tied with a handkerchief. This is because after receiving Aunt Jin's skills, I found that my fingers were too clumsy and it was difficult to braid. It took me 2 or 3 days of practice to master the ponytail, but it looked neat and refreshing. Sister, really, your eyes have changed, your back is straight. I told you not to shrink your neck, like a shrimp, but you said you couldn't change it. It's so good. I was staring at you when I came in just now. The sun is shining on you, your face is white, so beautiful. You used to hide behind me wherever you go, now. Okay, let's talk later, let's go out first. I don't need Huang Lanxiang to repeat these changes in Jindwayu. These days, when I go out to the cafeteria to eat, I will meet 2 or 3 people who are sarcastic to me. I don't bother to pay attention to those who are ugly, have no breasts and buttocks. When they see that I have no expression, they leave in a huff, turning around and muttering, "What's so great about it? Isn't it just knowing a few words?" That director Lin praised a few words. I really can't figure out the little thoughts of women. People in the city look down on people in the countryside, people with jobs look down on people without jobs, and they gather in groups of 3 or 5, forming strong cliques and factions. They always look at you with their little chins. Even though I haven't been a woman for a few days, I really want to say that it's not easy to be a woman. After putting on the coat, the only thing I can show off is the grey khaki suit I wore on the night of the wedding. It makes me look old, but I can only make do with it. I really can't appreciate the bright red and green ones in the closet. It was a bit cold, and I took out a newly bought woolen red plaid scarf from Jindwayu's wedding outfit and put it around my neck. Huang Lanxiang said it looked good and pushed me to the mirror to take a look. Don't say, I really looked very happy. There was money left for me by Huiyi in the drawer, but I didn't use it. I had 20 yuan in my pocket, which was definitely enough to go out. In those days, it was equivalent to a worker's monthly salary. As soon as I locked the door, Huang Lanxiang hugged my arm and asked me carefully, "Sister, you are really not angry with me anymore, are you?" I smiled. I can't stand seeing women cry. Huang Lanxiang curled her lips. "You are not a woman yet." I wanted to breathe deeply when I walked out of the compound. It was the fragrance of the earth, and the comfort in my heart was indescribable. There was a sentry standing guard at the door. I smiled and looked over. The young man's face immediately turned red, and he saluted me with his back straight. "Hello, sister-in-law." I hurriedly saluted him back. "Thank you for your hard work." Huang Lanxian giggled. "Oh my God, sister, you saluted. Look at the little soldier, your face is red." I didn't say anything, and I looked back at the little soldier after walking a long way. That military uniform was once my dream. Who doesn't want to defend the country with swords and iron horses? It's just. Hey. I sighed in my heart and looked at the yellowed poplar trees on the roadside. The palm-sized leaves were rustling in the wind. The sun shone through, leaving a colorful scene. Huang Lanxiang took my arm and walked under the tree. In the comfort, there was a vigorous vitality everywhere. Passing the main entrance of the hospital, we walked more than 800 meters on the dirt road to the bus stop next to the asphalt road to wait for the bus. Huang Lanxiang whispered that we could wait for the hospital's noon bus to the city's general hospital. It was free to take that bus. I didn't answer. It was free, but it was not easy to take advantage of the cheapness. It was easy to say but not good. This place is considered a suburb, with few cars. It takes 20 minutes to come. There are not many people waiting for the bus, and there are no taxes. I was bored and listened to Huang Lanxiang asking me, "Girl, don't you miss Dr. Hua?" I looked at the direction of the car and replied lightly, "Why do you miss him?" "I don't know him." Huang Lanxiang covered her mouth and smiled. "You have to be careful. Dr. Hua is good looking. All the young ladies and wives in our hospital are proud of him." I groaned in my heart. My buddy used to look pretty good. He was nicknamed Korean Opper. But the buddy in the wedding photo is really very attractive. He has a high nose bridge, thin lips, a strong temperament, and a stern look between his eyebrows. I can feel a chill coming towards me through the photo. Based on the law of like repels like, I didn't look too closely. I just remember that I was quite calm at that time. The key is that I am a cabbage now. Who wants to be taken away? Even if I agree to help Aunt Jin play cards again, there is absolutely no need to compromise in this regard. If we break up early, the brother will be free. Xiao Xin, surely. He can find anyone he wants. As my mind was letting go, I saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl squatting on the side of the road, looking at me curiously. Next to her was an old lady wearing a headscarf sitting on the ground, with a basket covered with cotton cloth in front of her. I didn't know how long they had been there, but the girl's black cloth shoes were already covered with a layer of dust. When she saw me looking at her, the little girl quickly turned her eyes away, dodging and lowering her head to pick at her fingers. 2 or 3 minutes later, I saw the little girl whispering something to the old lady's ear and pointing at me. The old lady looked over, grinned and nodded. The little girl stood up as if encouraged, rubbing her wrinkled collar with her fingers and walked to me nervously. "Sister, do you want eggs?" I was stunned. Eggs? She nodded with a flushed face, pointed back at the basket in front of the old lady, and her toes kept bending inwards in her sneakers because of nervousness. I bent down slightly to take a look at her clothes. The dark blue pants were much shorter, with black cloth patches at the knees, and the ankles were exposed. The exposed green thread socks were all patched cloth. The scarf is so big, and it looks like she is from the village. "You want to sell me?" "No." She didn't dare to look at me, and her 2 braids were covered with dust. She pointed at my neck and said, "I want to change, sister. Can I exchange a basket of eggs for your scarf?" Before I could speak, Wang Lanxiang frowned beside me. "How much are eggs?" "This scarf is 3 or 4 yuan." The little girl was a little anxious. "My eggs are all laid by the hens raised at home, and most of them have double yolks. My grandma and I couldn't bear to eat them, so we saved a basket and wanted to go to the city, but the road was too far. We left at 3 in the morning. My grandma's legs are not good, and I can't walk. We have to pay for the bus. My grandma and I." I raised my hand to signal Huang Lanxiang not to speak, and the little girl blushed a little. The eyes of the little girl couldn't help but feel distressed. "How many eggs are there in a basket?" 50. The little girl was encouraged by my attitude. She wanted to pull my hand to see it, but she was a little embarrassed. "Sister, you can go and see it. I'll give you the basket. My family lives in Qinghe village inside. You can find me by asking about old Sun's family. My name is Sun Hongyun." Huang Lanxiang pulled me from behind and whispered, "Sister, why are you buying eggs? We eat public grain. Dr. Hua is not at home and you don't cook. It's not worth it. Let's take a look first." I threw down a few words and walked to the old lady. The little girl blushed and lifted the cotton cloth on the basket like offering a treasure. I picked up a few eggs and looked at them one by one. There were really many with double yolks. I used to help the kitchen of the nursing home to buy groceries. I know how to look at these things. After thinking for a while, I looked at the little girl. The mother's face was full of expectation. "I want it." "Really?" The little girl was so excited that she wanted to jump up and down. "Grandma, this sister wants it." The old lady's weather-beaten eyes were full of love. "Girl, thank you." I didn't say much, untied the scarf and handed it to her. When she took it, she rubbed her palms on the edge of her pants twice, fearing that it would be dirty. "It's so soft, thank you, sister." Seeing that she didn't know how to tie it, I raised my hand to help her wrap the scarf around her neck loosely, and then put the left and right hems on her chest. She looked like an artistic young woman, and her face was even more red. "It looks good to wear it like this." Hongyun blushed and quickly bent down to hand me the basket. "Sister, these eggs are for you, and the basket is also for you." I didn't rush to take it. I naturally had the current prices Jindwayu gave me in my mind. I took out another 2 yuan from my pocket and handed it to her. "The basket is a gift from you. As for the 50 eggs, the supply and marketing cooperative here provides them at 1 cent each with tickets. I have tied this scarf once, so I will give you another 2 yuan." Hongyun was stunned. She looked at the money in my hand and didn't dare to take it. I smiled and looked at her. "Take it." She came back to her senses, raised her hand and hooked my neck and kissed me on the face. "Sister, you are such a good person." Now it was my turn to be confused. "You." I didn't react until she helped the old lady walk away. "Damn. If you had said it earlier, I would be willing to give you 2 more yuan if you thanked me so much." "Sister, you are so kind. The scarf is expensive enough, and you spent 2 more yuan. Look how happy that girl is. She jumped up and down to ask for it. You deserve to be the sucker." Wang Lanxiang drew my attention back. I touched my face happily and turned to look at Wang Lanxiang. "Do you think I lost money?" "How can I not lose money? I bought the scarf with you. It's 3 yuan. Plus the 2 yuan you gave me, it's enough for a month's food expenses." Looking at Wang Lanxiang's angry face, I smiled. "Let's go to the city." "Are If you don't send the eggs back, it's too heavy to carry. How about I go back and ask the canteen if they will accept them? I didn't say much. I saw the car coming and took her hand to get on. I just wanted to test the water with this basket of eggs. Chapter 8 Shortcut. Huang Lanxian kept mumbling about this account all the way on the bus. In short, she felt sorry for the money I spent. I didn't respond, but looked out the window curiously. Huang Lanxian grew up in the village and got married and moved to the city to eat public grain. She didn't know much about the city. Nowadays, people in the city eat commercial grain, which is still supplied by tickets. Although the supply and demand of tickets after the reform was not as strict as in the 1960s and 1970s, it was not until 1993 that the ticket era was completely declared over. Especially in the early days of reform, materials were scarce and productivity was lower than the consumption level. It didn't mean that you could buy everything if you had money. You have to use coupons. Take grain coupons as an example. A normal heavy manual laborious monthly ration is 40 kilograms. Remember, I am talking about heavy manual laborious. Ordinary workers only have more than 20 kilograms, and children only have 7 or 8 kilograms. The ration is not all rice, but also includes sweet potatoes, sorghum rice, corn, etc. If you use grain coupons to buy grain at the grain store, you only need to spend more than 10 cents per kilogram with the coupons. What if you don't have enough food? Don't say I am losing weight. I won't eat staple food even if it is free. A few dozen kilograms of grain at home a month is enough. This was in 1980. Before that, my country had suffered a major famine. There was no bran to eat. Most people used locust leaves mixed with corn flour to make food. Steamed in a pot and eaten as a staple food, I won't say how much it cuts your throat, you can't even poop. As for the word weight loss, is it available in this era? Yes. But that is another level that children from well-off families pursue. Only when you are well-fed and warm can you have the mood to think about lust. Ordinary people's children don't shout about this. Due to the long-term lack of oil and water, their appetites are amazing, and there is simply not enough to eat. If you can say weight loss during this period, the parents will have to praise you for your dedication. As for Mar Tai Hong, I think she should be the product of severe endocrine disorder. Let's get back to the topic. If there is no food, if you have enough to eat, you can only buy bargaining grain. You don't need grain coupons, but you have to pay more than 40 cents per pound, that is, you have to pay the market price to buy grain. It's like when we took the high school entrance exam, if we didn't pass, we would become bargaining students. We could still go to school by spending tens of thousands more. I suspect that the word bargaining comes from this. In other words, the same is true for eggs. They are rare and rationed with coupons. If you don't have enough to eat, you can only buy them through other channels. The market price is definitely higher than the government's price. I let out a sigh of relief. My miscellaneous job in the nursing home now provides me with many shortcuts. At least it has been popularized. This exclamation scared Huang Lanxian. Sister, what's wrong? The egg is broken. No. I stared out the window. It was the pillar of the West Gate stone building. It has not been demolished yet. Behind the pillar is the West Vegetable Market of Bac Ninh City. This vegetable market is behind several small buildings. People riding bicycles can be seen passing through it. There are baskets of vegetables hanging on the handlebars. The sound of bicycle bells is endless. Huang Lanxian kept asking me what was wrong. I smiled but didn't answer. I thought I grew up listening to the ghost stories of this place. The director of the welfare institution who adopted me is like my adoptive father. He knows all the ghost stories of Bac Ninh City. This place is now called Kaishiku. It used to be a place of execution. There is a curse in old Bac Ninh, you are the one who came out of the West Gate. It means that the person will be beheaded. Before the founding of the People's Republic of China, this place was a city gate tower. Later, it was called Kaishiku. It was demolished, leaving only a stone pillar. When I was born, the stone pillar was gone, and the vegetable market finally disappeared. When I grew up, I passed by this place with only prosperity. I didn't expect that I would have a chance to see the true appearance of this era. After passing the Shimen stone pillar, the bus will soon reach the city center. On the road, you can see small square cars passing by. I stared at the car logo for a while. This is La Dernière, imported from the Soviet Union. There is another model similar to it, nicknamed Little Potato Fiat 126p, which is also the first choice of contemporary millionaires and film and television stars. The appearance is a little bit like the later Alto Little Polo. Santana Crown can't be seen on the street now, it was all released after 1983. Sister, what are you so happy to see along the way? Didn't we come here to visit? I didn't see enough until I got off the bus. Who wouldn't be curious when traveling through time? Especially when you want to verify what the elder said, your mood is really up and down. Huang Lanxiang took my hand and wanted to go directly to the department store. I signaled her not to rush. We followed the crowd into the residential alley behind the department store and stopped near a red residential building. Huang Lanxiang asked me who I was looking for. I raised the basket in my hand and looked at her. Don't we have to deal with these first? She opened her eyes wide. You want to sell them? After saying that, she hurriedly controlled the volume, looked around carefully, and when she saw no one was paying attention, she pulled my hand and whispered, reselling is speculation. Speculation refers to illegal acts such as buying and selling short, hoarding, counterfeiting and selling inferior goods. To put it bluntly, it is to get something for nothing. Do you think this hat is appropriate for me? I looked at the passers-by in front of me and replied expressionlessly, everyone knows that the spring water in Qinghe village is sweet. If you live by the mountain, you can eat the mountain. If you live by the water, you can eat the water. Do you think the nutritional value of this local egg is low? This. Huang Lanxiang was speechless. I did exchange eggs with her because I saw their difficulties and wanted to help farmers, but there were so many eggs, and you said I couldn't finish them. If I sent them to the canteen, they would have to accept them reluctantly for Dr. Hua's sake. In the end, these nutritious local eggs turned into eggs from ordinary chicken farms and were stewed with a spoon. I turned to look at her. Don't you think it's a pity? Huang Lanxiang stuttered and opened her mouth for a long time. Sister, you are really talking in a set way now. I can't say anything to you, but this kind of thing, it must be. Hey, sister. Before Huang Lanxiang finished her words, I turned my sight behind her. A woman in her 30s was walking towards us, more than 10 meters away, leading an 8 or 9-year-old boy by the hand. I felt that the woman looked familiar, with fashionable curly hair, a round face, and a little fat. Of course, the reason why I said hello was her attire, a dark-colored women's suit, small thick-heeled leather shoes, and a handbag in her hand. The boy was wearing velvet overalls, fair-skinned, and reading a book while walking. He was waiting for this kind of intellectual family with children who looked well off. The elder sister didn't realize that I called her, and was slightly stunned until I walked in front of her. Little comrade, do you know me? No. I smiled politely and picked up the basket. It's like this, my relatives in Qinghe village sent me some local eggs. I really can't eat them all by myself, and it's a bit heavy to carry back. I want to ask if you want them, laid by reed hens. Those chickens eat insects and corn grains, many of them have double yolks. I also lifted the cotton cloth on the basket to show her. Elder sister, look at this head. This is not the kind of eggs supplied by chicken farms in the farmer's market. You can't buy them normally. Give one to the child in the morning, and drink a cup of malted milk, guaranteed the child's learning ability has greatly improved. She didn't rush to answer, first looked me up and down, and then frowned in confusion. Eat corn. The chickens in the countryside are eating corn now? No cornmeal. I saw that she was not in a hurry to leave, so there was a chance. Sister, now the village has contracted production to each household, and every household can eat enough, so the chickens have also been strengthened in nutrition, and cornmeal should be ground. How much corn can a few chickens eat? You know Qinghe village, the spring water there is famous for its sweetness. You can give these local eggs to the children. One local egg is more nutritious than 2 or 3 eggs in the chicken farm. There is no genetically modified food these days, and food safety is absolutely assured. The elder sister was a little moved, picked up an egg in my basket and looked at it, and then looked at the alley next to me. It seems that she is still a little taboo. I followed her into the alley. Huang Lanxiang didn't follow me. I don't know if she thought I was really doing something shameful, which made her nervous. How much is it? I looked at the eggs in the elder sister's hand and raised my lips slightly, and whispered back, you know how to choose. This one has double yolks, 30 cents each. 30 cents. She was a little surprised. I'm at the farmer's market. Auntie, this is a free-range egg. I knew what she was going to say, and I approached her and emphasized in a low voice, if you don't believe me, I'll go home with you and open one to see how yellow it is. It's different from the color of the eggs that are fed with feed in the chicken farm. You can eat this egg after frying it. Oh my god, it's so tender when it's golden brown, and it's so smooth when you put it in your mouth. I dare not say anything else, but I think I'm good at speaking, and I made the elder sister swallow her saliva. Gritting my teeth, 25 cents, I want 20. I smiled foolishly, it's not nice to count, sister, 28 cents, I don't want a ticket, I really can't carry it. 26 cents. The sister made the decision, if you can do it, come upstairs with me and we'll open one first. Don't make it stale. If you think it's okay, I'll give you the money right away. If not, forget it. I saw that it was almost done, nodded in agreement, followed her into the gate of the community, and turned back to shout for Huang Lanxiang to wait for me there. She stood there and nodded with a nervous face. I really didn't know what she was afraid of. The sister chatted with me all the way, asking me my name and which unit I was from. I told the truth that I didn't have a job and got married. When my elder sister heard that I was married, she was a little surprised. You don't look young. Are you 20? People in the countryside get married early. She said, still holding the boy who was reading without saying a word. So which unit does your lover work for? He works in the military hospital in Xiao. A military doctor. My elder sister was surprised again. I nodded. People of all ages are on guard. I dress decently first. Secondly, I have to rely on that guy's identity to get my name. Doctors are a very respectable and respected profession. Anyway, I haven't divorced yet, so it's okay to borrow his name. My elder sister asked very detailed questions. She was relieved when she saw that I could answer all the questions about my job title, military rank, family compound, and address. After entering their house, it was really a large 2-bedroom apartment. I didn't see anything used by men. Is my elder sister single? Thinking in her mind, the elder sister left the boy in the living room to read a book. She took me into the kitchen, took a bowl and cracked an egg. Then she smiled, what a stupid egg. The yolk color is different from the one in the farmer's market. I smiled but said nothing. The elder sister smelled the smell carefully. After confirming that it was fresh, she carefully put down the bowl and went to the purse in the living room to get money. I followed her and took a look at some awards for advanced workers under the glass on the table. I accidentally glanced at her name, Wen Minghui, this name. I was startled and looked carefully at the elder sister who was counting the money. The images in my mind gradually overlapped. Auntie Wen. The elder sister was stunned for a moment, still holding the money in her hand. What? I looked at the little boy who was reading a book without paying attention to others, Brother Yuan. The little boy was a little unhappy with my interruption. Who are you calling? My name is Wen Yuan, not your brother. Yuan. The elder sister scolded the little boy for being rude, but I felt cold all over in an instant. Wen Yuan. How come this kid is not my brother? He is more than 10 years older than me, the only son of Auntie Wen, and a lawyer who settled in the United States. Comrade Xiao Xin. Are you okay? I shook my head like a rattle, and I couldn't calm down for a while. Oh my god, why did I say that she looked familiar? It turned out that she was Auntie Wen from my nursing home. She told me that Qingher village has good water quality and high nutrition local eggs, how to sell them. Chapter 9 just beginning. Little comrade. Seeing that I was confused, when Minghui shook the money in her hand at me, do you know me? Well, I know an old lady, also surnamed Wen, who looks very much like you, so just now. When I came to my senses, I started to make up stories. I couldn't say that I came from 35 years later, or that I was her adopted son in a nursing home, and that I was closer to her than her own son. If I told her everything, she would send me to a mental hospital. Before I finished my story, the little boy snorted, his hand still turning the pages of the book. Could it be that her son is also called Wen Yuan? Really? Why is there no manliness in this room? Aunt Wen's husband died in an accident when she was pregnant. Aunt Wen raised her son herself and he is very promising. Looking at it this way, it all makes sense. Yuan. When Minghui scolded again, Wen Yuan curled his lips and stopped answering. To be honest, I was sweating coldly in my heart. The lies were made too hastily. I can only blame myself for being too quick. I didn't expect that a child could find the problem immediately. It seems that it is not a coincidence that he can become a lawyer in the future. There is a route for this. I just wanted to change the topic as soon as possible with a smile. I looked at the book when Yuan was holding and pretended to be surprised. Wow, you started learning English at such a young age. I remember that English was not very popular when I was in elementary school. The teacher read the answers to the final exams. It was not until junior high school that it was taken seriously, not to mention the 1980s. He should be far-sighted to read English reference books at such a young age. When Yuan hummed to the page of the book with an expression that he didn't like me, what's wrong with English? Do you understand it? I ignored Wen Minghui's speechless face, smiled at Wen Yuan, and said, it's a mystery. Now it was Wen Minghui's turn to be surprised. Little comrade, you know English. I nodded, but when Yuan replied without even raising his eyes, silly. To be honest, my English is average, but I knew it completely after seeing the words, learn phonetic symbols with me, on the boy's book cover, and it was like a piece of cake to bully him a few times. I smiled at Wen Yuan without any anger, and opened my mouth to say a long string of words, telling him that respect is the basic courtesy of being a human being. Wen Yuan was silent this time, and before I could continue to speak, he suddenly stood up, walked into the bedroom with a sullen face, and closed the door with a bang. He is not old, but he has a bad temper. Wen Minghui was helpless with Wen Yuan. She shook her head and sighed to me, I spoiled my son. Don't take it personally. Comrade Xiao Xin, this is $5.02. Count it. Why should I take it personally? I just thought it was interesting to meet an old acquaintance here, so I chatted a little more. I said it was okay, and took the money from Wen Minghui and handed her the extra 2 cents. Sister Wen, since you also have the last name Wen, it's fate. Just give me $5. Wen Minghui smiled and took the money. She asked me tentatively, you went to high school, right? Oh. Then why didn't you take the college entrance examination? I scratched my head and was wondering whether I should continue to lie when Wen Minghui found the answer herself. You got married so early because your family was in financial difficulties. Sweat began to seep from my forehead. I wondered if I was too proud. I really need to pay attention in the future. Wen Minghui looked at me with a different look in her eyes. Comrade Xiao Jin, do you have a phone number at home? Yes. Wen Minghui smiled and said, can you leave it for me? I was still a little confused when I came out of the community. I could still remember the scene when Aunt Wen talked to me about these rural free-range eggs. She said that the first time she did this, she bought 20 eggs at 25 cents each. They were really delicious and tender. The eggs nowadays are completely incomparable. I looked up at the sky out of habit. I took 5 yuan from Aunt Wen, but it became 25 cents each. Could it be that the free-range eggs from Qinghe village that Aunt Wen bought when she was young were the ones I sold to her? Is it so magical? It doesn't make sense. Sister. Huang Lanxian ran over as soon as she saw me come out. Why did you take so long? She looked at my hand while talking. Where's the basket? I sold it. I came back to my senses and added to Huang Lanxian, the basket was sold too. What? Huang Lanxian was shocked that sister bought all 50 eggs. I shook my head. No, she only bought 20 eggs, and sold the rest to her neighbor, who happened to meet her when she was sending me out. Then, how much did you sell it for? I opened my palm and rushed to Huang Lanxian, look for yourself. Huang Lanxian counted the bills in my hand as if she had never seen money before, and finally looked at me with a hiss, 12 fast. Sister, how did you sell it? I smiled. Things that are in demand can be sold naturally. That lady asked for 20 double yolk eggs, 25 cents each, which is 5 yuan. I sold the remaining 30 to her neighbor at 25 cents each, which is 6 yuan. The basket is 1 yuan, exactly 12. Huang Lanxian opened her eyes wide and looked choked. Someone wants the basket too. That basket is hand-woven, beautiful in style, with tight rattan, strong and durable. Why doesn't anyone want it? Yes, yes. Of course. I pointed to my mouth. The most important thing is that you have to tell the advantages of the product, so that it can be sold. Oh my god. Huang Lanxian's eyes immediately became admiring, and she looked at the money in my hand with all kinds of envy. You earned 12 yuan just like that. Minus the 5 yuan principal, it's 7 yuan. That's not a small amount. Huang Lanxian's face turned red, and she looked at me excitedly. 1 month's living expenses. Girl, you are so amazing, you are rich. I smiled and shook my head. turned her body to let her look at the department store in the distance, raised my hand and pointed. Do you see those buildings? Yes. Huang Lanxiang responded ignorantly. What's the matter? Remember what I said today, in the future, they will all be mine. Huang Lanxiang was stunned, as if she was infected by me, and saw the fluctuating clouds above the department store. Her tone was full of yearning. Really? Really? I was firm in my tone, and my heart was also a little turbulent. This is just the beginning. Huang Lanxiang was very excited after I made a promise to her. Although I knew she didn't believe what I said, she smiled at me as she walked. Sister, if the department store is all yours, can you let me go in and be a salesperson? I frowned. I'm afraid not. Huang Lanxiang lowered her eyes after hearing this, twisting her fingers in front of her, not even looking at the road. I know it's not easy to get into a department store. I'm uneducated, and I'm not as eloquent as you. Bullshit. I turned to look at her. You want to be the general manager? What kind of goods do you sell? What? Huang Lanxiang seemed to be hallucinating. General what? General manager. I waved my hand at the department store on the street. This is all mine, how can I let you down? Huang Lanxiang screamed, "Arr," and this sudden scream startled passers-by, and they all looked at me as if they were crazy. However, Huang Lanxiang didn't care at all and hugged my arm. Sister. You are so nice. I couldn't help laughing, looking at her dark and red face. I have to admit that women are really easy to satisfy. Even Huang Lanxiang, who doesn't look good, showed me her lovely side at this time. After chatting for a while, Huang Lanxiang realized something was wrong. Sister, where are you taking me? We have to cross the road to the department store. Wait, I have to go somewhere first. She was puzzled. Where? I kept it a secret. You'll know when we get there. Huang Lanxiang gave me a nervous look. Sister, I really don't understand you anymore. I smiled but didn't respond, but I felt a little complicated. Aunt Wen's unexpected appearance reminded me of something. Since I have returned to this era, there is a person, I must find him first. Chapter 10 Important People. 20 minutes later, I took Huang Lanxiang to a nearby primary school. Standing at the door, I looked at the 3-story building behind the playground. There were 8 big characters on the wall: study hard, make progress every day. Memories flooded in my mind. This is the welfare home where I grew up. Later, it became a nursing home in the city. I didn't expect that its predecessor was actually a primary school. Sister, why are we here at school? Looking for someone. I threw down these 2 words and went to the communication room at the school gate. It was lunchtime. The old man in the communication room was drinking tea from an enamel pot and reading a newspaper. I carefully knocked on the window. When he looked up, I asked politely, "Uncle, is there a teacher named Xiao Gang in this school?" Xiao Gang. The old man in the message room pushed his glasses on his nose. Xiao Gang, the physical education teacher. I really don't know what he teaches, I just remember that he was a teacher at first, and nodded excitedly. I think so. Is he in school at noon? Yes. I was even more excited. Then can you help me call him, or let me go in to find him? The old man in the message room looked at me with a cautious look. Who is Xiao Gang to you? He is my father. I realized that I said the wrong thing as soon as I said it. Just as I was about to make up for it, the old man got up excitedly, and the enamel pot fell to the ground with a clang. He looked at me with a ghost face. Why didn't I know that I had a granddaughter as old as you? I was confused. What do you mean? The old man was angry. I am Xiao Gang's father. I was stunned. No, Xiao Gang has no father. Then what am I? The old man wanted to eat me, you bastard. How did he come from without a father? Awkward. When Huang Lanxiang ran over from not far away, I was still nodding and bowing to apologize to the old man. Sister, what happened? I shook my head and turned to leave when the old man was still shouting, my son is only 21 this year. No matter how hard he tries, he can't give birth to a daughter as old as you. Oh my God. Huang Lanxiang looked back at the old man who was irritated by my words. Sister, what did you say to make him angry? Didn't you want to find someone? Did you find him? I was really full of black lines on my forehead, and my feet were walking fast, afraid that the old man would catch up and beat me. No, he may not be in this school now. It is also possible that he was transferred to be the director after the welfare home was established. After walking a long way, Huang Lanxiang was still asking me, is he your relative? I hummed, someone very important to me. To be precise, it is someone who is as kind as a mountain. Without him, there would be no Xiao Xin. What if I can't find him? Otherwise, forget it. I pulled the corner of my mouth and smiled at Wang Lanxiang. Don't worry. This place will become a welfare home in the future. I will find him naturally then. Actually, I just want to hug him and make up for the regrets that I thought I would miss forever. I laughed at myself. I really didn't expect that I would be reborn. From this perspective, I really picked it up. No, I should say that except for being a woman, I picked up everything else. After adjusting my mood, I arranged to invite Wang Lanxiang to dinner. This girl accompanied me for a long time. We found a restaurant nearby with a very domineering name, People's Restaurant. I pushed the door and was about to go in, but Wang Lanxiang grabbed my arm. Sister, just buy 2 buns. We don't have food coupons. It costs more to eat here. It's not cost effective. I looked at her and smiled. It's okay to spend a little more money. It's better than the situation 10 years ago when you were not allowed to eat without food coupons. Let's go. Wang Lanxiang didn't quite understand what she said. Her eyes were full of, what kind of logic is this? I couldn't explain it to her. In my opinion, spending a few cents more is not a problem at all. I finally got her in, and when it came to ordering, she was awkward again. Look, sister, Yangchun noodles without food coupons cost 32 cents, with food coupons it's only 11 cents, it's simply. I want shredded pork noodles. I spoke to the waiter before Wang Lanxiang finished speaking. Wang Lanxiang was frightened and silently mouthed to me, are you crazy? The waiter didn't even raise his eyes. Without food coupons it's 65 cents. I wanted to pretend to give her 1.5 yuan and say no need to change, but when I saw Wang Lanxiang's pale face, I could only hand over 1.3 yuan obediently. 2 bowls. 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles. As soon as the waiter shouted to the glass window of the kitchen, Wang Lanxiang couldn't wait to pull me aside. Sister, you can't spend money like this. You can fill your stomach with anything you eat, but you can't spend money. I raised my eyebrows slightly. Spend money? Eating shredded pork noodles is a waste. Wang Lanxiang was anxious. A good woman must be thrifty and manage the family. My mother said that every penny must be divided into 8 petals. You can't spend it casually if a man doesn't let you spend it. You were not like this before. You gritted your teeth to buy that scarf. I still gritted my teeth. Her expression made me laugh directly. Xiaolan, I'm going to tell you a secret. Do you listen? What secret? I immediately believed it. I saw her face close to her ear and said in a deep voice, I'm a man. Puff. Wang Lanxiang laughed and raised her hand to hit me. Bullshit. I shook my head and responded depressedly, this is really nonsense. Wang Lanxiang thought I was joking with her. She laughed for a long time before looking at me in disgust. Sister, what did you call me just now? I'm older than you, you have to call me sister. The noodles are ready. The waiter called me and I went to serve the noodles. I turned around and looked at her seriously. Wrong, I should actually call you aunt. Wang Lanxiang was amused by me again. She and I each took a bowl of noodles and found a seat. She kept saying that she couldn't do anything with me. I had changed too much. She couldn't say anything to me. Call me whatever you want. I smiled and didn't say much. My eyes were instantly attracted by this noodle. I was very appetizing at first glance. The noodle base was made of chive leaves, and the shredded pork was carefully cut and thick. The chopped green onions were emerald green. After taking a bite, I was even more amazed. The soup was thick and the noodles were springy. The color, aroma and taste were really complete. The taste was dozens of streets better than the beef noodles 35 years later. It was definitely not a scam. The People's Restaurant is really for the people. I'm full. Put down the chopsticks, satisfied. Wang Lanxiang raised her eyebrows. There's still half a bowl left. Don't waste it. I chuckled, I really can't eat anymore. I'm used to eating until I'm 80% full, otherwise my heart will. Seeing that Wang Lanxiang was going to talk about being a good woman and being thrifty, I was really scared. I got up and asked her to eat slowly, and when I got out of the door, I went into the supply and marketing store that I had spotted a long time ago, and went straight to the cigarette counter, staring at the cigarettes like a crazy fan, and 90% of them had never seen the real thing. Da Xinchan, Daqianmen, labor. What is the best-selling cigarette in the city now? Dakinyaro, 88 cents. Listen, the best one is only 88 cents. I was really shocked. I bought 3 packs in a row. I didn't care how the waiter looked at me. I took the cigarette and left. I went out and found a public toilet. I cleared my throat a few times. Seeing that there were no women, I quickly opened a pack and took out a cigarette. It was really a cigarette without a filter. I put it in my mouth, struck a match, and stood there lazily. The cigarette butt sparked. I couldn't wait to take a bite. Sister, why did you take so long? When we entered the restaurant, both bowls were empty. Huang Lanxiang wiped her greasy mouth and looked at me embarrassedly. I've eaten all your leftovers, can't waste. This is a good amount of food. I nodded, and my nose couldn't help sniffing, virtue. Huang Lanxiang smiled, and just as she was about to speak, she tightened her nose. Why is there a smell of cigarettes, sister, where have you been? Your eyes are still so red. Oh, someone is smoking in the toilet. I raised my hand and wiped the remaining tears from the corner of my eyes. I choked. Who is so wicked, smoking in the women's toilet? It must be a female drifter. I snorted and didn't answer, took out the handkerchief and continued to wipe my nose. The female drifter was me, and I was the one who was choked. Thinking about how I was choked by the mouthful of snot and tears just now, I felt unbearable to look back, and I almost coughed a hole in my lungs. A mouthful. I'm in this state, with 3 packs of cigarettes in my pocket, feeling sad. My body is too averse to cigarettes, and the days of puffing away smoke are gone forever. Chapter 11 Nobleman. After eating, I went shopping in the afternoon. Huang Lanxiang is really frugal. She was so frugal that my calves were cramping. She was still hesitant about a bottle of vanishing cream that cost 1.2 yuan. She kept asking the salesperson if it would make your skin whiter and if the effect would be seen in a few days. The salesperson's face was stiff with laughter. Comrade, even if you eat a ginseng fruit, it won't be effective immediately. Huang Lanxiang was annoyed and muttered in a low voice, I have to ask when I spend money. Besides, why is it 20 cents more expensive if I don't have a ticket? In my opinion, skin is 50% innate and 50% acquired. These days, cosmetics are not as comprehensive as those in the 21st century. Let alone skin care, makeup alone can confuse you. What about BBCC Bare Face Cream? Every little girl is a little makeup expert. Let us not talk about others. Take Xiao, the nurse in our nursing home, for example. She has used more than 20 lipsticks, such as Aunt Red, Bin Paste Red, and the color that attracts men. Her biggest hobby every day is to chase me and ask me to guess the changes after applying them. If I can't tell 1, 2, 3, she will pinch me. I am almost colorblind. But look at me now. My level after being popularized by Xiao is definitely enough here. At least I don't see any extra bottles and jars, that is, clam oil, colorful friendship, and the more expensive ones are pearl cream and scented powder. The focus is all on skin care, not makeup. Lipstick has only 2 colors, red and pink. You can choose it or not. It can definitely cure obsessive-compulsive disorder. To be honest, it is really a big project for Huang Lanxiang, who has no advantages in both innate and acquired aspects, to maintain her skin into delicate and tender skin. The key is that she has no awareness of skin care, and she is reluctant to invest in herself. She hesitates for a long time even if she spends 2 cents. I felt helpless. I couldn't open her head and force all my ideas into her. I could only pay for a bottle first. After I got the receipt and paid, I left Huang Lanxiang to think about it by herself and went to see what I was interested in. When I passed by the wine counter, I was dumbfounded when I saw the price of Mao Tai. I raised my hand and pointed, Comrade, Mao Tai is 8 yuan. The salesperson didn't understand my surprise and hummed in a low voice, of course good wine is expensive. I was secretly happy, do you want to roll? When she shook her head, I slap. I paid 10 yuan, which scared the salesperson, give me a bottle. The salesperson rubbed his chest and gave me a receipt with some dissatisfaction, Comrade, you don't have to use so much force even if you pay 100 yuan. The counter is public property and needs to be protected. I laughed without any temper. My mind was full of the soaring value of this wine in 35 years. If I don't buy it now, when will I buy it? When I returned to Huang Lanxiang humming a little tune and feeling like a good harvest, she finally made up her mind to pay the money. She saw what I was carrying and said, wine. you're buying wine. Oh, I've heard of this wine. It's very expensive, right? Not bad, you know what you're talking about. I lifted it up like offering a treasure and whispered in her ear, $8, no need to roll it. Huang Lanxiang was shocked, so expensive. Girl, are you giving it to Dr. Hua? Why give it to him? I looked at the wine happily, I'll drink this bottle myself. When I have money, I'll buy 100 or so boxes for storage. 20 years later, I'll have a house. Drink it yourself. Huang Lanxiang's eyes almost popped out, sister. I won't say anything if you buy it for Dr. Hua, but drinking it yourself is not a waste. You also bought shoes, white shoes. These must cost several yuan, the weather is cold, why are you spending this money? White is not resistant to dirt, you. I held my forehead. I have to say that Huang Lanxiang's idea of putting men first was more enjoyable to me before, but now that my position has changed, why do I dislike it so much? I am a waste if I buy a bottle of wine to drink myself. I am wasting money if I buy a pair of shoes. I am a spendthrift if I eat a bowl of shredded pork noodles. What a joke! I opened my mouth, but swallowed many words that came to my lips. Thinking about it, Huang Lanxiang didn't say anything wrong. Frugality is of course a traditional virtue. As a time traveler, my thoughts will definitely clash with hers. My values and consumption concepts have penetrated into my bones, and so has Huang Lanxiang. Thinking about this clearly, I realized that no one can convince anyone with just one mouth. Let's wait and see. After all, many things cannot be changed overnight. It was dark when I returned to the compound. Huang Lanxiang glanced at the direction of the canteen and saw that the lights were still on, so she was going to eat. My legs were almost straight, and I took the things and went home first. I turned on the lights and took a long time to relax on the sofa before taking out the things I bought one by one. First, the pair of white cloth shoes. In fact, I wanted to buy a pair of Huali, but I didn't have enough money in my pocket, so I bought this pair of Ball brand shoes as a second choice. I walked back and forth on my feet. The cowhide soles are comfortable. I am really not used to the pure women's shoes with drawstrings. Finally, I took out the bottle of Mao Tai, which was precious to me. I held it in my arms and wanted to kiss it. It cost 8 yuan, and I hadn't used the remittance coupons yet. I rolled my eyes and thought about it. The remittance coupons were probably in 1986. Which uncle told me about it? I thought about it for a long time but couldn't remember it. I shook my head and said, hey, who cares? The important buddy came at the right time. He is in good health and eats delicious food. With a grin on my face, I turned around in the room with the wine in my arms. Artilder goodbye, friend, goodbye. If I die in the battle, you must come to bury me on a high hill tilder. Ring 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 tilder tilder ring 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 tilder tilder. Just when I was showing off, the phone rang suddenly. I was stunned and walked over. It was the first time it rang in so many days. I frowned slightly. Could it be my husband? I cleared my throat, not understanding why I was nervous, and picked up the phone and put it to my ear. Hello, hello. Hello, is this Xiao Xin? I was stunned again when I heard the female voice. Yes, it's me, you are. When, sister, when? When Ming smiled on the other end of the phone. It's me, your phone is quite difficult to call. I have to call the main station first to transfer to the military line. I hope I didn't disturb you and your wife's rest. No. I carefully put the wine aside. He went out with the troops for training. He is not at home. Is there anything wrong with you? It's about eggs. Yes, it's about eggs. I was nervous. Maybe the child had diarrhea. No, there must be no problem with the eggs, and from the sound of Sister Wen, it doesn't sound like she is looking for trouble with me. Xiao Jin, this is what happened. A friend of mine came to my house for dinner tonight, so I fried a plate of eggs. She is the principal of the staff kindergarten under our unit. It's a season change recently, and the kindergarten also wants to give the children more nutrition. My friend thinks these eggs are good, so I want to ask you, can I get the local eggs from my relatives in Qinghe village? Good news. I was excited when I heard it. Yeah. Yes. When Minghui smiled, that's easy. She means to take 200 eggs first, so that the children can get more nutrition in the afternoon. Is that a problem? 200. I calculated in my mind, no problem. No problem, Xiao Jin, I trust you because you are a good person and your wife is a military doctor. Please don't. Sister Wen, don't worry, I guarantee that every egg is from Qinghe village. For children, freshness is the most important thing. There is just one thing I can't guarantee, that is, double yolk eggs. If you want 200 double yolk eggs, I will definitely not be able to complete the task. When Minghui chuckled on the other end, it doesn't have to be all double yolk eggs, as long as they are guaranteed to be local eggs from Qinghe village. The price is the same as the eggs my neighbor wants, 20 cents each. Do you think it's okay? Yes, it's great. I was excited, but my tone was relatively calm. Sister Wen, thank you for trusting me. I'll follow your price. I have no objection. That's good. However, you should be a little careful when you deliver the eggs. Although the policy has changed, some comrades are still very conservative. Don't let everyone know to avoid gossip. I nodded to show that I understood. Sister Wen, when do you want the eggs? The sooner the better, the best, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, is that okay? I thought about it, no problem. I found a notebook and wrote down the address of the kindergarten that Wen Minghui mentioned. After hanging up the phone, I was still a little excited. I was just worrying about how to make my first pot of gold, and this Sister Wen provided me with a business opportunity. My noble lady, Aunt Wen is definitely my noble lady. It is worth my diligent care for her in her later years. It's just 200 eggs. I frowned and thought for 3 minutes, and I had an idea in my mind. I don't believe that a village can't get 200 eggs. I am a prophet. I rubbed my hands for a while and looked down at my clothes. This one is also it's not convenient. I turned my head and went to Hui's study. My vague memory told me that he slept in a separate room from Jindhuyu. He lived in the study when he came back occasionally. In addition to the bookcase and desk, there was a single bed in this room, and not many clothes. I was eyeing his white shirt and military pants. The shirt was too big, and the military pants were too long after measuring. It seemed that the guy was quite tall. I was not vague about making eggs, but sewing was difficult for me. Jindhuyu gave me this skill, but my fingers were clumsy. Just when I was worried, there was a knock on the door. Sister. You haven't slept yet, I brought you food. You will be hungry if you don't eat at night. My dear. Chapter 12 Market. Huang Lanxiang is very skillful. She came in with a lunchbox and I pushed her to the sewing machine. She helped me to alter my clothes in less than half an hour. The shirt was made thinner and the pants were made shorter. The stitches were so delicate that I couldn't help but praise her. She was a little nervous when I praised her. She was not afraid of anything else, but kept asking me if Dr. Hu would be angry. I don't think he should be so stingy. He must be happy that they are getting divorced. In order to change the topic of Huang Lanxiang, I told her about the eggs. Huang Lanxiang was very surprised after hearing it. 200. I nodded, took the clothes and pants she had altered and went back to the room to try them on. Huang Lanxiang didn't follow me in. She was surprised in the living room. She really wants 200. It's for the children in the kindergarten to eat and supplement nutrition. I wore a shirt to remind myself, but my chest still felt uncomfortable. It seemed that I had to rely on Huang Lanxiang's help to deal with underwear. The city kids are really in a honeypot. Huang Lanxiang sighed, and thought of something when she turned around. But where can you get 200 eggs? You want to go to Qinghe village to find that little girl. Can you find her? No. I opened the door and went out, raising my chin slightly. How is it? Huang Lanxiang looked at me and was stunned, swallowing the second half of her words. This. I smiled and looked at her, resting my legs, my hands in my trouser pockets, my white shirt tucked into my trouser waist. The length was just right, matched with white cloth shoes, walking easily and casually. What I want is clean and neat. Sister, you are the same as the city girls, heroic like a female soldier. How can you still be the Jin girl I know? I laughed twice. Your clothes are well altered. Huang Lanxiang looked at me with envy. No, it's because you are good looking and have a nice waist, so you look good in anything. I waved my hand and pulled her aside. Xiaolan, you can make any clothes, right? She hummed. I can make any clothes if they look good. If you want to make some changes, Dr. Hu will definitely. It's not his. I found the notebook I had just drawn, drew 2 circles and 2 straps, and handed it to her. You know what this is, right? Huang Lanxiang frowned at the picture I drew. Glasses. Puff. I burst out laughing. No, this is underwear, bra, do you understand? Huang Lanxiang shook her head woodenly. her eyes full of confusion. What is a bra? TSK. I was having a headache. I had no choice but to gesture with my hands in front of me. Seeing that she still didn't understand, I went to the kitchen and found 2 bowls, one on the left and one on the right, and put them on my chest. See? They are like 2 small vests, protecting the front of you. You have to. Oh my god, stop talking. Before I finished describing Huang Lanxian, her face turned red with embarrassment, and she covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Why do you do that? This is very important. I put down the bowl and secretly praised myself for my talent. Then I talked to Huang Lanxiang seriously about the necessity of women wearing bras. In the past, I certainly didn't care about underwear or not, and I wished that all the girls on the street would liberate their nature. But now it's not the same. Jin Duiyu's thoughts will mess with me, reminding me all the time, telling me how insecure it is to wear a vest inside. Since I am Jin Duiyu, I do have the obligation to take care of and protect her body. Here, Xiaolan, you make one for me and I'll give you money. Huang Lanxian laughed at what I said, shaking her hand and looking at me. I don't want money, but I haven't made this thing before. If you want to wear it, I'll try it as you said. There is some cotton in the 2 pieces of cotton cloth, right? I scratched my chin and thought for a few seconds, then pointed to my armpit area. Here, the thicker cotton should be gathered together, and in the front, a thin layer will do. Let's slowly study and explore. Maybe we can open an underwear factory in the future. Huang Lanxian laughed non-stop, and when she saw that I insisted on doing it, she took me to her house and said she wanted to find a tape measure to measure me. Sister, you have so many ideas in your mind. How come you have so many ideas? What kind of idea is this? I raised my arm to let her measure the size, but my eyes were looking around. This was the first time I entered her house since I came here. I thought the layout was the same as Huiyi's, but after looking around, I found that this house was much smaller and there was no bedroom. Not only that, the living room was also much smaller. There was no leather sofa, only a few slightly decent solid wood sofa chairs as decoration, let alone the tape recorder and telephone. The most valuable thing I could see was the sewing machine. As soon as the doubt came out, I had an impression in my mind. Jin Duiyu seemed to have asked Huang Lanxian why the house was different. Huang Lanxian said that the best house in the family building was Huiyi's, and also said that Huiyi had a high level of business, a good family background, and made contributions to the hospital. The biggest, with the most achievements, and he was praised to the heavens and the earth. In layman's terms, Huiyi's room is now a hotel suite, while Huang Lanxian's room is at most a standard room. So, I looked at the bathroom, and there must be no bathtub or shower head there. No wonder Huang Lanxian suddenly asked me if I wanted to take a bath together in the afternoon when I was shopping. My eyes were shining when I heard it, but the righteous little man in my heart still defeated the evil. Even if I am not a gentleman, I can't be too vulgar in my thoughts, especially going with Huang Lanxian. It's like taking advantage of others. No matter how I think about it, it's awkward, so I refused unwillingly. Sister, I'll remember it. White cloth will do. Yeah, okay. I came back to my senses, studied the sewing method with her for a while, and was about to say goodbye. When I walked to the door, I thought of something important and looked back at her. Xiaolan, can you help me borrow a bicycle? I added, I have to ride a bicycle to Qinghe village, which is more than 60 miles away. It's too far to walk. There are 2 bicycles in the hospital logistics department. I am very familiar with the correspondent. I can borrow them. But you really want to buy eggs? She was surprised. 200. You? I smiled. Just help me borrow a bicycle. Don't worry about the rest. Huang Lanxian was still a little anxious. Can you ride it? I only saw bicycles when I came to the city. If you don't know how to ride it, you'll fall easily. I can. You can? When did you learn it? There are bicycles in your village. I pulled the corner of my mouth and opened the door of my own house, turning to look at Huang Lanxian, who was staring at me all day in surprise. Xiaolan, thank you. She was stunned again. What's wrong with you? I put my hand on the door handle and looked at her. The first woman who appeared after I came here, dark, thin, thoughtful, but also exuding the simple Huang Lanxian. In the future, no matter where I go, I will remember you. After that, I looked at her confused face and smiled and closed the door. I don't know why I suddenly became emotional. It should be the influence of Jin Duiyu's thinking on me. Turning back and leaning against the door, I looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar living room in front of me. I should only stay here temporarily, so where should I go in the future? Whether in the past or now, I seem to have no roots, no place that can be called home. I walked to the window and smiled self-deprecatingly at the courtyard. Xiao Xin, it's only been a few days, and you are like a woman. I tossed and turned all night and didn't sleep well. I got up at 5 o'clock and took the earliest bus to the south of the city. I was still carrying an empty big luggage bag in my hand. I got off the bus and walked a short distance before I saw the morning market and the young people who were setting up stalls on the roadside early. These days, setting up stalls is still despised by people. Only unemployed young people would do it. There is a sentence on the internet that I still remember clearly: look at your cowardly energy. If you don't work hard, you will be allowed to set up stalls on the street and become an individual business owner. From this, we can see the status of the vendors in those days. Of course, no one could have imagined that these people would become the trendsetters of the era in the future, the millionaires, and even the first group of people to get rich, commonly known as the street economy. This is called one time, another time. The source of the clues in my mind was still the old man in the nursing home, so I was full of confidence. I carried the luggage bag and walked directly to a young man in his 20s with curly hair on the side of the road. There were newspapers on the ground in front of his feet, and they were piled with colorful nylon socks and some daily necessities. When he saw me, he greeted me warmly. The young man was also very eloquent. Sister, look at the nylon socks, they are in short supply. They are much cheaper than those in department stores. I bent down and picked up a pair to take a look. How much? $1. You have to buy industrial rolls to buy these socks in department stores. I looked at the quality and straightened up to look at him. One price, 70 cents. He seemed to have heard a joke. Sister, please don't scare me, my profit is already very low. This is from a big manufacturer in the south. Look at the quality, thickness, and elasticity, just compare it with the department store. 70 cents. I interrupted him calmly. I want 10 pairs. He was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Sister, 70 cents is too low. Brother didn't work for nothing. 90 cents, you see. Brother. I cleared my throat. The word sister sounded awkward. No profit, no early rise, you must make money, and besides, city people now wear nylon stockings, only village people still recognize this. Let's not be fake, I will help you clear the goods. You can also deal in other things. Have you seen the Garrison Suicide Squad? What is really in short supply now is the frog eye glasses. Har. After listening to me, he actually laughed. Okay, sister, you know the market well. Okay, I'll just give it to you as the purchase price. Can we be friends? Chapter 13. A young tree cannot grow straight without pruning. I saw that he was happy and I was clear-headed. I nodded and smiled and gave him money. To be honest, I was really short of money after spending so much yesterday. I had no choice but to take 20 yuan from Hui's drawer in the morning. When that guy shows up, I must treat him to a meal. After packing my socks, I looked at the soap next to him and said, "What's the price?" He took my money and was naturally excited. Sister, this is a sandalwood soap from Shanghai, with a pure Chinese medicine formula. The department store clearly marked the price at 60 cents, and mine is 50 cents. I didn't say anything, but raised 3 fingers, as if to say, okay, is this price okay? The young man opened his eyes wide. 30 cents. This is really not. Didn't you say you are a friend? I smiled at him shamelessly, but I want 30 yuan. We will come and go often in the future. I will take whatever I need from you. What do you think? The young man held it in for a few seconds, and exhaled fiercely. Okay. I will lose money for your sake. Just this time, next time, no matter how much it is, it will be 40 cents. I didn't say much. I'm not used to being praised from a woman's perspective. After paying, I lifted the bag, which was quite heavy. The young man looked at me enthusiastically. There are too many people in the morning market, it's crowded, I'll help you carry it to the station. No, it's no big deal. I refused with a smile. After taking the change, he looked at me trustfully. Hey, to be honest, this is the first time I see a female trader. Look at your clothes, you don't look unemployed. I snorted in my heart. It's the first time I see one. Wait 2 years and see if there are many women. Brother, the word trader is not nice. I emphasized the point. Also, don't discriminate against female comrades. As long as men can do it, women can do it too. Yes, women can hold up half the sky. He laughed, his eyes were full of light. Traitor is not nice, then aren't we traitors? Otherwise, sister, what do you think we are, tailors? It's even worse. I looked back at the crowded crowds at the morning market, hooked my finger at him, and waited for him to lean over in confusion before I spoke seriously. Broker, do you understand? Broker? He frowned. I exhaled. Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian says that the world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. It is a neutral word, also called broker. The ancients said that the warp is the vertical thread of the fabric, and the discipline is to find the clues of the scattered threads, which means threading a needle and introducing useful things to those in need. Do you understand? He frowned and looked at me suspiciously, and after a while he actually laughed. Hey! I didn't know that you are still a cultured person. I smiled and thought to myself that this was what the uncle said to me. The word broker is too ugly, so I can make up for it myself. After a few jokes, he gave me 2 handkerchiefs. We got to know each other. I called him Brother Kui when I left. Honestly, when I heard his last name, my mind flashed for a second. With Sister Wen's experience, I paid special attention to these acquaintances, but there was no one surnamed Kui in the nursing home or among the uncles I was familiar with. I didn't dig this person out of my mind until I squeezed out of the crowd at the morning market. I shook my head. Maybe he had lived in a nursing home, but I was not that familiar with him. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, I returned to the compound panting with a full bag. Huang Lanxiang was already waiting for me at the door. When she saw me, she ran over from a distance. Girl! Where have you been? Can you lend me your bicycle? I nodded, put down the bag and wiped my sweat. Lend it, can I lend it to them? I've said it, wait for me to get it for you. Huang Lanxiang didn't ask me what I was doing with the bag. She turned around and ran towards the logistics direction of the canteen of the compound. I was tired all morning, and it was just right for me to take a breath standing at the gate of the compound. The family members of the compound passed by me in 2s and 3s, and I inexplicably had a lot more turning heads. At first I was wondering why everyone was looking at me. After a few seconds, this voice drifted into my ears. Hey, that's Jindwayu, look at her clothes, she looks pretty energetic. I straightened my back when I heard it, put one hand in my trouser pocket, and felt that the female compatriots in the 1980s were not bad. Forget it, I don't see what's good about it. What's so arrogant? See the shoes she wears, white shoes, only women who are not serious and like to show off wear them. I hissed in my heart and glanced at the shoes. Wearing a pair of white shoes is not serious? What logic? Of course, she is still dressed up like a goblin after getting married. I saw her saluting the little soldier at the door when she went in and out. She seduces whoever she meets. She is not decent. She embarrasses Dr. Hua. She will be kicked out sooner or later. Fuck you. I turned and looked at the 3 women in the yard who were looking at me like a monkey and making comments about me. Just as I was about to speak, I saw Huang Lanxiang pushing a big 28 bike and running over, shouting and panting, Girl! The bike is borrowed. Hey! She also borrowed a bicycle. Can you ride it? The 3 women really spared no effort in gossiping, and only I was left to share the sunflower seeds. The bicycle belongs to the logistics department, and she can't afford to pay for it if it is broken. Huang Lanxiang was sweating as she ran over pushing the bike. Girl, this bike is big, you ride it, hey. I didn't wait for her to finish. I crossed over the big crossbeam of the bike, pushed my butt towards the seat, rang the bell and stepped on the pedals towards the 3 women. Oh tilde. Explode, little universe. Hey, hey, hey. Why is she running towards us? The 3 women were frightened by my aggressive appearance, and the 3-person gang immediately disintegrated, and the whole gang was in chaos. Huang Lanxiang had hated them for a long time. Seeing this, she shouted for me to be careful while slapping her thighs and laughing. I rode around the 3 of them and pointed at one of the women with bun hair, which I of yours saw me being indecent. She was so scared that her feet were messy and she fell to the ground after a few steps. Ouch. The other 2 did not dare to help her, and they fled in fear. One of them ran fast and rushed into the building, and the one who ran slowly was chased by me on my bicycle. Hey. Who did I seduce? You haven't told me yet. I don't know. The one who ran slowly was chased by me and stood at the wall and dared not move. When the front wheel was about to hit her, she was scared and said, Oh my God. Covering my eyes, I smiled and squeezed the brake. After a sharp sound, the bike body tilted slightly. I tiptoed on one leg and raised my arm to the handlebars, asking, "Can I ride?" So easy. When I first learned it, I still rode with my crotch out. Her face turned pale, and she kept nodding to me while trembling all over. "Yes, you will." I pulled the corner of my mouth. "Are you scared?" She nodded woodenly, then shook her head. I smiled at her kindly. "I'm just joking with you, don't mind it." I turned the handlebars and got on the car again, but the woman slid down to the ground, holding her chest. "Mom." Many family members and employees in the hospital had stopped to look at me. Huang Lanxiang stood at the gate of the hospital and held her stomach with laughter. I waved my arms at her. "Hey, Xiaolan!" Huang Lanxiang shouted. "Girl, don't use one hand. It's dangerous." My desire to perform was instantly strong. I suddenly opened my arms and pedaled towards Huang Lanxiang like a bird. The breeze blew on my face. I could even imagine what Jin Duyu looked like at this moment, a 19-year-old girl with a fair face and a ponytail, wearing a white shirt and green military pants, with a wanton and meaningless face. The crowd in the yard suddenly whistled, and I don't know who took the lead in applauding. Wow. No need for hands. Huang Lanxiang was completely stunned until I braked and got off the bike in front of her, then she came to her senses and shouted, "Sister! You are amazing!" I smiled and looked back. Everyone in the yard had left. Even the woman sitting on the ground got up and went back to the building in shame. I felt helpless. It's true that if a tree is not pruned, it won't grow straight. If a person is not pruned, he will be angry. If he is not scared, his tongue will be short. I put the luggage bag on the back seat of the bicycle, tied it up, and told Huang Lanxiang to wait for me at home, and I was ready to set off. I saw that the little soldier on guard was trying to hold back his laughter. He was probably amused by my cat chasing the mouse just now. I was in a good mood and hummed a song unconsciously. "Let's go." Huang Lanxiang asked in confusion. "Girl, what did you say? Who is your little apple?" I smiled and pedaled the bike, looking back at her. "You will know in 35 years, where you can still jump." Chapter 14 Scenery. The bike rode along the dirt road in the opposite direction of the city, which was also the place where the girl walked away with her breasts after exchanging eggs yesterday. I didn't expect that a basket of eggs would actually open the door to my Xiao Xin trader. The door to trade. It took less than 3 minutes to ride and I saw the military camp. I didn't have time to look carefully. I felt the solemnity just by passing by, and I unconsciously felt layers of respect in my heart. Field troops, the most bitter and tired, and also fighting on the front line. They are said to be the cutest people, but in my opinion, they are also the hardest and most respectable people. After passing through the main gate of the army, there are no houses to be seen. The left and right sides of the road are basically all large fields of crops. It is not winter yet, and the corn stalks have been cut down. Some of them are just sharp roots sticking out there, and some are thin and swaying in the fields like sentinels. When the wind blows, there are all the sounds of dry corn leaves rustling. The wind is a bit cold, and the wheels of the big 28 are also big. I pedal very fast. The dirt road is very wide and flat, and I can vaguely see the ruts. It is probably made by the army vehicles driving back and forth. If I am not wrong, the army's training ground should also be in this direction. I was muttering in my heart, and half an hour later, the idea in my mind was confirmed. The road forked. There are still fields in front of me, and the road splits to the left and right, forming a Y shape. I got off the car and took a look. I decisively chose the dirt road on the right-hand side without ruts and potholes to continue moving forward. There are too few motor vehicles these days, and only the army has the ability to flatten the road. Although I was sure that the choice was right, the road became more and more difficult to walk. I couldn't sit still because of the bumps. The sweat on my forehead began to seep out layer by layer. My calves were sore and twitching. The sun was shining brightly above my head. It seemed that the only things that accompanied me were the sound of corn leaves and my own panting. I really admire the girl yesterday. How did she walk to the suburban bus station carrying a basket of eggs and her milk? She was so determined. I didn't dare to rest. I could only silently comfort myself while arching my back and gritting my teeth. Xiao Xin, your heart is so strong now. The money is not picked up for nothing. What's the point of this little suffering? About 2 hours later, I finally saw the scattered houses and the open village entrance, with smoke curling up and dogs barking faintly. I squeezed the brake and squinted my eyes, then exhaled a long breath. Finally arrived. I took out my handkerchief and wiped my sweat, and immediately forgot about the dust on the road. I shook myself and pedaled into the village. A few young girls and wives were chatting under the willow tree at the entrance of the village. As soon as I saw them from a distance, they started to ring the bell. When the pleasant sound of ding 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 came out, they looked over at me in unison. I was secretly happy, but I kept ringing the bell, as if someone in front of me was deliberately blocking my way. Oh, it's a bicycle. The ringtone is so beautiful, like the sound of a lark. Their expressions were puzzled at first, then turned to envy, and they began to talk about me. It's obvious that she is from the city. I rode very slowly, swaying and looking around, and then I gently pressed the brake in front of them, propped my legs on the ground, and asked knowingly, "Excuse me, is this Qinghe village?" Yes, this is Qinghe village. They were very enthusiastic, rushing to reply to me. Their eyes were sparkling. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for son Hongyun. Hongyun. Hongyun's family lives inside. I was a little uncomfortable with their enthusiasm. That's not right. A big girl who showed me the way frowned at me. I haven't heard that Hongyun has relatives in the city. What do you want to see her for? I kept smiling. It's like this. She exchanged eggs for a scarf for me yesterday. I think the eggs are very good, so today I wanted to ask her if she still has eggs. I want to exchange more. You exchanged a scarf for Hongyun. They were so excited that they approached me in unison. She was wearing it this morning to show off. It's a red checkered one, isn't it? Yes. I nodded, looked at the thin girl closest to me and said, "Thank you for showing me the way. I'm going to find Hongyun." Wait. The thin girl raised her hand and grabbed my handlebars, her eyes wide open. You mean, I have to exchange eggs with Hongyun? I nodded slightly, yes. She was a little anxious, pulling my handlebars and glancing at the back seat of my car. I have eggs at home. Can I exchange a scarf with you? I have eggs at home. I want to exchange too. As soon as the thin girl finished speaking, the others beside her also joined in. Those who had few eggs at home began to get nervous. I want to exchange too, but can you wait until I have more? I smiled and looked at them helplessly. I didn't bring a scarf this time. I think Hongyun has a scarf, so I can't ask for it anymore. So, I brought nylon socks this time. Nylon socks. Their eyes lit up. Are they the kind of nylon socks that can only be bought in the city with industrial rolls? I nodded, yes, they have good elasticity and patterns. 10 eggs for a pair of nylon socks. I think Hongyun. Hongyun's eggs are all for your scarf. The thin girl said anxiously. She has only 5 chickens in total. Where can she get those eggs? A short-haired girl next to her also nodded. Yes, my family has a lot of chickens. I'll take 10 eggs for a pair of nylon socks. I have 10 eggs at home. I can't control the situation. When I see this, I waved my hand to signal them to be quiet. Well, I'll go to Hongyun first. If you want to change your socks, come to Hongyun's house to find me. 10 eggs for a pair of nylon socks. If Hongyun's house is not enough, I will change them for you. I'll wait for you at Hongyun's house. They were still a little worried. Are there enough nylon socks? Don't let us get the eggs and you'll have no more socks. Enough. After taking the reassurance pill, they hurriedly ran towards their homes. After running more than 10 meters, the thin girl turned back and told me, "I'll go to Hongyun's house to find you in a while. Make sure to leave me a pair of nylon socks." No problem. I responded, smiling and watching their backs running away. What simple and lovely girls. I was relieved. The reason why I didn't bring a scarf this time was because the price of the scarf was too high. It seems wise at present. But what I want to thank the most is the current national conditions. I got on the bike happily and continued to ride towards Hongyun's house, ringing the bell. The villagers passing by all cast envious eyes at my bike, revealing my loser temperament. I used to ride an electric donkey in wind and rain, and who would look at me more? I didn't expect that in this day and age the one who rode a big Forever actually got the same amount of attention as the one who rode a Bugatti Veyron. A big 28, it dazzled the whole village. What a difference. I enjoyed the process, and on the surface I was calm and relaxed. I rode very slowly on purpose, and my fingers hurt from pressing the bell. When I saw a woman in her 20s or 30s, I stopped and asked politely, "Excuse me, is son Hongyun's house inside?" After getting the answer, I told her the reason for my visit, and then she agreed to meet me at her house instead. It took me more than 10 minutes to ride to a place that could have taken only 3 or 5 minutes. I was so happy that I even forgot about the pain in my butt. Chapter 15. I can beat 10. When I arrived at Sun Hongyun's house, there were already more than a dozen villagers who were eager to get the news. A child wearing open crotch pants ran to report the news first. Sister Hongyun, someone is looking for you. To be honest, the houses of this era were not very good, especially in the countryside. They were made of stone or brick, and were grey and looked like those in period dramas. However, Sun Hongyun's house was definitely a new height. The yellow mud walls were full of cracks, and the open wooden doors were at best a few wooden fences. I thought they were shabby for decoration. Who's here? Sun Hongyun answered in the yard and walked out of the broken wooden door of her house. She was still wearing the patched pants that were too short. I don't know what she was doing at home. The tip of her nose was rubbed with black dust. She wiped it with the back of her hand while looking at the child, Tai-dan, who is looking for me. Sister. I was holding the bicycle and watching her from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. I saw Sun Hongyun looking at me along the child's hand and immediately called me in surprise. I pulled the corner of my mouth to respond, and my heart was sour, and I couldn't explain the feeling. Sister, why are you here? She ran over in a few steps, and I got a little nervous as soon as she got close to me. It can't be eggs. Eggs are good. I immediately dispelled her concerns. I'm here to thank you. Thank you for what? She felt relieved and embarrassed. The villagers said my scarf looks good, and they envy me. I nodded and followed her into the yard. She was a little puzzled when she saw the villagers behind me. Why are they following you? I don't know. I shrugged my shoulders and pretended to be ignorant. I couldn't say that this was the result of my showing off my wealth all the way, and the purpose was to advertise. Hongyun smiled softly and touched my handlebars. It must be because of the bicycle. No one in our village has one. They are curious when they see you riding here. It's really impressive. How long did it take you to get to our village? Less than 2 hours. The road conditions are too bad, otherwise it would save more time. So fast. Hongyun, who had never experienced advanced transportation, naturally thought that this speed was amazing. She pulled my hand and was about to go into their house. You must be tired. Come in and sit for a while. My grandma went to the field and will be back soon. No need for now. I estimated that the girls would bring eggs soon, so I quickly told Hongyun the purpose of my visit. Hongyun was depressed after listening to me. She looked at the luggage bag on the back seat of my car, raised her hand and pointed at the hens in her small broken yard. Sister, I don't have many chickens. Those 50 were saved up with great difficulty. Are you really bringing nylon stockings again? Seeing me nod, Hongyun got anxious. How about you wait, just 10 days, I can still save a dozen eggs, or you can catch a chicken. Nylon stockings. I want them too. To be honest, I feel that I am a bit unkind. In these days, the scarcity of materials is even more unfair to rural people. First, their transportation is inconvenient. Although it is only more than 60 miles away, some elderly people have no chance to go to the city in their entire lives. What can they do in the city? You need a ticket to buy anything. Without a city hukou, a unit, or a job, where can anyone give you various tickets? Not to mention rural people, even urban people themselves sometimes have to ask for favors to buy something. There is no way. This is the disadvantage of the planned economy. Looking back now, it is inevitable that it will be abandoned by the times. I know very well how valuable a chicken is to her family. Hongyun, I can't kill the chicken for its eggs. So, you keep the chicken and save the eggs slowly. Remember, we will be friends in the future. Hongyun got excited when I mentioned friends and kept nodding her head. Sister, are you really willing to be friends with me? Don't you think I'm from the countryside? I smiled and said, what's wrong with being from the countryside? Without you, city people would be hungry. Just after I said a few words, a female voice came from the door. Comrade from the city, I brought the eggs. Looking back, the fastest one was the thin girl. She was carrying a basket of country eggs like she was fighting her way out of the encirclement. She squeezed in from the villagers at the door, her face flushed. Leave the socks for me. I immediately entered combat mode, unloaded the luggage bag in my hand and nodded to her. You came early, you can still pick the color. The thin girl was happy, carrying a basket of eggs and ran to me. looking expectantly at me as I took out a few pairs of socks from the bag. Pink, green, red, which one do you want? Hey! It's nylon socks. The villagers at the door who had only been whispering about my bicycle at first were shocked again, and they stretched their necks to look at my hands, and the loud one shouted to me directly, "This is you need an industrial coupon, right?" "No industrial coupons, 10 eggs for a pair." I responded loudly, shouting, "Made by a big manufacturer in the south. Good elasticity, beautiful patterns. Strong and durable, just these socks. If you go to a department store in the city, you will have to pay more than 1 yuan for an industrial coupon." "Yes, I know." A 50-year-old uncle stood at the door with his hands behind his back. "My daughter-in-law bought 2 pairs for me last year when she came to the city, and that was because my son had a job in the county, otherwise the salesperson wouldn't sell them to you without industrial coupons." The villagers next to him agreed. Yes, the salespersons in the city department stores all look down on people. As soon as they open their mouths, they ask if there are tickets or coupons, very arrogant. I was secretly happy in my heart, and I really have to thank this uncle. Just as I thought about it, the thin girl in front of me couldn't hold back. "Pink, I want a pair of pink and a pair of red." 20 eggs, you count them. Okay. I handed her the socks and handed the basket to Hongyun. "Hongyun, help me look at it." Hongyun didn't say anything, and she consciously helped me with the work. There was a little pride in her eyes. I didn't think much about it. I knew that she was proud of having friends in the city and being looked up to by the villagers. And it was because of her that I could successfully start my fists inching her village. "Sister, it's 20. After counting, Hongyun also reported to me, fulfilling her duties. The thin girl happily held the socks and laughed at Hongyun, meaning that they all lived in the same village. Who couldn't trust who? Actually, this was also my little thought. I let Hongyun touch my hands to prevent anyone in the village from being a bad guy or having problems to cheat me. You have to be on guard against others. While the two of them were talking, the women who had greeted them before came in one after another with eggs. One brought 10 eggs, and the other brought 20 eggs. In less than 10 minutes, I only had 2 pairs of green socks left in my hand. The last 2 pairs. Green nylon socks. Only 2 pairs left. The short-haired girl who came late was still panting while carrying a basket. She looked at the socks in my hand and then at the pink and red ones in her sister's hands. "Are there no other colors? I want pink ones." I shook the last 2 pairs of socks in my hand and stood in the middle of the broken courtyard that was packed with people. The last 2 pairs. The short-haired girl held the eggs and made a bitter face. "I want pink ones. Lehong, can you change the pink ones for me?" The thin girl who got the first chance hugged the socks in her arms when she heard the voice. "No, I like pink and red." She also took into account the sisterhood a little bit and said perfunctorily, "Green is also okay." "Hongyun, isn't green also beautiful?" Hongyun was counting eggs for me, and she responded without raising her head, "Any color is fine, the most important thing is nylon socks. I can't buy them." The short-haired girl was still hesitant, but "Girl, let me tell you, my favorite color is green. Do you know why?" The short-haired girl shook her head. I was not in a hurry, holding up the 2 pairs of socks in my hand, and the shape was like an Olympic torchbearer. As the saying goes, if you want to live a good life, you have to wear some green. The spring breeze of reform is blowing all over the land, green mountains, green waters and black soil, stepping on a piece of green, harvesting thousands of acres of land in autumn. Good. The villagers who were watching started to make a noise after hearing me shout. The educated people in this city are good at talking. Green is good. Green is like corn seedlings. A good omen. Damn, I want to brag about my talent. I want green. The short-haired girl was still confused, and several women rushed in with baskets behind her. "I like green." "Okay." I handed out a pair of socks, and the thin girl who came first pushed the short-haired girl. "Change quickly. We'll discuss if you want pink later, don't run out." The short-haired girl woke up from her dream and stretched out her hand anxiously. "I came first. I want the last pair." The elder sister who made a move at almost the same time as her was unhappy. "Guimai, you just said you don't like green, 10 eggs, girl, give me the last pair of socks." The short-haired girl was anxious. "I came first." TSK. The elder sister rolled her eyes. "What's wrong with you coming first? Who told you to dawdle? Girl, give it to me, I'll have 2 more eggs." "Oh, you can do this." Hongyun looked at me nervously. She was afraid that the two women would fight. I was not afraid of big trouble. I tiptoed slightly and said, "The last pair of socks, this lady has offered 12 eggs. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. 12 eggs once, 12 eggs twice. 13. The short-haired woman was furious. I opened my eyes wide. What's your name? Guimai offered 13 eggs once, 13 chickens. 14. The emotions of the two women were completely aroused by me. Not to mention the two of them, the villagers who were in a daze were excited, rubbing their hands and helping. Guimai. She has 14. You had more. The short-haired woman's eyes were red. She gritted her teeth and raised her arm, 5 fingers spread wide. I have 15. 15. I sighed in my heart. Her face was really full of, I can fight 10. When a woman shows this energy, it's quite scary. Chapter 16. Small profits but quick turnover. Go when you see the profit. Sister. Hongyun nervously tugged at my collar beside me. I knew what she was afraid of. We lived in the same village, and it would be bad if things got awkward. I received the signal and immediately stopped while I was ahead. Seeing that the elder sister was still rolling up her sleeves to argue with Guimai, I hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Sister, please show your character and give this pair of socks to Guimai. Don't worry, I have other things. The elder sister was not stupid. She glanced at the eggs she had brought and quickly calculated the accounts in her mind. After giving Guimai a look, she didn't say anything and stood there unwillingly. Guimai was proud. She snorted and counted 15 eggs from the basket to exchange for my socks, completely forgetting that she didn't want it just now. Women's psychology is really hard to figure out. The fire was put out here, but the villagers who were watching were not satisfied yet. Their emotions were completely aroused by my live auction. They stretched their necks to look at my luggage bag. Girl. There are really no socks. No socks. I wiped the sweat off my face and waved my hand. Seeing the disappointment on everyone's face, I took out the soap from the luggage bag like a magic trick, but there is a Shanghai brand sandalwood soap. Only 4 eggs can be exchanged for 1. 4. The thin girl was in high spirits again. Fragrant soap, let me smell it. Sandalwood soap, used by the royal court, pure Chinese medicine formula. I handed her a piece and then used the advertising spirit again. After washing your face with this, you can smell the fragrance 10 miles away. If you want good skin, use soap every morning and evening. Don't worry if you use it up, you will find your ideal husband soon. A married woman is a treasure. Take good care of herself after using soap. 28 this year, 18 next year. The head of the family is so happy. This made the villagers who were watching happy. There were people standing at the door and squatting on the wall. After I said a sentence, they shouted in cooperation. I thought I was a stand-up comedian. I didn't know what I was shouting. I just kept talking nonsense. The villagers didn't let me stop. I wasted my time. The effect is needless to say. A piece of soap only costs 4 eggs, which is much easier to replace than socks. To use a fashionable word, it is small profits but quick turnover, and you can leave when you see the profit. The important thing is that I am a living advertisement myself. No, to be precise, Jindwayu has several women asked me if I used soap every day. I nodded and they went home to get eggs without hesitation. I had to thank Jindwayu for her natural good skin. After more than an hour of hard work, 200 eggs were in place. More than 200, a careful check showed that there were 205 eggs. 10 pairs of socks were exchanged for 105 eggs, 5 more than expected. 25 pieces of soap were exchanged, 100 eggs, and 5 pieces of sandalwood soap were left. Some women saw it and wanted to exchange eggs. I didn't agree, and waved my hand and told them to wait for me to exchange next time. I couldn't take too many eggs at once. The villagers who watched me left were so reluctant to leave. I think they usually have too few entertainment options. There is no TV, so they can only wait to watch 2 open-air movies throughout the year. My arrival indirectly became a way for them to have fun. I asked Hongyun to get me a large basin of water, and then put the exchanged eggs in the water to see how much they sink. This is a way to check whether the eggs are fresh. It is also a trick I often used when I bought them in the nursing home. Since they are for children to eat, I must be cautious. If something really happens, I can't take the responsibility. After checking, I felt relieved to see that all the eggs sank to the bottom of the water. This means that they are all fresh. It seems that the villagers of Qinghe village are really simple and honest, and they don't fool people. Hong Yun found 2 large baskets, first spread thick straw under the baskets, and then carefully placed the eggs on them, spreading a layer of straw and a layer of eggs. There were 205 eggs, which just took 2 large baskets. Sister, can you ride a bike with 2 baskets? Okay, tie one to the back seat and hang one on the handlebars. As long as the basket is strong, it will be fine. I agreed with my mouth, weighing the time in my heart. I agreed to send it to the kindergarten tonight, and I can't break my promise. Hong Yun worked very quickly. She was busy with me, and her nose was sweating. In addition to the black ash from before, her face was rubbed into a cat-like shape without knowing it. I couldn't help laughing when I saw her like this. I thought she was cute. Hong Yun, thank you. Thank you for what? Hong Yun pulled the corner of her mouth and used a hemp rope to help me tighten it. Sister Le Hong and the others envy me. None of them have friends in the city. Not only do I have a bicycle, but I also exchange eggs for them. I didn't say much. When Hong Yun finished, I took my travel bag and took out 2 bars of soap and handed them to her. For you. Hong Yun was stunned and took a step back. I don't want it, I don't have. Keep it. I stuffed it into her hand. We are friends and you still say this. Her face turned red again, and she carefully put the soap under her nose and smelled it. It smells so good. Sister, thank you. Don't call me sister, call me Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin? What's your last name? Hong Yun looked at me a little confused. I'm 18, you should be older than me, you have to call me sister. I scratched my head. Hong Yun, my full name is Jindwayu, and my nickname is Xiao Xin. 3 Jinshin, are we friends? From now on, you can just call me by my nickname Xiao Xin. I am only 1 year older than you. Don't call me sister. Hong Yun hummed, not arguing. Then Sister Xiao Xin, when will you come back? This. I frowned, not necessarily. I'll leave you my phone number later, you can call me if you have anything. We have a phone in the village office, you can't just use it casually. I almost forgot that even I, a mobile phone addict, have adapted to the days without a mobile phone. Then I'll leave you an address, you can come to me if you have something urgent. Hong Yun smiled. Okay, I'll get some paper and write it down. I followed her into their house and saw a dark scene. I had prepared myself for their house from the outside, but after entering, I found that it was not as good as the outside. There is a saying that goes, poor as a clang, and Hong Yun's family can hardly make a clang. The yellow mud kang, the kang mat made of sorghum stalks, the walls were covered with faded New Year pictures and old newspapers, which were layered like sores. Their mud floor was not even smooth, and the furniture was just a kang cabinet and a broken table, without even a decent chair to sit on. All these can be I could not overcome it, but the terrible thing was that the room felt oppressive. I looked up and saw that the ceiling was very low, and it was also covered with various waste newspapers. The 4 sides were low, and the middle was convex. It seemed to be full of water and covered with a layer of fly feces. In addition, there was a black light bulb hanging like a hanged ghost. If I had a mobile phone, I would post a circle of friends to let everyone see how hard it is to have a good life, and cherish it while you can. Just as I was complaining, I heard a boom 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 sound from above my head. I stared at the paper-pasted ceiling. Why did it suddenly sound like an army approaching? What's that sound? Hong Yun was looking for a book in the drawer, turned to look at me and smiled embarrassedly. It's a mouse, tossing in the shed. It's okay, it can't fall down during the day. I was surprised. It's late, can it fall down at night? Hong Yun hummed, her face covered in black and grey showed a sense of accustomed to it. Sometimes when I sleep, I feel itchy on my face, so I scratch it and the mouse runs away. It doesn't bite people. Xiao Xin, is my house too shabby? My back numb, I have lived a comfortable life for too long, and I feel a kind of inexplicable discomfort when I suddenly see this environment. I smiled with the corners of my mouth. It doesn't matter what kind of house I live in, what matters is who I am with, and whether I am happy or not, this is the most important thing. Affection. Are you full of water? Wipe it off. Hong Yun smiled and took a pen to write down my temporary address in a dirty grid book. I glanced at her handwriting. It was pretty, but small. Xiao Xin. I still have crayons. So she thought. Oh, forget it, just think she called me a nickname. Just when I was about to say goodbye, I heard another clang sound. I was sweating in my heart. I really have to take back the words that I was too poor to make a sound. I walked over and found that the iron pipe used to guide the smoke from the kitchen stove had fallen over and was lying flat on the ground. You were repairing the stove when I came. Hong Yun nodded. It has to be burned in winter. My house is connected to the fire wall, and it's a bit blocked. I was repairing it, and I didn't expect you to come. I asked her why there was black ash on her nose, and turned to look at her. Why are you doing this job? Where are your parents? Dead. I didn't ask any more questions when I saw her lower her head. I glanced at the sunlight in the yard to judge the time. I rolled up my sleeves and walked towards the kitchen. I'll fix it for you. This rough work is not for women. Hong Yun was stunned. Can you repair the stove? Yes. No. You city people are delicate and can't do it. The clothes are so dirty. I smiled and took the iron chimney to the yard, found a stone and squatted down. Clang clang. I smashed it, and after rounding it, I found a piece of wire to clear the dust on the inner wall. I stood up and went back to the kitchen to step on the stove and the vent to connect it. You must be careful when using this thing, otherwise it is easy to get poisoned by soot. Hong Yun looked at me blankly. She didn't react until I finished and clapped my hands. Xiao Xin, how did you do it so well? I smiled and didn't answer. I looked at my masterpiece and thought to myself, Buddy is now a good woman. I can fix the stove and get eggs in exchange. What is this called, being able to go to the living room and the kitchen? Hong Yun felt guilty that my clothes were dirty from repairing the stove, and kept asking me to change them so she could wash them for me. I waved my hand and said it was okay, then bent down and took out a bar of soap from my bag and handed it to her. By the way, this bar of soap, please give it to Guimai, the girl with short hair. Guimai. I nodded. Didn't she take 5 extra eggs? She was in such a desperate situation at that time, so I'll give her a bar of soap. One thing is one thing, and I can't take advantage of her. Hong Yun kept saying thank you, and finally said the same thing as Huang Lanxiang. Xiao Xin, you are so nice. You are a very good person. I didn't say much. I wasn't a good person, just an ordinary person. I got on the bicycle with random thoughts, and when I turned around to confirm the tightness of the basket again, a confident male voice came from the door. Are you the one who came from the city to exchange eggs? Chapter 17. What ways? I was stunned for a moment and turned to look. The man was about 50 years old, with a square face, wearing a blue liberation cap and a grey Zhongshan jacket. He looked like an old cadre. Before I could respond, Hong Yun came forward and said, Captain Liu, what do you want? Captain? Seeing Hong Yun's somewhat nervous look, I knew what he was talking about. The captain of the production team. Although the production captain was not as high-ranking as the village head these days, he had considerable power. He was in charge of the division of cultivated land and housing land issues. I just came to see. Captain Liu looked at me as he spoke, with a hint of ambiguity between his eyebrows, neither smiling nor angry, making it hard to tell what he meant. I heard from the villagers that a city girl came to Hong Yun's house and she is eloquent and has made our village lively. I didn't expect that she is such a young girl. Captain, she is my sister. Hong Yun said with a trembling voice, exchange eggs. Originally, they wanted to exchange them for me, but my family. Why are you so nervous? Captain Liu frowned at Hong Yun, and I got out of the car and walked to Captain Liu, took out a pack of cigarettes from my pocket and handed it to him. Captain Liu, you smoke. I didn't expect that I would alarm such a senior cadre like you when I first entered the village. As I spoke, I gave Hong Yun a look of it's okay, I can handle it myself. Captain Liu took the cigarette and smiled. Hey, Dakian men, you're a female comrade and you still smoke. I don't smoke, this is specially prepared for Captain Liu. Captain Liu laughed twice. You don't even know me, what can I prepare, you sly guy? I laughed along. Captain, everyone knows that Qinghe village has beautiful mountains, rivers, and people. I've been thinking about this egg since I ate it once, so I thought about exchanging some. I promise, I've never violated anything. I know. He took a puff of the cigarette I handed over and glanced back at Hong Yun standing not far away, and lowered his voice. Do you have a job in the city? How could it be possible? I frowned. Can I just run away if I have a job? I just live in the city and don't have a job. He nodded, exhaled smoke and looked at my bicycle again. The bicycle is really nice. I hummed, pondering his eyes. Captain, you are such a senior cadre, but the village didn't give you a bicycle. What kind of cadre am I? Captain Liu said, his eyes lingering on my bicycle. The county only gives 10 bicycle quotas to the town every year, how can we get one? If the village wants to equip a bicycle for work, it can only find a way to buy it, but it's not easy to get a ticket. Okay, I finally understand. Captain, you mean you want a bicycle ticket? Can you get one? Captain Liu's eyes lit up. One is enough. We village carters take turns riding. Otherwise, it's inconvenient to go to town for a meeting. If we can't get a ride, we have to walk. It takes 5 or 6 hours to go back and forth, and all the time is wasted on the road. This. I don't dare to brag about haiku. This is the difficulty of the year. Money is useless, and it's still a ticket. Among them, the 3 turns and 1 ring are called the 4 major items, that is, bicycles, watches, sewing machines, and tape recorders. They are the most advanced and the most difficult. Seeing that I didn't respond, Captain Liu continued, I know it's hard to get tickets. I can't count on the town. You are active in talking and doing things. You are a city person. You must have more connections than us rural people. If you can get it, I will thank you with this amount. He stretched out 4 fingers to me and whispered, 40. I still didn't say anything. I understand his mentality. I also know a little about the people's sentiments of the big gap between urban and rural areas. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to exchange eggs so easily. To put it bluntly, aren't we taking advantage of the scarcity of goods? But I don't know any capable people yet. It might be useful to find Hui Yi. It won't be a big deal for him. The real city carters are about to start looking for car quoters, but I don't have any friendship with Hui Yi. I'm asking for bicycle tickets when I open my mouth. It's asking for trouble. Captain Liu probably didn't know what I was thinking. He gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, 50, the highest. It would be a lie if I didn't feel moved. Captain Liu, I know you want a bicycle to facilitate your work. I understand your feelings. I can only say that I will go back and think of a way. I can't guarantee whether I can get it. Captain Liu nodded, I know it's difficult, but I just want to try more. I don't know any senior carters, and I don't have any relatives in the city, so I rely on you to make an effort. I agreed to send Captain Liu out, and wrote down the phone number of the village office. He wanted to return the cigarettes to me, but I refused. I didn't smoke them myself, so it was no big deal to give them to him. It wasn't until Captain Liu walked away that Hongyan followed him hesitantly. Xiao Xin, what did our captain talk to you about? Why can't you exchange eggs? It's not about eggs. I replied and asked Hongyan about Captain Liu's usual behavior. Knowing that he had a good reputation, I felt relieved. I got on the bicycle and said goodbye to Hongyan. I was still thinking about the bicycle ticket in my mind. Where to get it? When I left the village, the thin girls were still waving at me, meaning that I should not forget to come back after eating the eggs. They also changed them for me. Next time, you should bring a scarf. A short plush one. I want to change my scarf. Gloves, I want thread gloves. Comrade, don't forget my hairpin, I want to change to a plexiglass hairpin. Okay. No problem, wait until I come next time. I responded repeatedly, and they were still shouting after me after riding a long way. If it were the 21st century, this would be the fans I captured. If time was not limited, I really wanted to take out a pen and paper to write down everyone's needs. What's wrong with matching the seams? You have to find the seams before you can match them. I pedaled very slowly on the dirt road of the fork. The road was uneven, and I was afraid of shaking the eggs. I got off the bike and pushed slowly in some places that were difficult to walk on. I had to ensure that they were safely delivered to the kindergarten. It was the first shot. No matter how much money we got, we had to do it perfectly. Once we were on the main road, the weather was good, the wind started to push my back, the sky was blue, there was no one on the road, the bike was easy to ride, and I was so excited that I was almost singing and galloping all the way, having fun. I didn't go back to the compound first. I passed the hospital and rode my bike onto the asphalt road. When I arrived at the kindergarten, Sister Wen mentioned, the sky and the earth were already dim. Sister Wen seemed to have been waiting for me there early. When she saw me, she smiled and raised her hand from a distance. Xiao Jin, here. Hey. I got off the bike in front of Sister Wen, panting. My calves suddenly softened for no reason. Sister Wen was so scared that she hurriedly supported me. Xiao Jin, are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. I've been riding the bike for a long time, and my legs are a little numb. Sister Wen looked at me up and down in surprise. Xiao Jin, why are you so dirty? Did you fall somewhere? I looked down at my shirt that was dirty from repairing the stove, and smiled heartlessly. This is nothing. Look at the eggs. There are 200 of them. I definitely completed the task successfully. Oh, thank you for your hard work, thank you for your hard work. I trouble you so much. Sister Wen sighed and took me in through the side door of the kindergarten, and called her friend and the canteen staff to take the eggs and check the number. The children had already finished school, and the classroom was empty. I sat at the small desk and waited by myself. 10 minutes later, Sister Wen walked into the classroom with a gentle smile. Xiao Jin, the chef in the canteen said that your eggs are guaranteed to be fresh. More than 200 eggs, not a single one was broken. You really worked hard. I smiled. Sister Wen, the villagers in Qinghe village know that eggs are for children to eat, and they are also very happy. Everyone knows that children are the flowers of the motherland and must be carefully nurtured. What I do is the best of both worlds. It is not hard work, and it is nothing. Hurry up and pay the bill so I can go home and lie down for a while. My legs are shaking. Sister Wen nodded and was about to speak again when a woman of about her age knocked on the door. I looked over and the woman smiled at me politely. Sister Wen got up and walked to the door to chat with her for a few words. When she came back, she had a few bills in her hand. Xiao Jin, my friend said the eggs are very good. Here are 40 yuan. Count them. I was refreshed when I saw the money. I took the money and thanked you repeatedly. No need to count. I trust you. The woman might be the principal of this kindergarten. She must have been checking the eggs just now. I didn't think too much about it. Seeing that there were only Sister Wen and I in the classroom, I turned around and took my luggage bag. I took out a piece of sandalwood soap and the 5 eggs I had divided before. Sister Wen, this is my thank you. Thank you for trusting me. Sister Wen was a little surprised. When I saw Sister Wen was about to take out money, I held her hand. Sister Wen, please don't give me money. To be honest, we just met by chance. You can give me such a big task, which is a recognition of me. These 5 eggs and soap are all my gratitude to you. Sister Wen said, this soap costs several cents, and there are eggs. Xiao Jin, you make me embarrassed. I'll be embarrassed if you don't accept it. Sister Wen smiled helplessly and nodded at me, whispering, okay, thank you then. She sighed, from this incident, I can see that you have good character. I didn't make a mistake in choosing you. I didn't understand what she meant. Anyway, I had paid back the favor, worked hard, and earned the money with peace of mind. I was preparing to say goodbye. Just as I was about to get up, Sister Wen took out a test paper from her purse. Xiao Jin, actually, I have something else to trouble you. What does this mean? I looked at the test paper in her hand. English test paper. Sister Wen nodded, took out a pen and handed it to me, looking at her tentatively. This is the question my son's teacher gave me, see if you can do it. I didn't say anything, took her test paper and looked at it. Fill in the blanks, connect the lines. The most difficult ones are just general questions and negative sentences. A junior high school student can beat it. Sister Wen, do you want to see my English level? Sister Wen nodded very straightforwardly. Yes, can I do it? I didn't say much, I took the pencil and started writing. It's just that my hands were shaking today because I kept steadying the handlebars, otherwise I would have to show off my round English to Sister Wen. So fast. After taking the paper, Sister Wen was a little surprised. Wow, the letters are so beautiful. I smiled. Sister Wen, to be honest, this paper is too simple, and a freshman can do it. After hearing what I said, Sister Wen frowned. I was wondering if I was too immodest when I saw Sister Wen took out another paper from her bag. Then do you think you can do this one? I'm shocked. What's she up to? Chapter 18 Opportunity. I looked at the test paper again with my doubts in my heart. It was okay. This time there were short passage comprehension, reading comprehension, and some sentence translation. According to the contemporary standards, it was at the level of the 3rd grade of junior high school, which was a few levels higher than the entry-level test just now. I held the pencil and answered patiently. After about 10 minutes, I finished the test paper and handed it to her. Sister Wen took the test paper without looking at it. She folded it a few times and put it in her bag and smiled at me. Okay, thank you, Xiao Jin. I'll call you later if I have something. Okay. I picked up the luggage bag thinking about what Sister Wen meant. Sister Wen, we know each other, but I still don't know where you work. I work in the Civil Affairs Department. In fact, I knew that it was just a question I knew the answer to, so I nodded in surprise. What a good unit. Sister Wen smiled at me kindly. It's to help the masses. Xiao Xin, do you have a high school diploma? If you want to find a job, I can help you find factories and units that employ people. No need for that for now. I waved my hand and talked about my own business. Sister Wen, I actually have something I want to ask you. What is it? I cleared my throat. It's that Qinghe village doesn't have a bicycle quota all year round. It's inconvenient for the village carters to go to meetings, so I was thinking, can I get a bicycle ticket, so that it will be convenient for the carters to work and better benefit the villagers? Bicycle ticket. Sister Wen frowned after hearing what I said, with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Don't talk about the countryside. Even if you work in the city, it's impossible for everyone to own a bicycle. How about this? I'll ask my friends in the Light Industry Bureau for you. If anyone has an extra ticket, I'll help you get one. At this point, of course, I can only express my gratitude. In my heart, I don't have much hope. I am familiar with Aunt Wen, but not with Sister Wen now. I am just trying it out. I really don't know her. Sister Wen sent me out and gently told me, Xiao Jin, go back and take a good bath. You've worked hard today. Wait for my call. I agreed. It was really a lot easier not to carry eggs. I waved goodbye to Sister Wen. I felt relieved. No matter whether I could get the bicycle ticket, at least I earned more than 20 yuan, which is a month's salary for an ordinary worker. I only earned 1 day. Beautiful. It was getting dark, and my stomach started to growl. I was thinking about whether I should reward myself after returning. I saw Huang Lanxiang standing at the gate of the compound waiting in the distance. Hey! Girl! Girl! When she saw me, Huang Lanxiang first fixed her eyes on me, then ran up to me quickly. You are finally back. I smiled and got off the car. My mouth couldn't help but grin. My thigh. Are you worried? Did the logistics department ask you about the car? Huang Lanxiang frowned. The car is nothing. I am just afraid that you will lose it. I have been thinking all day. Where can you find Qinghe village? I pushed the car and followed her to the yard. Don't worry, let alone Qinghe village, I can't lose the whole Bac Ninh city. Now Bac Ninh is divided into 5 major districts, southeast, northwest, and central, but in the future it will be 9 major districts. Qinghe village will naturally be divided. In the future, it will not be called Qinghe village, but Xining district. God knows how many nouveaux riches will appear overnight. You dare not think about the things that are in the past. Anyway, I feel relieved to see you. I see that you came back from the road to the city. Did you deliver the eggs directly? 200, got them all. It's a must. You have to brag when you need to. In a few words, I described a picture to Huang Lanxiang. When my brother came into the village, the young girls and wives all rushed to give me eggs. I couldn't refuse them. They just rushed to me and stuffed them into my arms. Huang Lanxiang laughed non-stop. Sister, why is my brother here? The eggs will break if you stuff them into my arms. You just tease me. As we were about to reach the logistics department, she shouted, Xiao Wei. Sister Jin is back. I've sent the bike back to you. I stopped and saw a tall figure trotting over after hearing the sound. When the figure ran closer, I found that he was wearing a military uniform. He took the bike and exhaled, Sister-in-law, you are finally back. The minister will check it later. I was stunned by the light in the yard. These facial features. What's your last name? My last name is Wei. Wei what? The correspondent wiped the sweat off his forehead, pointed at Huang Lanxiang and smiled. No reason, my father and grandfather's surname is Wei, sister-in-law Lanxiang knows it. Huang Lanxiang looked at me puzzled. Yes, Xiao Wei, sister, what's wrong with you? Little Wei. I looked up at his square head and big ears. Wei Dasheng. He was stunned. Sister-in-law, did you recognize the wrong person? My name is Wei Daming, I don't know Wei Dasheng. My heart skipped a beat, and I almost blurted out, why don't you know him? Your son is Wei Dasheng, then he is my best friend. This was a joke back then. Dasheng always said that the name his father gave him had no technical content. Those who knew he was a son thought they were brothers. Look carefully at the correspondent's facial features, they look alike, damn alike. Dasheng, your father was also very majestic when he was young. He is no longer the listless, unshaven, drunkard I have seen before. I was really abnormal all the way. I even forgot the pain in my legs when I went upstairs. I remembered that Daxing said that his father was a soldier, but he was expelled from the army for some reason. Later, he came to being by himself, worked and started a family. He was the kind of person who was frustrated and failed in everything and finally drank to relieve his sorrow. Later, his father and mother divorced, and they liked to beat Daxing up when they had nothing to do, making Daxing's childhood even happier than mine as an orphan. I didn't expect that Daxing's father was a soldier here, a communicator in the hospital's logistics department. Then why was he expelled? Sister. Huang Lanxiang's voice drew my attention back. I looked at her ignorantly and suddenly thought of something. Traveling through time is not in vain. Fingers were placed on the throbbing temple. Sister, when was Auntie Wen from the nursing home? I seem to have heard of Brother Kui's last name. Hongyun and Hongyun. There were several aunties with the last name Sun in the nursing home. Could it be that? Now I saw Wei Daxing's father. I clapped my hands. Opportunity. I said I couldn't come here for nothing. Something must be wrong here. So far, everyone I met was my benefactor. Huang Lanxiang didn't understand at all. Sister, what's wrong with you? I came back to my senses and found that I was already at the door of my house. Xiao Lan, Huang Lanxiang pointed at me with a bitter face. Did you fall into the coal pile? Why is your white shirt so black? I was stunned for a second or two and laughed out loud, took out the key to open the door. Xiao Lan, can we not be so cute? Fortunately, she ignored the point. As soon as I entered the room, she urged me to change my clothes. I saw in the light that they were really dirty. In addition to the ash and dust, there were also sweat stains. I changed the dirty clothes in no time. Huang Lanxiang prepared lunch for me very considerately. Sister, don't do this in the future. After all, we are half military wives. It's not good to go out and sell eggs. I knew her subtext was that it was too embarrassing to work as an individual. I ate the meal in a hurry without saying a word. I took out 40 yuan from my pocket and put it on the table. I earned it. Huang Lanxiang's eyes were straight. So much money. You earn so much by selling eggs. I nodded and found a handkerchief to wipe my mouth. To be exact, I earned 24. How did you earn it? This is higher than the monthly salary of a nurse in a hospital. I smiled and stood up to put the lunchbox aside. So, don't underestimate any business. Any reform requires pioneers. The slogans are that society needs to develop and mankind needs to progress. As individuals, as long as we don't steal or rob and live up to our conscience and take good care of ourselves, that is progress. Today, I not only earned 24, but also solved the nutrition problem of kindergarten children, and made the villagers of Qinghe village happy, and got things they couldn't buy normally, which promoted the circulation of materials. Do you think I have also contributed to social development? Huang Lanxiang was confused by what I said. This is speculation. I explained it, and now I'm asking you, are you sure you understand the meaning of these 4 words? Huang Lanxiang was speechless, but I suddenly remembered a sentence I saw in a book. China has always lacked warriors. Most of them roared when the gentlemen roared, and closed their mouths when their horses were silent. Thinking, always follow the majority, indirectly making yourself a puppet. This conservative idea may be correct, but it also created the origin of the 4 words, courage economy, in the 1980s, and why a small number of people will get rich first. Too many people are hesitant and stagnant. How many people sigh after the golden decade, and how many people change their appearance after the decade? I think I must be the latter. Otherwise, I will wear it in vain. Chapter 19. 5 words floating in the sky, nothing matters. Huang Lanxiang was stunned after listening to my nonsense. Sister, I don't understand. Can you chat with me about your daily life? It's down to earth. I scratched my chin, walked over to her and hugged her shoulders. For example, you are potato, right? You have to roll forward. Since everyone thinks you are potato, why should you care about other people's opinions? I can roll however I want and roll however I want. Anyway, the money is mine after I make it. Do you understand? Understood. Looking at Huang Lanxiang's smiling face, I took out the last piece of soap from my luggage bag and handed it to her. Xiao Lan, this is for you, thank you for helping me so much. I don't want it, it's very expensive. Here. I stuffed the soap into her hand. Huang Lanxiang felt embarrassed to accept it and insisted on helping me wash the clothes. I didn't argue with her too much. I didn't like to move much either. After chatting for a while, she took my clothes back. When she reached the door, she remembered something and looked at me. By the way, sister, everyone in the compound is talking about you today. Talk about me. I said you are awesome. Huang Lanxiang pursed her lips and smiled. When you first came, you didn't dare to look at people. I didn't expect you to be so majestic today. They said you are not the same Jindwiyu as before. I didn't respond. My memory told me that the real Aunt Jin during this period was being condemned by thousands of people after she angered her father-in-law to death, but now I am walking on a completely different path from her. Of course, I personally have not experienced all of this, so now I am neither Xiao Xin nor the former Jindwiyu. If I have to say who I am like, it should be Xiao Xin as described by Hongyun, who is not afraid of big things. Before, you were seen as this in everyone's eyes. Huang Lanxiang raised her little finger to me a little embarrassedly, but in a moment, she changed the subject, raised her thumb and added, but now, it's this. I smiled and said, thumbs up, it's still early. Thinking about it, I clenched my right fist and swung it to my chest, deliberately drawing an arc, and turned up the volume. Roll it, little potato. Huang Lanxiang went out giggling, muttering to herself, I only know how to make fun of others now. Even those who have been retrained have not changed as much as I have. As soon as the door was closed tightly, I felt like my whole body was about to fall apart. There was no one around and I didn't need to hold it anymore, so I sat back on the sofa with a grimace. These $20 were all hard-earned money. I took the bills and looked at them one by one. If I continued like this, when would I be able to earn enough to make my first pot of gold? Besides, trading socks is not a long-term solution. It can only be done once or twice. Nylon socks have too many disadvantages. They are not sweat absorbent. If people with sweaty feet wear them, they will smell the odor even if there is a spring breeze for 10 miles. They will still be popular in the early 1980s, but will be completely replaced by silk stockings and blended socks in the future, and you won't even be able to catch a glimpse of them. Ring 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 tilde tilde ring 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 tilde tilde. I was leaning on the sofa and counting money, humming, when I heard the phone ring again. I dragged my sore legs to get up. Maybe I was still unfamiliar with this environment, and I felt an inexplicable nervousness when I heard the ring. I picked up the microphone and cleared my throat, trying to speak in a broadcasting tone. Hello. Xiao Jin. I let out a breath unconsciously, not knowing what I was afraid of. Sister Wen. It's me. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Oh, no, it's too early to rest. What's the matter? Could it be related to the English test I finished? Oh, that's it. I asked about your bicycle ticket. My friend already has a bicycle, so it's useless for her to have a ticket. She can give it to someone who needs it more. Ouch. Good news comes from the sky. I couldn't suppress my excitement. Sister Wen, is it true? Thank you so much to your friend. Where is she? I'll treat her to a meal. You said, this. No need to go to so much trouble. Didn't you say it was to make the work of the village carters more convenient? It's a good thing, right? We should help more. The 4 words, urban-rural gap, were only fully felt by me in this era. Captain Liu must have been very angry about this ticket, but Sister Wen solved it with just a few words. You don't even need me to treat you to a meal, what do you think? Xiao Jin, actually, I have something that I need to trouble you with. I was stunned. What's the matter? Just say that this favor can't be done to me for free. Sister Wen smiled on the other end of the phone and said, I'm telling you the truth. My husband died in an accident when I was pregnant. I only have this one son, and I want to raise him well. I know that, and he was trained very well, to be a great lawyer, but I can't say it now. Now that the policy is good, I hope my child can study abroad in the future. First of all, the most important thing is English. I want to lay a good foundation for him, but I have found several teachers but none of them can help. Sister Wen put it tactfully. To put it simply, she wanted to find an English tutor for Wen Yuan, but Wen Yuan was too peculiar. He wouldn't let male teachers into his house, and female teachers couldn't stand his bad temper, so there was no tutor. As a result, Wen Yuan is still at the stage of learning phonetic symbols and has made no progress at all. She was anxious. She was quite surprised to see that I could speak English that day. Plus, I saw that when Yuan didn't get angry even after slamming the door, so I had an idea. Through the eggs, she saw that I was a reliable person, flexible, and had good character. I delivered the eggs at the time I said they would be delivered. In short, she wanted me to tutor when Yuan on Saturdays and Sundays. As expected of someone who worked for a big company, he praised me subtly and even covered up the fact that he had used an English test paper to test my level. I was wondering why Sister Wen would introduce me to business opportunities for no reason. 200 eggs just fell on my head without even asking the price. It turns out that she had already made plans to get closer to me so that she could ask something of me. Xiao Xin, there are too few young people who are good at English nowadays. College students have a lot of schoolwork. I often work overtime on weekends to study, and I am afraid that I don't know much about strangers when they come to their house. Your wife is a military doctor, and you are considered a military wife. In this regard, I can trust him. On Saturdays and Sundays, Yuan will go to my friend's house in the morning to learn musical instruments. In the afternoon, I want him to improve his English at home. I raised my eyebrows slightly. It turns out that successful people are all cultivated from a young age and have all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor. You can arrange the length of the class yourself. It's $10 a month. Is that okay with you? I didn't say anything the whole time. To be honest, although I felt that Sister Wen was playing some tricks on me, I was still the beneficiary. No matter whether it's 200 eggs or their bicycle ticket, I got the bargain. Besides, giving a naughty kid some basic English lessons is not a big deal. He may need Sister Wen's help in the future. No matter how I calculate it, I won't lose out. Sister Wen, even if you don't want to give me the money, I won't say anything. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the bicycle ticket matter. In my heart, you are my dear sister. Don't worry, I will take care of when Yuan's English. No matter how he gets angry with me, I won't be anxious or angry. I treat him as my own nephew and guarantee that his English level will improve steadily. Sister Wen couldn't help laughing. Xiao Jin, you are so skillful with your mouth, you don't even look like a little girl. That is not the case at all. After chatting for a while, Sister Wen told me that I would have to wait a few days to go to her house to pick up the bicycle ticket, and she would discuss the tutoring arrangements with me at that time. I didn't say anything, hung up the phone and picked up my bottle of Xiaomao excitedly. My hometown tilde hey. I live in this village tilde. I was born and raised in this village tilde. What is this called? A golden finger, 5 words floating in the sky, and nothing is a problem. When people are happy, they feel refreshed, their legs and waist no longer hurt, and they can climb to the 5th floor in one breath without any effort. After showing off for a while, he paused again, turned to look at the phone in a daze, frowned. Tickets, yes, tickets. I carefully put down the Mao Tai and sat back on the sofa. Captain Liu's bicycle gave me a hint that bills are too important these days. Take industrial coupons as an example. Normal workers are issued coupons according to the salary ratio, which means that one coupon is allocated for every 10 or 20 yuan salary per month. People in the city all saved up their money. Industrial coupons could be used to buy not only nylon socks, but also many large items, from pots and pans to watches and sewing machines. All of them required coupons, that is, durable consumer goods. Large items often required many coupons, which led to households borrowing from each other. If someone in your family wants to buy a sewing machine for a wedding, they have to collect dozens of coupons before they can spend the money to buy it. If someone in his family wants to buy a watch, they also have to collect coupons first. I stroked my chin and thought hard, and deduced that each type of bill has its own demand and market. The corners of my mouth slowly curled up, and I snapped my fingers. Got it. Chapter 20 Low Profile. A dreamless night. I got up, brushed my teeth and washed my face, then went to the family canteen alone. While eating, I was forced to listen to the gossip inside and outside the hospital. What amused me the most was the 3 people I rode past yesterday. When they saw me, their faces turned pale. I was holding a steamed bun in my hand and saw them smiling. I greeted them in a mean way. I have a seat here, come and sit down. No, let's go back and eat. When the 3 of them saw me, they were shocked and left in a hurry with their lunch boxes. I laughed in my heart. What's there to be afraid of chatting? I don't eat humans. After breakfast, I went directly to the logistics department to borrow a bicycle. Because of Daxing's relationship, I naturally wanted to be close to his father Daming. If it weren't for the gender issue, we could become brothers in minutes. To be honest, I thought about the fact that Daxing's father was fired from the army, and I also knew that this incident affected his father's life, so I observed him more carefully. A communicator, to put it bluntly, is a waiter. To put it nicely, he does logistics work, and to put it bluntly, he does odd jobs, such as cleaning and delivering newspapers. The training is not as tiring as that of other arms, but the work is indeed trivial. I just can't understand why he, a communicator in the logistics department of the hospital, was fired by the army. Could it be that because he was too close to his leader, he lost control and made a big mistake like taking bribes? No, I can tell from the large pack of cigarettes that Wei Daming has very high self-requirements. I said thank you to him for lending me my bicycle and didn't even want a pack of cigarettes. I specifically asked you, why don't you smoke so that your boss can smoke? Do you think cigarettes are bad? He shook his head and said that there was nothing wrong with lending him the bicycle, as bicycles were meant to make life convenient for everyone. He was a soldier and would not be influenced by these social habits, and would not take even a single needle or thread from the masses. Listen. Regardless of how sincere his words are, at least I can see that he is a good soldier who keeps himself clean and there is absolutely no problem with his awareness. I didn't try to win him over or corrupt him. I could only think that people can change. Who knows, maybe in the future he might lose control of himself and go astray due to something he encountered. There are some things I definitely cannot say early on. I cannot tell him now, hey, you will be expelled from the army in the future, your wife doesn't like you, and you are a waste except for drinking and beating your son. Your son's name is Wei Daxing. Do you know what he does? He's a cook in the canteen of a nursing home. He can't even find a wife because of a useless father like you. I had to forget about borrowing the bicycle, or this guy would pick me up and practice a set of authentic military boxing. So, for my own safety and Daxing's future, I can only infiltrate slowly, to ensure that Wei Daming does not make mistakes, and to ensure that Wei Daxing has a happy childhood. Hey, after all, Daxing is my buddy. When I think about it this way, I still have a long way to go. I worked for 3 or 4 days in a row, whether it was the textile factory in the south of the city, the silk factory, or the hardware factory, paper mill, and printing factory in the suburbs. I have visited almost all the factories, big and small. If the road is closer, I will ride my bike to go there. If the road is far, I will ride my bike to the bus station, lock the bike, buy a ticket, and come back quickly when I am ready. I was so busy that I had to go out at dawn and come back at dusk, but I gained a lot. When I went out, I would carry some daily necessities in my luggage bag, but when I came back, they turned into all kinds of colorful tickets. Yes, I am now into tickets. I hummed a little tune while carrying my luggage bag upstairs. Just as I took out my key, I heard the door next to me open. Girl, I finally caught you today. I was stunned for a moment, then turned around and smiled at Wang Lanxiang. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me about something? Wang Lanxiang came out of her house, her face full of confusion. What have you been busy with these few days? You come back very late every day, but today you come back early. I chuckled and said, roll forward. I opened the door and let her in. I came back early today because I went to sister when to get the bicycle ticket. Otherwise, I would have to go to the suburbs. The round trip, plus the time for the bus, would make me late. If it weren't for the fact that it was too troublesome to get a letter of introduction to stay in a guest house now, I wouldn't have wanted to come back to live here. Girl, what have you been busy with? You've lost weight. Have you lost weight? I put down my luggage bag and grinned at Wang Lanxiang. My body fat percentage is low. I look thin, but I'm actually in better shape. I can do 5 or 6 pull-ups. If you exercise like this every day, it's impossible not to do well. Wang Lanxiang didn't respond, as if she was used to my frivolity. She glanced at my bag and frowned. You're still dealing with eggs. Not eggs. What is that? I motioned Wang Lanxiang to go and see for herself, and then I raised my feet to wash my hands. After washing twice, I heard Wang Lanxiang exclaim, so many industrial coupons. Oh, and cloth coupons, how did you get them? Change it. I grabbed a towel, wiped my hands, and came out of the bathroom. I sat on the sofa and started tapping my calves again. Although I was in good shape, it was really sore. What are you going to exchange these coupons for? Of course, it's for those who need it more. This is just for today. I was in a hurry to go to sister when to pick up the tickets, but I haven't processed it yet. The previous ones were all sold out by me after I exchanged them on the same day. I smiled at her and said, city dwellers need to improve their lives. Every day, people linger over sewing machines and tape recorders in department stores. It's not that they can't afford them, it's that they don't have enough coupons. So, my mission is to help them get enough coupons and buy the goods they want. Do you understand? Huang Lanxian shook her head. I don't understand. Everyone knows that these industrial coupons are good things. Can you change them if you ask me to change people? I stood up and said, this requires some skills. I went to the suburban factories specifically to get the industrial coupons. The young female workers there have their food, clothing, housing and transportation arranged by the factories. The ones I'm looking for are younger and have no plans to get married for the time being. The industrial coupons are useless to them. Think about it, they want to buy watches, but in addition to the coupons, they need several hundred yuan, which they can't afford. They want to buy sewing machines, but those who are not married and whose work units haven't allocated them housing have nowhere to put them, and they can't afford them. My job is to bring them the most popular goods in the city, such as elastic stockings, Teracertings tapes, and plexiglass hairpins, in exchange for industrial coupons that they don't need urgently. It's the best of both worlds, do you understand? Huang Lanxiang's mouth opened wide when she heard this. So, after you exchanged the coupons, you went directly to the department store. I nodded, yes, we can go once we have collected 100 or so tickets. I didn't expect the market to be so big. It can be said that the supply is far from the demand. I was quite nervous at first. When I saw someone looking at high-end products, I carefully walked up to them and whispered, do you want a coupon? As a result, after hearing my 3 words, he perked up and whispered back like a spy, how many do you have? I immediately gave him a look to signal him to go out and say that there were a lot of people wearing red armbands in the department store. They were from their market management committee, they were specifically in charge of this matter, and it wouldn't be a big deal if they were caught, they would just give them some persuasion and education, but my coupons would definitely be confiscated, so the buyers also cooperated, went out to find a place, negotiated the price openly, and made the transaction privately, and when they went back they could buy what they had always dreamed of. People used to say that having an old person in the family is like having a treasure. There are dozens of grandpas and ladies in our nursing home, and the amount of information they have given me is enough to accumulate into a treasure. Huang Lanxiang opened her eyes wide, about 100, so many. I nodded. Of course. Industrial coupons are allocated according to wages, and are divided into factories and types of work. Factories like hardware factories and parts factories issue more industrial coupons. A worker gets 2 industrial coupons for every 20 yuan salary per month. In contrast, textile factories and silk factories only issue 1 industrial coupon for the same salary. So, all my industrial coupons come from machinery factories in suburban counties. Well, there are also cloth coupons. I smiled and said, it's the same principle. The textile factory gives out few industrial coupons, but the cloth coupon ratio is high. The young female workers in the suburbs need cloth coupons whether they want to buy cloth or ready-made clothes. I exchange the 2 and get what I need. What needs to be done is to clearly see the differences between each factory and its own advantages, and this requires homework done in advance. All that's left is hard-working legs and active mouths. This is probably how the term traveling merchant came about. Oh my God. Huang Lanxiang sighed, sister, how do you know they will change it for you? You are so sure about it. I pointed, you need to use your brain. Look, if you want to go to the printing factory to exchange coupons, you have to think about the young women workers there who deal with ink all year round. Their work hurts their hands the most. It is their hands that need the most care. So, I will bring them the best soap and sheep fat in the city and give them the most caring care. How can it be difficult to exchange coupons? The word, with on top and on the bottom, refers to the soft and measured rain that just moistens people's hearts. This is the kind of rain that people like, and it means timely rain. Huang Lanxiang was stunned after listening to me for a long time. Sister, how much money have you made in the past few days? Just asking me how far I have rolled. I thought about it and held up 3 fingers. This number. 30. Huang Lanxiang uttered a high note in surprise, and quickly covered her mouth. She looked at me in disbelief and repeated, 30, 30. I thought about it and nodded, yeah. I didn't dare say it was 300, for fear of scaring her. I can't be proud and have to be low-key. Chapter 21 Effect. Oh my god. Sister, you are so amazing. Huang Lanxiang's face turned red. She was so excited that she picked up my bag and said, I just exchanged a few tickets for you. Why is it so heavy? As soon as she lifted the bag, she realized something was wrong. She bent down and took out the things at the bottom of the bag. Bones, why did you buy big bones? I took the bag of beef bones and put it on the ground. I bought them at Kaishiku after I got my bicycle ticket from Sister Wen. Xiaolan, I have to ask you for help. Can you make some bone soup for me? Sure, you want to drink it? Huang Lanxiang nodded to herself, yes, you need to take care of yourself. You have been busy these days. I didn't drink it. I interrupted Huang Lanxiang in a calm voice, you'd better make this soup tomorrow morning. After it's done, I want to ask you to help deliver it to Mar Tai Hong. I heard that her waist bone is fractured. Please give her some nourishment. I heard all this while eating in the cafeteria. Anyway, she has some revolutionary friendship with that little Mar. Besides, her waist. It was indeed my fault. Even though it was not intentional, I still feel a little bit uncomfortable. You forgot she tickled you. Huang Lanxiang was unhappy. I won't let her suffer. She deserves the fractured bone. She bullies others just because she is big. She keeps calling me a country girl. I am so fed up with her. Xiaolan. I grabbed Huang Lanxiang's hand and said, there are no eternal enemies. Think about it, Mar Tai Hong and I have no grudges against each other, so why would he come to trouble me? It's all because of Xia Xuefei. How are they? Huang Lanxiang hummed and muttered with her eyes lowered. I nodded. Yes, they are both good, but Mar Tai Hong is staying in the hospital now. Where is Xia Xuefei? The family members in the hospital were all clear-headed and secretly muttered that Xia Xuefei was faking illness and fainted in the hospital and never came back. Logically speaking, Mar Tai Hong fell down to vent Xia Xuefei's anger. As a sister, Xia Xuefei should have taken on the responsibility of taking care of her. But the truth was, Xia Xuefei didn't even show her face, let alone taking care of her. People generally have a sympathetic mentality towards the weak. Mar Tai Hong is a martyr's relative. I heard that he only has an old mother in poor health at home. The old lady has to take care of her daughter despite her sick body. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable seeing this? I knew in my heart that Xia Xuefei didn't leave the hospital because she was waiting for a fool like me to come to her door. It was just difficult for Mar Tai Hong. This girl came to my door loyally to bang my chest, but before she could get enough of it, she made me angry and banged herself so hard that her bones were fractured. Xia Xuefei is not. Huang Lanxiang thought of something before she finished speaking. Sister, I understand what you mean. You want to send soup to Mar Tai Hong to win her over, right? This way, she will see Xia Xuefei's true character and stop being so stubborn with her. This is a good idea. I smiled bitterly in my heart. I really didn't think too much about it. I just felt that her back injury was somewhat related to me. I didn't say too much. It was enough that Huang Lanxiang could help. Sending her some bone soup was my best effort. Sister, why don't you go and deliver it yourself? Mar Tai Hong will be even more touched if I make it for you and you deliver it yourself. This is bone soup. Good stuff. I shook my head. I have something to do tomorrow and I have to go to Qinghe village, so I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Huang Lanxiang responded, and then thought of something while holding the bone. By the way, sister, I actually came to you to give you something. Wait for me to go home and get it for you. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran out. I thought it was the clothes she had washed. She went into the bedroom first and took out the bicycle ticket from her pocket. She would have to open a passbook after sending it to Captain Liu tomorrow. There are no 100 yuan bills now, the largest is the 10 yuan Great Unity, so money is called money, it is very powerful and can be spent. Putting aside its collection value, if you have more than 10,000 yuan in cash, you must put it in a small box, it is really enjoyable to look at. Girl. I had just put away the train tickets and the receipts I exchanged today when Huang Lanxiang came running back. She put down the shirt and the military pants she had washed for me and handed me a bunch of things with a red face. What you want? I've made it. What? She held it so tightly that I didn't see it for a moment. When I took it and lifted it up, I realized it was the bra I had studied with her that day. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not bad, it's this shape. After a careful look, I found that the shoulder straps are elastic and have hooks at the back. Huang Lanxiang also embroidered a circle of pink wavy patterns on the edge for me. She has really skillful hands. She blushed so much that she lowered her head without even looking at me. Try it on, and see if you can wear it. Okay. I went back to the bedroom happily, took off the vest and tried it on. I had never worn it before, and I couldn't figure it out after a long time. I could only fasten the hook on the waist first, then lift it up and put the two bowls in front, rubbing them up. My hands were busy all the time, and I finally got it on after sweating profusely. I looked in the mirror and found that the size was just right. I put my hands under the bowls and cups. Oh my god, my nose almost bleeds again. Girl, are you ready to change? I responded, looked up and patted my forehead. Xiao Xin, why are you so excited just looking at yourself? I found a shirt to put on, and when I opened the door, Huang Lanxiang's eyes widened and she pointed at my chest. What are you wearing inside? I hummed and straightened my back a little. How's it? It straightened up immediately. Huang Lanxiang stared blankly. Oh my god, it's too obvious. This is so embarrassing. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Sorry. I wish all the little girls in the future could be squeezed out. Girl, can I see how you look in it? Huang Lanxiang looked outside for a while and then raised her eyes. What's inside? I was really embarrassed, but I made up my mind and thought, forget it, Huang Lanxiang is also a woman anyway. I wasn't too afraid to see it when I was a man. I glanced at the door and unbuttoned a few buttons, revealing the cleavage. This is the effect. Huang Lanxiang just stared at her as if nothing happened. It's so white. Girl, can I touch it? Look at it, I want to touch it. That won't do. I took a step back and quickly buttoned my shirt. Her look suddenly reminded me of a female demon. It was so weird. Well, don't you have one too? I buttoned up my clothes and my face turned red. I just masturbated. I don't know why, such a normal thing was treated as if it was restricted. Huang Lanxiang looked down at herself, then looked at me with some longing. Sister, if I put it on, I can be like you? It will look especially big. It was really embarrassing for her to say this. I coughed and gestured. Xiao Lan, this thing is not for looking at. It's mainly for wearing to look energetic. And then, it gives you a sense of security. It can protect your two little sisters very well. Do you understand? Little sister. I really can't live like this. I explained it to Huang Lanxiang in a confused manner, not caring whether she understood it or not. It's only a matter of time before bras become popular, just like bellybands, you have to wear them sooner or later. After sending Huang Lanxiang out of the door, I unconsciously opened the collar of my shirt and lowered my head. I pursed my lips and looked at her for a few times, and I felt sad. What a cheap cabbage. Which pig will get so much money? As soon as the thought came to my mind, I slapped myself lightly. You still want to be pushed? I feel like crying but I have no tears. Life is so damn hard. In the morning, I still open my eyes at the wake-up call, move my arms towards the edge of the bed, touch the concrete floor, close my eyes and support my body to move forward. After my upper body is suspended in the air, I start to do push-ups. This is a habit I had before. After becoming Jindwayu, my strength has decreased a lot. The only improvement is that I can do 5 from 2. After getting up, I stretched my limbs. After warming up, I felt refreshed. I brushed my teeth and washed my face. Before eating, I called Captain Liu. After a few rings, the other end picked up the phone. Qinghe Village Brigade, this is Lao Liu. Captain Liu, I'm Xiao Jin. Ouch. Xiao Jin. Captain Liu's earth-shattering shout made my eardrums buzz and my right eyelid twitch. I felt that this was a bad omen. Before I could say anything, Captain Liu continued, I've been waiting for your call these days. How about the bicycle ticket? At the end of his speech, his voice finally died down. I touched my throbbing right eyelid and said, it's like this. I happen to know an older sister, so I talked to her about your situation. When she heard that you were a village cadre and needed a bicycle to facilitate your work, she was willing to give up the ticket. It can be regarded as a small contribution to the construction of a new socialist countryside. Hey, Comrade Xiao Jin, thank you so much. The people in the city are so conscious. I responded with hum and r. I've lived my life in vain. I can't just say that I'm lucky enough to meet someone who understands me. If I do, then I'll be waiting for something to say. Captain Liu was about to borrow a tractor and drive over, saying that he would come to get it himself and not to trouble me to deliver it. How could I let someone go through that much trouble? So I asked him to wait for me in the village and he would definitely arrive before noon. After hanging up the phone, I went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Wei Daming was used to seeing me borrow a bicycle now. He kept asking, "Sister-in-law, have you found a job in the city? You are so busy every day." I wanted to say no, but when I thought about tutoring Wen Yuan, I nodded and said, "Yes, I found a job." "What kind of job?" He was quite curious. That is, if I told him about tutoring someone in English, his jaw would drop. "Look after the children." Wei Daming frowned. "Housekeeper." "Yes, housekeeper." I threw down a few words and rode away. Wei Daming was still shouting from behind, "Sister-in-law Xiao Xin, you'd better not do this job. Dr. Hua may not agree." None of his business. I glanced at my lips, and my eyelids started twitching again. I felt unhappy. Why is my right eye always twitching? I'm here to make money. Chapter 22. What's your name? After the experience, I became more comfortable with riding, and I knew where the potholes were. From a distance, I saw Captain Liu, who was standing at the entrance of the village like a sculpture, waiting anxiously. I don't know how long he had been standing there. As soon as he saw me, he quickly straightened his coat and came to me, "Comrade Xiao Jin. Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard." As soon as I responded, Gui Mai and the others saw me and said, "It's the lesbian from the city." "Captain, so you were waiting for her? Come and change our eggs again." They came over in a rush, and Captain Liu was so anxious that he waved his hands again and again, "Scatter." "Xiao Jin came here for other things this time, not to exchange your eggs." As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Liu still felt something was wrong, so he looked at me and whispered to confirm, "Comrade Xiao Jin, are you still going to change the eggs today?" I shook my head and smiled, looking at Lahong, Gui Mai and the others. "I won't exchange eggs today. We haven't finished eating 200 yet. I'll come back to exchange eggs for you next month. I've got everything you need in my mind. I didn't make this wish blindly." Sister Wen told me yesterday when I picked up the bicycle ticket that her friend said eggs are good and the children love to eat them. They will definitely want them again in the future, which gave me some idea. After hearing what I said, Lahong and the others had a hint of disappointment on their faces, and then they quickly confirmed with me, "Then you must come earlier next month." "Don't worry." I agreed and got on the car, taking Captain Liu to the village brigade office. I didn't ring the bell this time, I had to be low-key. As soon as I entered his office, Captain Liu poured me tea and gave me peanuts. I was embarrassed and took out my bicycle ticket first. "Captain Liu, this is the ticket, you can go buy a bicycle anytime." Captain Liu paused while pouring me tea. It's no exaggeration to say that his eyes turned red. "Xiao Jin, thank you so much." I shook my head and said, "You're welcome." If I hadn't lived in this era, I really wouldn't have known that the gap between urban and rural areas would be so big, and I wouldn't have thought that a bicycle would make people so fascinated. When some things obtained easily, we naturally forget what kind of happiness it feels like to have them. Captain Liu sniffed and took out a few big Unity notes from his pocket. They must have been held for a long time, so they were a little wet. I pushed them back and said, "Captain Liu, you don't have to be so polite. It's just one. You take it." Captain Liu stuffed the money into my hand and said, "I've asked people in the town and the county for this ticket, but they couldn't get it. Many of them are fake. You are the youngest and the real deal." I was so flattered that I was sweating inside. I could only accept the money and say thank you to Captain Liu. Captain Liu raised his eyebrows and emphasized, "I should thank you." As he spoke, he carefully smoothed out the small ticket and put it in his left chest pocket, and gave me a thumbs up with satisfaction. "Comrade Xiao Jin, you are really a capable person." A capable person? I was still sweating inside. "Captain Liu, if you keep thanking me like this, I'll find a hole in the ground." Captain Liu grinned and said, "I'm telling you the truth. I just want to ask you if this ticket can still be used." "You want a bicycle ticket?" I got anxious before he finished speaking. "I really can't do it if you do it again. All my connections are cut off from Sister Wen. It's not a ticket." Captain Liu also waved his hands and lowered his voice. truly interpreting to me what it means to miss someone so much that the worry is gone from your brow but still weighs on your heart. I want to ask you about industrial coupons. My son is getting married, and the girl's family wants a sewing machine. We have already prepared the money, but the coupons. You should have told me earlier. I have industrial coupons. Isn't this asking me? Coming out of the village brigade headquarters, I felt so refreshed. I spent all the coupons in my pocket and saved myself the trouble of going to the department store to meet up. Captain Liu treated me like his own nephew, niece, and kept persuading me to go to his house for dinner. I declined. There is still a long way to go. Through Captain Liu, I found that I had dug out a bright future. Xiao Xin. Before leaving, I went to see Hongyun. She was feeding chickens in the yard. When she saw me, she ran out in surprise, eggs again. No, I'm here to do something else this time. I parked the car and looked into her house. Where's your grandma? She's not at home, and I have a small family, so I have to do some farm work every day. After chatting for a while, Hongyun asked me to wait for her and ran back to their house. When she came out, she had a pair of embroidered insoles in her hands. This is a gift from me for you. It's beautiful. Hongyun smiled embarrassedly. I'm not good at embroidery. No, it's beautiful. There are butterflies on it. Hongyun smiled with a flushed face, looking up at me. My grandma said that it would be best if I could embroider 2 pairs of these. Next time you come, I can embroider that pair as well. It can ward off disasters and bring you safety. That's a good feeling. I smiled and nodded, which just happened to make up for my eyelid twitching today. As we were talking, I took out a new handkerchief from my pocket and gave it to her. It was given to me by Brother Kui. I can't accept your insoles for nothing. You can keep the handkerchief. I don't want it. You gave me the soap. The soap is the soap, and the handkerchief is the handkerchief. Take it, we are friends. Hongyun scratched her head embarrassedly, bit her lip and took my handkerchief. Xiao Xin, thank you, why are you so nice to me? I curled my lips and said, because you look like my sister. Naturally, I lied. To be honest, she looks a lot like my first love whom I had a crush on in high school, pure and lively. Hongyun looked at me with a very satisfied smile. Your sister must be very lucky to have such a good sister like you. I didn't continue the conversation. I accompanied her in the yard to feed the chickens for a while and then said goodbye. I couldn't go home too late today because I had to tutor Wen Yuan in English, so I had to go back and prepare the lessons. Hongyun felt a little disappointed when she heard that I was leaving, and she insisted on seeing me off. I rode with her towards the village entrance, and she carefully held my waist along the way. When going downhill, I shook the bike deliberately, listened to her screams and then laughed with her. For the first time, I realized that returning to nature will indeed return to nature, and even being happy will become very simple. I put Hongyun down at the entrance of the village. Lahong and the others were still envious of her. I turned around and waved at Hongyun, see you later. The afternoon sun fell softly on Hongyun's fair face. Her 2 pigtails just rested on her scarf-tied shoulders. The green mountains and clear waters, coupled with her flying eyebrows, made me suddenly feel a little dazed. This scene really looked like a rich oil painting. The beauty is simple, yet shocking. I was pedaling my bike along the farmland with all sorts of thoughts in my mind. As soon as I turned off the fork in the road, I heard a loud bang, like a fart. I was stunned for a moment, and before I could react, my butt hit me. The pedals suddenly made a crackling sound, and I was so scared that I quickly stretched my legs to support myself on the ground. When I got off the car and looked around, my heart was filled with fear. Burst tire. I picked up an iron nail from under the flat tire speechlessly. It must have been more than an inch thick to pierce the tire. The tire burst and the chain fell off. It is said that twitching of the right eye is not a good thing. This is too bad luck. I stood on the deserted white dirt road with a bitter face. How could I explain to Wei Daming if I pushed it back? My heart tightened, wondering if this guy was fired because he didn't take good care of his bicycle. Shaking his head, he thought, it shouldn't be that serious. I know how to repair the tire. At worst, I can help him fix it. I will take responsibility for my mistake. I was squatting down to figure out how to put the chain on when I heard the sound of a beeping car. I looked up and saw a military green Jeep 212 parked next to me. The co-pilot leaned out of the car and looked at me. Comrade, do you need any help? Insoles really ward off disasters. I smiled at him and said, "Don't be polite. It will take an hour to push the chain back after pressing it. I need it. My bicycle chain fell off." "Really? Let me see." Hualei Feng is a young man in his 20s, wearing a white shirt under a military uniform, with a crew cut and dark skin. As soon as he got off the bike, he rolled up his sleeves and walked over to my bike. He bent over and took a look. Not only is the chain off, but the tire is also flat. Yes, misfortunes never come singly. He couldn't help laughing, and reached out to turn the bicycle upside down with the wheels pointing to the sky. It took less than 5 minutes to fix the chain. When he put the bicycle back on its feet, the only big problem left was the tire. "Comrade, where are you going?" "Our car is going back to the army. If you want to go to the city, we can take you part of the way." "Can you really give me a ride?" "Just drop me off at the entrance of your army, and I can push the car the rest of the way myself." I must not say that this is a bicycle from the hospital logistics department, as I'm afraid Wei Daming will be held responsible. "Okay, you get on first, I'll put the bike at the back." I was a little nervous. "Can you put it down?" He smiled. "Is there anything we can't do?" I smiled and said, "You are the people's soldiers, serving the people wholeheartedly." He was very cheerful and laughed all the time. There was a medicine box inside the trunk. He pushed the box inwards and tried to force my big 28 bike in. It didn't fit in at all. He finally pushed it in half, leaving the rear wheel sticking out. When he tried and it didn't fall off, he clapped his hands and said, "That's it." I was so servile that I saluted him and said, "Thank you, Chief." He waved his hand and couldn't help laughing. "My last name is Chen, you can just call me Captain Chen." I thanked him repeatedly and then got on the bus and noticed there was another person sitting in the back seat, who seemed to be sleeping. His hat brim was buttoned low and his face was slightly tilted inside, revealing only his sharp chin. He was also wearing a military uniform, which I took a quick look at and saw had for pockets. Nowadays military uniforms do not have military ranks, and you can only judge by the pockets. Those with 2 pockets are soldiers, and those with 4 pockets are officers. Without much discussion, I sat close to the right door, trying to keep a distance from him. I could smell a faint smell of disinfectant coming from this man. I looked at him a few more times for no reason, but unfortunately the brim of his hat was too low to see his face. As I was looking at him, Captain Chen, the co-pilot, handed me a towel. I pointed at him and looked at Captain Chen. "Is he asleep?" Captain Chen nodded. "He has been very busy recently and will have a mission soon, so he needs to stay alert." "It's okay. You can sit down. Here's a towel. Wipe your hands." "Oh, thank you, no, I have a handkerchief." I responded and took out a handkerchief to wipe my hands. The man next to me moved, stretched out his hand and tugged at his military uniform. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye. His hands looked very nice, with long and white knuckles. He should be a civilian officer. "Comrade, I don't even know your name. Where in the city are you going?" "You can only get your car repaired at Kaishiku." "I know. I'm not in a hurry. I can just find a place where I can repair it." I responded vaguely and smiled at Captain Chen in the mirror. "My name is Jindwayu, also known as Ahum tilde tilde." Before I could finish my sentence, the sleeping man next to me suddenly coughed twice. I was puzzled. I saw that his face was slightly tilted towards me, with the brim of his hat still covering his nose. Except for his chin, I couldn't see anything clearly. He frowned, but heard Captain Chen laugh. "What a name! It's really redundant." Chapter 23 Losing Face. Jindwayu. I emphasized, the gold and silver means more money and more blessings. Looking back, it is really unnecessary to rely on the good last name. Captain Chen smiled and said, "Are you kidding? Why are you here? This is the road to the countryside. You seem to be from the city." "Oh, I see, my friend. I can't say that I'm trading egg coupons, that would make me tired of living like that." Captain Chen seemed to be very talkative, so after chatting for a while I asked him, "Captain Chen, did you get this car back from the field training station?" "Right." I continued to ask, "So, are you guys done with the training?" "It's not over yet. It will take another week." I nodded. "So, we will see Wei Yi in more than a week. Why, do you know someone in our army? Is the person in our army?" Captain Chen looked at me curiously and asked, "Look at the clothes you are wearing, your lover is from our army, right? No lover. I casually said that the guy next to me coughed lightly in cooperation. I frowned and looked at him. Was he really sleeping or just pretending to sleep? Captain Chen looked at me and smiled. Why, you don't dare to say it. Are you afraid that I will know who you know so I can hold him responsible for condoning your private modification of military uniforms? You're still chattering like this, aren't you just raising sand? I grinned heartlessly. Captain Chen, the two words, privately modified, mainly target the shoulder straps and cap badges. I'm just wearing an undershirt and pants. If you insist that I made a mistake, I'll at best be criticized and educated. Otherwise, just criticize me now. Don't scare me. I'm timid. Captain Chen was amused by me and couldn't stop laughing. You are quite eloquent. What kind of job do you do in the city? I chuckled. Captain Chen, can we not check the household registration? As the saying goes, the army loves the people and the people support the army. No matter what I do, we are a united and friendly family. I glanced at the man next to me and saw him suddenly raise his finger and place it on his lower lip, apparently to cover the slightly raised corners of his lips. I thought to myself, he was just pretending to sleep. If he wanted to listen, he could just sit up and listen. Why did he pull the brim of his hat so low? Was he, as an official, afraid to be seen? In contrast, Captain Chen couldn't stop laughing. Just as I was about to say a few more words, I caught sight of a leather holster sticking out from under the military uniform in the middle of the seat. The jacket should belong to Captain Chen, and the holster. While Captain Chen wasn't paying attention, I carefully tugged at the clothes and revealed my body. I was immediately excited. May 4th. I actually saw her true self. I was about to touch it when the guy pretending to be dead next to me quickly grabbed the holster and threw it into the arms of the co-pilot, Captain Chen, before I could react. He also said 3 words to me, "Don't move." This cool little base. I stared at him in amazement. What a talented person. Even after all the trouble, the brim of his hat didn't move at all, and he still maintained that lazy half-lying posture. Can you tell me how he managed to keep his eyes on me? Just as I was surprised, Captain Chen over there was also startled by the holster that suddenly flew over. He reacted and smiled at me in the mirror. Comrade Xiao Xin, you can't touch this casually. If you're not careful, I'll make a big mistake. Besides, your sneaky attitude is not advisable. Fortunately, the one next to you is the most. Tilde. The officer next to me, who was used to playing dead, interrupted Captain Chen's words with an itchy throat. I really suspected that he had intermittent asthma. What was there to hide? He was such a high-ranking official, how could he scare me to death? It's just May 4th, why should I be afraid of touching it? I was mumbling something, but Captain Chen said, "You female comrade, do you know this?" Of course I know him. I leaned back with my arms around my chest. The Type 54 7.6mm pistol is a Chinese imitation of the former Soviet Union's TT 1930 and 1933 pistols. It was finalized in 1954, so it was named Type 54. I rolled my eyes calmly at the guy next to me and said, "What are you trying to grab? See if you can save a piece of meat." What a jerk. Captain Chen became interested and asked, "Do you know anything else?" I cleared my throat and said, "I've been interested in these things since I was young, so there's nothing I don't know." The automatic mode of the Type 54 pistol adopts a short recoil type barrel, the locking mode adopts a swing type barrel, the safety device is a hammer safety, and the gun also has an empty chamber stop mechanism. The barrel is 116mm long, the aiming baseline is 156mm long, the caliber is 7.62mm, the firing rate is 30 rounds per minute, the magazine capacity is 8 rounds, and the effective range is 50 meters. Its advantage is strong penetration and power. It can shoot through 3mm thick steel plates, 10cm thick wooden boards, and 6cm thick brick walls at a distance of 25 meters. 1 or 2 Type 54 rifles are enough to kill enemy soldiers. Nicknamed Black Star, it is rumored that he can easily defeat 2 people at close range. Captain Chen opened his eyes wide. That's great. I didn't expect a female comrade like you to know so much. Your professional knowledge is better than some veteran soldiers. I gave him a small smile, trying to ignore the annoying person next to me, and approached Captain Chen in a rather flattering manner. "Captain Chen, now, can I touch you?" This. Captain Chen glanced at the man next to me and then shook his head. "No. My heart sank. Well, I finally figured it out. This kind of unsightly thing will appear wherever I go. Captain Chen, I'm just going to touch you. I really can't. Captain Chen looked at me and smiled, his eyes suddenly turned. Hey, how about this? You sing a military song for me, as long as it's one I haven't heard of, I'll lend it to you. Isn't this just a joke? You soldiers listen to military songs, and the people only know a few of them because they have been indoctrinated by you, okay? I looked at the May 4th in the gun set eagerly. I really liked it. I thought I would never be able to join the military camp in my life, but I didn't expect. He gritted his teeth and said, forward, 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 our team. Puff tilde. The one pretending to be dead added a low bass. Damn, is it easy for me? Before I could give him a look, Captain Chen smiled and waved his hands with a red face. Comrade Xiao Xin, I've heard of this before, change the song. I held back my anger and said, the sun is setting. I've heard that too. Comrades, comrades. As close as brothers, I know. Captain Chen is just teasing me. If it weren't for my gun, I wouldn't be arguing with him about this. I pressed my tongue against my cheek and lowered my eyes to think for a moment. Captain Chen looked at me apologetically, perhaps afraid that he had gone too far. Comrade Xiao Jin, forget it. You can't just rob someone casually. There is a truth that does not need to be explained. Soldiers should go to the battlefield tilde tilde. I looked up at Captain Chen and said, if you are tiger, you should live in the mountains. If you are dragon, you should live in the ocean. Who doesn't have a father, who doesn't have a mother, who doesn't have a family? Mi soa lar mi soa, lar soa mi duruari. Happy songs are everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. After the song was finished, Captain Chen was stunned. What kind of song is this? Skewer. I uttered 2 words, just kidding, I've been supporting the entire Small Spring Festival Gala in the nursing home by myself every year, and there is no song that I can't handle. He extended his hand to Captain Chen and said, can you lend it to me? Your magazines should be empty. I'll feel them. Before he could finish, his wrist was grabbed by someone. Have you had enough of this? I was stunned for a moment and turned around to see the man next to me sitting up and finally taking off the military cap that was covering his face. The talent show can end here. The sound was so deep that it could make a hole when it fell to the ground. I was distracted for a moment. This guy looks so familiar. Staring at his face and examining it carefully, he had deep contours and handsome features as if they were carved with a knife or an axe. His dark eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He had a strong military temperament and exuded a cold and resolute heroic spirit. He definitely looks like a Kusa Chikyu and has the temperament of Ayari Yagami, absolutely disgusting to both humans and gods. The image quickly flashed through my mind, and Aunt Jin's voice rang out unconsciously, Xiao, you don't know how good looking that man is. Hiccup tilde. I burped in a useless way. The problem is not whether he is handsome or not, but... Wedding photo, it's the man in the wedding photo. He looks much more three-dimensional than in the photo. I thought it was the photo of Aunt Jin that looked wooden. It turns out that this guy's photo was also a sham. Why, you don't recognize me? He stared at me, opened his thin lips, and threw a few more icicles. I coughed. It seemed like my intermittent asthma was contagious. I couldn't keep up with my words. Ho 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 ho. I almost sang it. Dr. Hua, do you know Comrade Xiao Jin? Captain Chen looked at Wei Yi with some doubt. Wei Yi looked as if he wanted to stare a hole in my face. His eyes were cold but also had a hint of ambiguity. His palm was still on my wrist, and he nodded slightly. Let me introduce you. This is my newlywed wife whom I mentioned to you, Jin Dweyu. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. I really can't hold it in anymore, it's so embarrassing. Aunt Jin, I'm sorry. I had planned to talk about divorce in a very cool and elegant manner in front of Wei Yi, but I didn't expect to meet him in this situation. I was still singing songs left and right, just like ordering songs in the park. I've embarrassed you. Chapter 24. Who is it? Is it my sister-in-law? Captain Chen was shocked. But what did you do just now? Wei Yi looked at me and sneered. I just realized that Jin Dweyu is so eloquent, versatile. I didn't dare look at him with my eyes wandering, my ears were burning red, and I thought to myself, let's not play idiom chain at this time, just find a crack in the ground for me to crawl into. Wei Yi was talking with great interest, as if the more I was cowardly, the more sense of accomplishment he felt. He paused deliberately at the end, looked me up and down with narrowed eyes, and said teasingly, "Jin, you said I was praising you for your ingenuity. Or was I criticizing you for modifying my military uniform privately, ho? Aunt Jin, you see, you fell in love with this guy at first sight. What the hell?" I sat there, glancing at Captain Chen, who was still confused, and grinned. I smiled at Wei Yi. Marx told us that resources should be shared. Dr. Hua is not such a stingy person, Tilder. Wei Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and there was a strong hint of sneer in his eyes. "You are so eloquent. What do you care whether I'm a spring or not?" While the car stopped, I pushed open the door and rushed out, ran a few steps to the trunk, and started working on the back seat of the bicycle. I pulled twice but couldn't move it. I was gritting my teeth and trying hard. Wei Yi came over with an expressionless face, gently pushed my shoulder with his hand, silently telling me to stay away. I didn't say anything, and stepped aside a few steps with my face turned away. I watched him lift my big 28 bike down with one hand holding the back seat and the other hand holding the crossbar. The muscles of his forearms exposed under his rolled-up white shirt were really tense as he exerted force. I smacked my lips in my heart, thinking that his lines were pretty good. You know what, his behavior reminded me of a 21st century term, boyfriend power. Well, that's enough. Putting aside the cocky first impression this guy gave me, his appearance is really attractive to girls. Isn't my unrequited first love proud of this? At that time, she also said to me, "Xiao Xin, you are a good person, but I just want to study hard now." The next moment she started to flirt with the captain of our school's basketball team, and soon the next generation was born. I feel particularly unhappy when I think of this. I believe that anything that appears beautiful on the outside must be rotten on the inside. Why can we only be the miserable good guy spare tire beside our loved ones, while they can enter and exit their world as they please without fear? Damn, it's so unfair. Why? I was lost in thought when Wei Yi stood in front of me, holding his bicycle. "What did Marx tell you?" Marx said. I was stunned for a moment and looked up at him. This guy is really tall, with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs. When he stands in front of me, he gives me a strong sense of oppression. I cleared my throat and took the bike, steadying the handlebars with both hands. He said, That's not right." Captain Chen next to me rushed to my side as if he had come back from behind. "Comrade Xiao Jin, didn't you just say you didn't have a lover? Why did you lie? Marx didn't teach us to lie." Forehead. I looked at Captain Chen with my neck stiffened. Please don't add fuel to the fire at this time. It's already bad enough that I haven't even touched 54 when singing for you. Right, Dr. Hua, my sister-in-law just said in the car that she doesn't have a lover. Captain Chen turned around and looked at Wei Yi again. What on earth is going on? Yeah, I want to know that too. Wei Yi looked at me with a fake smile, but his eyes were cold. It seems that I really don't know anything about my new wife. I really need to check if she has worked in the intelligence department. Intelligence department. Quite imaginative. I dug my fingers hard on the handlebars. My mind was spinning, wondering who had been lurking with whom all the way. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. I stood up straight and looked at the two men who were confronting me for no apparent reason. One seemed to be trying to figure out who I was. The other was just there to watch the fun. That guy. You need to find Dr. Hua. I stretched my neck and shouted towards the gate of the compound behind the two men. It's no exaggeration to say that the sentries standing guard at the gate of the army were stunned by my shout. Dr. Hua is right here. Right here. While they were looking back in confusion, I started pushing the bike and roaring. To use an advertising slogan, it was as fast as lightning, the so-and-so motorcycle. I ran about 7 or 8 meters and heard Captain Chen shouting behind me, "Sister-in-law. Why are you still lying? Don't run. Go aside." If I didn't run away, I would still be here chatting with you about Marx, and then I'd talk about how science is the primary productive force. The key point is that my coming here is not scientific. Meeting in this situation is even more unscientific. Sister-in-law. It felt like a motor was pressed on my legs. I thought the enemy was chasing me from behind. The more Captain Chen shouted at me, the faster I ran. If the bike hadn't had a flat tire, I would have grabbed my pants and ran away. A few dozen meters later, I looked back. Wei Yi was standing next to the car in a white shirt, straight and straight. I couldn't see his expression, but I saw him with one hand in the pocket of his military pants. His tall figure was very conspicuous. I gritted my teeth and turned my head back, still cursing at myself in my heart. What a shame. This face is really ashamed as the Pacific Ocean. When I first saw the medicine box, I should have known who was in the car, especially when I smelled the disinfectant on him. Why do you seem to be out of your mind? You deserve it. I let you show off and forget to take your medicine when you go out. When I got back to the family compound, I was out of breath. I looked at the family building and felt that I had no future. Yes, why run? What can running solve? But if I don't run? I made a bitter face. How could I explain my abnormality? Wei Yi knew where Jin Duyu was from. He also knew that she didn't know anyone here. How could he explain why I showed up at that fork in the road on a bicycle? I said I was meeting a friend. I really want to slap myself in the face. What if Wei Yi finds out that I'm dealing in eggs? If he were to trip me up, my source of income would be cut off in a matter of minutes. Sister-in-law Xiao Jin. You're back so soon today. I came back to my senses and found myself at the logistics department. I looked at Wei Yi Daming and nodded in confusion. Today I. Why are you sweating so much? You're riding so fast. I looked at his puzzled face and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Daming, I have something to tell you. I hit a nail on my bike halfway through the ride and the tire burst. I'm so sorry. The tires burst. Wei Yi Daming squatted down to take a look. I nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was all my fault. Do you have any rubber? I'll stick it on for you. I know how to fix the tire. It's just a small matter. Wei Yi Daming raised his eyes and gave me a simple smile. You are not in a hurry to push the tire back because you are nervous about the flat tire. It's nothing, I can fix it. You should go back and have a rest first, you are sweating. I felt really bad. Daming, will your minister criticize you for this? Otherwise, I'll go find him now. It's nothing, it's just a flat tire, no big deal. Wei Yi Daming waved at me in a very impressive manner, and went back to his office to get a basin of water and prepare to repair the tire. I volunteered to stay and help him, breathing heavily. It was me who blew the tire, so I couldn't go back and pretend nothing happened. As I was working, I heard Director Lin's voice. Xiao Jin, what are you busy doing here? Turning around, I saw Director Lin and quickly told him about the bicycle. I hastily admitted my mistake. Director Lin's gentle expression made me feel relieved. It's okay as long as it can be fixed. You didn't press the nail on purpose. Don't be so nervous. I heard you found a job. I glanced at Wei Yi Daming. This was spread very quickly. I stood up and looked at Director Lin and nodded. Yes, Xiao Jin, you are such a great role model for family members. Before I could finish, Director Lin came up to the desk and said, there are dozens of family members in our hospital. It's really hard to arrange work for those who haven't gotten rid of illiteracy. Today this one came to me, and tomorrow that one came to ask me. Xiao Huang, who has a good relationship with you, has come to me several times. To be honest, my head hurts. I wish everyone could be as conscious as you. So this is his focus. Yes, having a job means making a living. Who can stay idle? Director, this isn't a good job. I just babysit for someone on Saturdays and Sundays. Why? Director Lin raised his hand with a confident leadership attitude. There is no distinction between high and low jobs. Xiao Jin, we are all serving the people. I smiled and nodded. Yes, to serve the people. I'd better not say too much. Director Lin might think that I also want to ask him to arrange a so-called good job for me. After chatting for a while, Director Lin was about to go upstairs. I took the opportunity to ask more questions. Director, I saw Wei Yi today. Doesn't the field training office have to train for another week? Can he come back early? Really? Xiao Hua is back. Director Lin was also a little surprised after hearing what I said. Maybe the chief doctor called him and asked him to perform some surgery. But, Xiao Jin, from what I heard from you, you don't really want him to come back. Where? I smiled foolishly. I'm afraid he'll delay his work because of me. After getting married, he has to set an example and take the lead. He's always on the front line, so I can't hold him back. Director Lin nodded in appreciation. Xiao Jin, you are really making me look at you in a new light. Okay, come find me if you need anything, I'm leaving now. Hey, you're busy. Director Lin, don't worry, I will never cause any trouble to the organization. Chapter 25 Can't Leave. I shouted a few times behind Director Lin like a lackey, and when I turned around, I felt suffocated. I couldn't explain the feeling. Although I was mentally prepared, I still felt that Wei Yi's appearance was sudden. Don't panic, but that's not the case. Don't panic. I still can't explain some of my actions. Fortunately, nothing happened with the bicycle. After I helped Wei Daming fix the bicycle, I went back upstairs. After entering the room, I took a shower first, thinking that Wei Yi should be back in the evening, so how should I explain it? The warm water hit my face. I closed my eyes and kept thinking about what to say. I didn't come up with a single word until I finished washing. I dried myself and put on Jin Duiyu's wedding suit. After I fixed my image, I took a deep breath and sat on the sofa. Wait. At first, my legs were crossed. I pretended that he had come in, and raised my chin slightly. Hey, Hua, don't think I ran away because I was afraid of you. To tell you the truth, I am not Jin Duiyu. Do you know who I am? Brother. No. He adjusted his sitting position like a psychopath, took out a large cigarette and clamped it between his fingers, narrowing his eyes deliberately. Wei Yi, I was pretending before. This is the real me. You can't imagine it. No way. Doesn't he this tarnish Aunt Jin's personal image? I scratched my chin. How about talking to him directly about the generation gap? Age difference? From Aunt Jin's perspective, Wei Yi is only 8 years older than her, which is a generation gap. From my perspective, it's even more so. Even if Wei Yi were my father, I would still think he's too old. If. Boom 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 tilde tilde. My heart skipped a beat. I looked at the cigarette in my hand and stuffed it behind the sofa cushion, then sat up straight and said, "Come in." Sitting on the sofa with a posture, he stared at the door being opened by someone outside. 1 second, 2 seconds. The weak throat was dry until someone came in. Girl, are we friends? My shoulders slumped and the anger in my heart escaped. I looked at Wang Lanxiang who came in and wondered to myself, no, what am I afraid of? Girl. What's wrong with you? I stared at her blankly. Nothing, what's wrong? We are friends. Wang Lanxiang was unhappy and walked up to me, accusing me of something serious. Why didn't you tell me about it first? I was still a little confused. I didn't know he was back. What's the matter? Do you have something to do with Wei Yi? Dr. Hua. Wang Lanxiang was also confused and looked around. Dr. Hua is back. He's at home. What does that have to do with anything? I tried to figure out some clues. First, tell me, what are you looking for me for? Everyone in the hospital knows that you found a job. Director Lin praises you to everyone he meets, saying that you didn't need the hospital to arrange a job for you, but solved the problem of finding a job on your own. Sister, why did you hide such an important thing from me? When did you go to find a job? Oh my god. This makes me so upset. Looking at Wang Lanxiang, I first let out a sigh. Xiao Lan, do you still remember the elder sister who helped me exchange eggs for the first time? Wang Lanxiang nodded. I remember, he was dressed very respectably, he was from the city. Yes, I will go to her house on Saturdays and Sundays to help her take care of the children. I added, it's just a temporary job. Wang Lanxiang said, oh, and sat next to me. I was wondering what the domestic servant Director Lin mentioned does. Sister, are you a nanny? It's similar to the maids in the old society. Before I could explain to her, Wang Lanxiang shook her head and said, you can't do this job. I hate people like this the most. Why does she order others around when she has hands and feet and does nothing? Does she think she's so great just because she pays you a few dollars? This is exploitation. Oh my god, Wang Lanxiang even knows Marx's theory of surplus value. I couldn't help but look at her with a smile. Xiao Lan, the one you are talking about is the capitalists of the old society. It's exploitation. Sister Wen and I have a completely equal relationship. Sister Wen has never exploited me. In fact, she has helped me a lot. Tell me, who told you these words? Wang Lanxiang was silent, her eyelids slowly drooping. At first I heard other family members in the hospital say that you were going to be a maid, which was embarrassing. Then I saw Director Lin, and he said you were a domestic servant. I was also confused. I didn't know what a domestic servant was, I just knew that you found a job, but didn't tell me. Well, I have an idea of this. This is not something Huang Lanxiang would say. After so many years of revolution, why hasn't she woken up yet? Xiao Lan, have you forgotten what I told you about little potatoes? I can roll however I like, right? Huang Lanxiang smiled and nodded. I know you don't mind anyone now, but I don't think it sounds good. But it's okay to be a domestic servant. You didn't know before, but there are several family members fighting for the cleaners in the hospital, fighting to the point of bloodshed. I think that job is not as good as being a domestic servant. I hugged her shoulders, and as we got familiar with each other, some of our actions became natural, and it was pure friendship with her. Xiao Lan, this job of mine is only temporary. In the future, let's do it together. Huang Lanxiang's eyes lit up. I will be with you no matter what job it is. As she spoke, she seemed a little unsure. Sister, I have to be with you. I'm too stupid. I'm still illiterate and I'm afraid I'll make mistakes. You're smart. Director Lin said that you're a role model for family members in our hospital. You're self-taught. Let me learn from you. I laughed and nodded, seeing her like this. Okay, let's talk later. After chatting for a while, Huang Lanxiang changed the subject and asked, Sister, is Dr. Hua back? When I mentioned him, I became depressed again and hummed, I saw him. Where did you see that? Huang Lanxiang was a little excited. That's great. As she spoke, she deliberately bumped my shoulder, smiled and lowered her voice. You can enter the bridal chamber now. Mom, oh. As soon as I heard the words, enter the bridal chamber, everything went dark before my eyes. Sister, why are you unhappy? It's a good thing that Dr. Hua is back. I sighed and looked at my fingertips. Xiao Lan, I treat you as a friend, so I don't want to hide some things from you. To be honest with you, I have to divorce Wei Yi. What? Huang Lanxiang was shocked, her smiling face froze. Divorce? You are crazy. I didn't expect her to react so strongly. She nearly knocked over the chest of drawers in her rage. But the chest of drawers wasn't a problem. My wine was there. I stood up and quickly held my little Mao in my arms. I had been reluctant to let it drink it. What if it broke? What's wrong? Why are you so excited? Girl, let me see if you have a fever. Huang Lanxiang was about to touch my head as she spoke, but I dodged and sat back on the sofa with Xiao Mao in my arms. I don't have a fever, I'm fine. You're such a fart. Huang Lanxiang seemed to be irritated by me. Ever since you got married and Ma Taihong tickled you, you've been acting strange. You've become smarter, you can make money, and you keep saying things I don't understand. That's fine. I just thought you had come to your senses, but how could you have the idea of getting a divorce? Do you know what a divorced woman is? She's the head of a second marriage. She'll be criticized. Her life will be ruined. I looked up at her. Ruined? Marrying someone who doesn't love you, or someone you don't love, for the rest of your life, isn't that ruined? Huang Lanxiang's eyes turned red with anxiety. My mother said, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. If you marry a carrion pole, you can carry it with you. Sister, you can't act nonsense. I don't agree with your divorce. I really didn't expect her to react so strongly, so I hurried to comfort her. Xiao Lan, I'm just telling you something. We haven't found a reason for divorce yet. What excuse do you need for a divorce? You can't get a divorce. I was stunned. What did you say? Huang Lanxiang glared. You can't leave. Previous sentence. Can't leave. Huang Lanxiang said angrily, I can't leave you no matter what. I almost couldn't help laughing. That's the reason. Yes, what grounds are needed for divorce? Is not loving you a reason? What else more, Wei Yi doesn't he like me either, so he doesn't he need a reason? Why is my IQ suddenly offline? Seeing Huang Lanxiang like this, I stretched out my arm and put it on her shoulder. Xiao Lan, let's put this matter aside for now, and don't make yourself angry again. Then promise me not to mention it again. I thought about it and nodded. Okay, by the way, have you drunk the Tang Mar Taihong? Huang Lanxiang was in no mood to mention her. She put her hands on her hips and snorted as if she was going to teach me a lesson. How can I not drink it? You pretended to push it twice and it's not enough. I smiled somewhat helplessly. That's fine, Xiao Lan, you can just treat my divorce as hallucination, let's move on. Until Wang Lanxian left, I was still thinking about her indignant look. Perhaps this is the reason why the divorce rate was relatively low in the 1980s. As Wang Lanxian said, divorce is despised by people, so most women adhere to the principle of forbearance. I actually can't understand it. It's just a divorce, but why is she enjoying the same treatment as Pan Jinyan? Where can I seek justice? Of course, no one would advocate divorce, but the clash of opinions can also give rise to the reason for a change in values. When goods are no longer scarce and food and clothing are no longer the primary issue, people will pursue more spiritual things. Take my female best friend Xiaomai for example. She often says, if you are compatible, come. If you are not compatible, leave. No one can live without the other. If you tell her that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog, she will ask you, how much property does the chicken have? Can the dog buy her a mansion? Can she take the carrying pole and leave? Of course, how many companies does the carrying pole have? Otherwise, why should she serve you so tirelessly? Let alone divorce, people have long since stopped laughing at the poor and not at prostitutes. The only thing left is the distorted reality. To be honest, in the overall context, I really like the 1980s. People were energetic and simple, and the girls smiled cleanly and brightly, just like dewdrops on flower buds in the early morning. There was absolutely no temptation of black stockings on the streets, and every girl would button her shirt to her neck, but when you looked at them, there was an indescribable, forbidden beauty. I don't know why I was thinking too far, and finally I fell asleep on the sofa. It was obvious that Wei was still busy with his own things and didn't take me seriously. And I almost took myself for a dish. After figuring this out, I knew what was going on. It was up to him to come back or not. If he came back, I wouldn't have to explain anything to him. We could just get divorced. This way, what I did would have nothing to do with him. However, the only inconvenience is that if I get divorced I will leave here, and it is very troublesome to find a house now. Without a city hukou, there is no chance of renting or buying a house. This is just one of the things. There are other things as well. For example, Wei Daming, how should I remind him to be careful not to be fired by the army? What about those family members behind Jin Duyu who are still vague to me? According to this social trend, if I suddenly get divorced, will Sister Wen also look at me with tinted glasses? My head hurts from thinking about it. In the end, I can only take one step at a time. God won't let the sparrow starve to death. I will just do my best and leave the rest to fate. I hardly went out for 2 days in a row because I was preparing for lessons. During the day, I took some time to go to Sister Wen's house to get the key. She said she was afraid that Wen Yuan would not open the door for me, so she told me to just come in by myself when the time comes. When Wen Yuan was talking about this, he was reading a book on the sofa. Sister Wen specially introduced him to teacher Xiao Jin. Yuan, you should study English well with teacher Xiao Jin in the future, okay? Wen Yuan ignored me altogether and just snorted in response. To say he was rude would be an understatement. Sister Wen asked him to pour me a glass of water, but he spat in it and in front of me. If he were my son, I would beat him 8 times a day. Chapter 26. Do it. Sister Wen couldn't cure him, so she could only apologize and ask me to bear with her when she sent me out. Yuan, you have a strong personality. Xiao Jin, you are worried, are. What can I say? I can only nod and say, don't worry, Sister Wen. I've taken the responsibility. I'll do my best. To be honest, Aunt Wen has put a lot of effort into Wen Yuan's training and spoiled him to no end. Sister Wen told me that at the beginning, she sent Wen Yuan to learn violin to cultivate his sentiments. As a result, Wen Yuan stopped studying after 2 days, saying that he wanted to learn what he liked. Okay, Sister Wen asked, what do you like? Mom will satisfy you. Wen Yuan said he wanted to learn something rare, guitar. Sister Wen didn't say a word. She asked someone to find a friend and spent a lot of money to buy a hongmianji for the boy and sent him to learn. Wen Yuan, at such a young age, seems to be so arrogant as to act like a little adult. No, he is not a little adult. It makes me angry when I think of the time when he spitted. Is that a human thing he did? I really didn't expect that Brother Yuan was such a bad kid when he was young. Just for his efforts for Sister Wen, won't Wen Yuan be a filial son in the future, not to mention the lambs kneeling to suckle and the crows repaying their parents? No, if Sister Wen was really a filial son, she wouldn't he have to go to a nursing home? All I know is that his relationship with Aunt Wen became rather distant later on. He was not short of money, and there were few people in our nursing home who had private caregivers, and Aunt Wen was one of them. But he was a good son in that he purely fulfilled his obligations for the money, and you wouldn't find anything else in him. He only comes to the nursing home to visit Aunt Wen once a year, and it's also a waste of money. He talks to me more than to his biological mother. He is quite polite. I told him that Aunt Wen misses you very much, and he said helplessly that what's the point of missing me, she is not going to the United States, forget it, thank you for your trouble. You can't say Wen Yuan is an ungrateful person. From my perspective at the time, I also felt that he was indeed busy with work, but now I don't think so. Aunt Wen said she didn't want to go, so you didn't accept it. Are you so heartless to leave her alone in China? You are her only son. I'll give you free-range eggs for 25 cents each, hire a tutor, teach you English, and let you play guitar. I'll do whatever you ask for. A single mother. Well, I only question these things after I see how much Sister Wen has devoted to me. Sometimes I think that a person's character is really not proportional to his education and achievements. Even if we don't like it, we still have to go to the remedial classes. We have already boasted to Sister Wen. On Saturday afternoon, I went to Wen Yuan's house early with my backpack, took the key to open the door and went upstairs. No one was in the house, so I sat at the desk and waited. According to Sister Wen, he would be back at 11 o'clock, but until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he still hadn't shown up. It's not convenient these days, I can't call him, I can't sit still anymore, so I decided to go downstairs to look for him. As soon as I walked into the community, I saw Wen Yuan kicking a ball against the wall near the flower bed. The guitar in the case was thrown on the ground casually, as if he didn't care if it got dirty. Hello! I shouted, it's time for class. He ignored me and continued kicking the ball against the wall, pretending to be deaf. To be honest, I was very polite to him in front of Sister Wen, but now Sister Wen is not here. I spoil him. With my eyebrows raised, I took a few steps forward with my hands in my pockets and picked up the guitar on the ground. Let's go back to class. Roll. The kid rolled his eyes at me, kicked the ball to the side and snatched the guitar from my hand, which was not much shorter than him, and said, "Don't touch my things. You can't afford to pay for it if it breaks." I hummed in my heart, "You think I like to touch you, go back to class, and after class you can do whatever you want." I won't go. He glared at me and pointed at the gate of the community, "Get lost. Do you hear me? I don't want an egg seller to tutor me. Who the hell do you think you are? Ouch. Selling chicken eggs." I suppressed my anger and looked at him. I gritted my teeth and took a few steps towards him. Say it again. Wen Yuan was still a child after all, and he was a little nervous when he saw me like this. He stepped back holding his guitar. "Why, you dare to hit me? Believe it or not, I'll tell my mom." I snorted, "What a success." I grabbed his guitar and made Wen Yuan stumble. I didn't help him, just hope he didn't get stuck. "What are you going to do?" Without saying anything, I lowered my eyes and unzipped the guitar case with a rip, took out the guitar and took a look. I plucked the guitar with my fingertips twice. "Boy. Be a man, let's make a rule. I will play the guitar for you today without looking at the music. Once you open your eyes, you have to come upstairs with me, and from now on, you will learn English from me, the egg seller. If you think I've made a fool of myself, I'll leave immediately. No more words, what do you think?" Wen Yuan looked at me with some disdain. "Do you think anyone can play it?" "I don't believe it." I smiled and put on the strap so that I could play while standing. I adjusted my posture and began to tune the strings. Then I hooked my finger at Wen Yuan, who had been looking at me. "Come here." "What?" I cleared my throat, put one leg of my pants on for me. He rolled his eyes and stood there without moving. I snorted and thought to myself, forget it, it's the same if I pay tribute to him in my heart. I stretched my neck a little, tested the pitch, and started playing. Wen Yuan's eyes widened instantly, but I ignored him. Other people coming in and out of the community stopped and looked over as the music started. My buddy's desire to perform came back, and he started singing along with the rhythm. "I want to walk from south to north tilde. I also want to walk from day to night tilde. I want people to see me tilde but not know who I am tilde. If you see I'm a little tired, please pour me a glass of water. If you've fallen in love with me, please kiss my mouth. I looked at Wen Yuan's dumbfounded eyes and walked towards him, yelling in a pretentious tone. If you want to love me, don't be afraid of regretting it. Tilder. One day I will fly away. Tilder. I don't want to stay in one place. Tilder. I don't want anyone to follow me. Tilder. I don't know who started whistling. When I looked up, I found that several windows were open and many people had their heads out. I didn't finish singing. I played a few tricks to make myself happy. Then I put my guitar next to me and looked at Wen Yuan with my chin slightly tilted towards the entrance of the building. Are you going home? Wen Yuan was stunned for 5 or 6 seconds, and I could clearly see that he swallowed his saliva. Without saying a word, he bent down to pick up his football and walked towards the building. I laughed in my heart. If I didn't show my skills, you wouldn't know who I am. I'm good at picking up girls, don't you know? I followed him with my guitar in hand, and when I turned around I found that a group of people had gathered behind me. Some who knew Wen Yuan asked him who I was, and some young people urged me to sing another song. Could I do it? What if I did again and something serious happened? Following Wen Yuan upstairs, he hummed as soon as the door opened, "Whose song is this?" "Your Uncle Qui's." I responded and went to get the book. "Come sit over here." He was still a little unhappy, and was pressed down by me, so he dared not breathe. He reluctantly sat next to me. He lowered his head and did not look at me. "Can you teach me? Learn English first." I threw a few words at him dryly. "What's the level of phonetic symbols?" He didn't answer, so I could only give him a test paper and push it in front of him. "Do it, let me see your level." Wen Yuan didn't move, nor did he take the pen. I tapped with my knuckles. "If you don't know, tell me. If you know, write it down. Don't forget our agreement. Do it." Chapter 27. You are really good at giving me surprises. No. Wen Yuan stretched out his hand to push the test paper away. I don't know what he was thinking. He turned around and looked at me carefully. "How old are you? What do you care about my age? Stop talking about other things and hurry up." Wen Yuan still didn't move, just looked at me. "My mom said you're married. Is this something you should care about?" I almost couldn't control myself and hit him on the head. "Are you peeing while standing? Hurry up and do the questions so I can know where to start." "I don't do." Wen Yuan looked at me and hugged his chest. You said I had opened my eyes and went upstairs with you, but I didn't say to do exercises when I was learning English, so I won't do it." "Hey! You're forcing me to use violence, right?" Just when I was about to get excited, Wen Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "But as long as you agree to one condition, I will do it." What a child! I looked at him patiently. "If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Go play football with me for an hour, and then come back to study." This kid. I checked the time. "You said so. Today, I will play football with you for an hour. From now on, you have to attend my classes obediently. No more bargaining. Do you agree to this?" Wen Yuan rolled his eyes and thought, "I have no patience to repeat myself. I'm telling you, uncle, I have a bad temper." "Uncle?" He was stunned for a moment. "Why are you an uncle? Is it a good idea? A nickname won't work." I choked him so hard that he didn't move. "You can't indulge naughty children. If I try to persuade him to do this, he will bully me so badly." Wen Yuan remained silent, thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, you go out with me to play football for a while, and we'll go to class when we come back." I stood up after hearing that. Wen Yuan was holding the football and grabbing a handful of candy. People with better conditions were different. They could eat candy as they pleased. This kid stuffed a piece into his mouth and then opened his palm and rushed towards me. "You want it?" "Thank you." Just as I was about to take it, he squeezed my palm and said, "If you promise me to play for another half an hour, I'll give you a piece." Roll. I immediately ignored him. Pointing to my wrist, "See this watch? Your mother lent it to me yesterday because she was afraid that I would be late for your tutoring because I didn't have a good sense of time. Don't bribe me with candy. Hurry up, it's only an hour." Cut. He snorted. "If you don't want to eat it, forget it. This is white rabbit candy. And milk candy, I've eaten everything." I didn't want to bother with him, so I just accompanied him to a park and let him do his best towards Messi. I don't like to move. I just find a place to sit down and look up at the sky. I think it's still raining here, but I have to provide shade for others. Xiao Xin, you are really generous. Bang! Oh my god! There was a buzz at the back of my head. There was a flash of lightning in front of my eyes. I reacted and stood up, rubbing my head, and looked at the culprit. Wen Yuan. How did you kick me? Did you do it on purpose? Wen Yuan actually laughed. He held his stomach and laughed from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Uncle. I didn't mean to do that. Who knew the ball would go right over your head? I rubbed my head and hissed, it's been half an hour. If you kick me again, I'll never let you go. Don't worry. He threw down a few words and went to chase the ball. I sat down and continued to rub it in silence. Other people come to the park to talk and be affectionate, but I come here to play football with a naughty kid. If I had this much time, I could make a few more trips to the suburbs and earn enough money to buy a house. Bang! Oops! Another blow to the back. I turned around with a grin. Wen Yuan. He turned his hands behind his back and started rubbing his back again. How do you play football? Wen Yuan laughed and pointed at the small tree next to me. I kicked the tree. It wasn't intentional. Uncle, don't be mad at me. I'm telling you, watch out, or you'll kick me again. Wen Yuan promised repeatedly, and before I sat down for 3 minutes, I saw the ball coming towards me from the corner of my eye. Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been hit. Uncle, why can't I always kick accurately? Wen Yuan smiled playfully. Is the ball bad? No, that's not right. This is what my uncle brought back for me from Hong Kong. You know, it's Hong Kong. Fuck you. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Are you trying to take revenge on me or challenge me? I held my breath and stood up. You can't kick accurately, right? I'll teach you. Wen Yuan became excited and ran over with the ball. You can play football, then come on, grab my ball, come on, grab it from under my feet. What an annoying kid. I didn't give him any face. I took a few steps and brought the ball from under his feet. When the ball reached my instep, I gently lifted it and dribbled the ball to my knee. Wen Yuan was surprised. You are really good at it. I don't want to pay attention to him. I couldn't run before, so I just practiced shooting and juggling on the sidelines. Yes, shoot. I bounced the ball from my knees to my shoulders, watching the ball's bounce frequency with the back of my eyes and shrugging my shoulders slightly. Wen Yuan was so excited that he wanted to applaud me. Uncle. You are so good. You know everything. You are much better than other tutors. Without answering, he showed off for a while and let the ball return to his instep, then continued to bounce it a few times and looked at him. Want to play penalty kick? How do you play? I motioned him to look at the 2 small trees not far behind me. You be the goalkeeper and I'll shoot. Since you blocked this ball, I'll let you play for the whole afternoon. From now on, whatever you say is what it's all about. Since you didn't block it, we'll make up for it. You have to listen to me, okay? Wen Yuan looked at the width of the 2 small trees and nodded. Okay, if you kick it away, I win. I smiled inwardly. No problem. I'm kicking you. I started to move my ankles when Wen Yuan ran to his position. The tree was not wide, so Wen Yuan opened his arms to leave half a step of space to the left and right. I set the ball and took 2 steps back. I stared at him. My buddy practiced long shots. Now that I have become Jindwayu, my feet are definitely not as hard as before, but there is no problem with kicking accurately. I stretched my instep, took a step back and kicked directly. The ball naturally drew an arc and flew towards Wen Yuan. The boy was obviously a little scared. He wanted to run without even trying to catch the ball. Before he could turn around, the ball hit his shoulder with a bang. The force caused him to fall to the ground immediately, and both the ball and he rolled into the space between 2 small trees. I watched Wen Yuan roll around on the ground twice, but he stood still. His foot hurt from the sudden kick, but I didn't want to help him. This kid has too many problems, and if I don't treat him, I don't know what trouble he will cause me later. Hello. After shouting, Wen Yuan was still hunched on the ground. I frowned, quickened my pace and walked over, squatted down and patted his back. You know it hurts, right? I'm just teaching you to learn from your mistakes. Next time you kick the ball, be careful and don't kick at people. Got it? Get up. Wen Yuan didn't say anything. His whole body shrank up. Seeing this, I pulled his arm to make him stand up. Wen Yuan, you. Forehead. Wen Yuan looked at me with a pale face and red eyes, which scared me. What's wrong with you? Huh. He couldn't speak, and kept pointing at his throat. I glanced at the candy wrapper on the ground. You just had candy in your mouth. When Yuan nodded, his mouth opened but no sound came out except whimpering. I got anxious and my instinctive reaction was to dig at his throat. When Yuan began to dry heave, tears and snot streaming out of his eyes. His eyes became redder and redder, and his hands began to helplessly slap me, indicating that he was in pain. People walking in the park noticed our abnormality and came over to us, asking, "What's wrong with this kid? The candy is stuck in my throat, what should I do? Please help. If this really happens, I will be held responsible. Drink water. Give the child some water. Come on, I have some." The enthusiastic onlookers hurriedly handed me a bottle of water. I hurriedly took it and poured it into Wen Yuan's mouth. After one sip, Wen Yuan began to choke and cough, and his eyes were as red as a rabbit. "No, the candy is stuck and I can't swallow it. Pat me on the back. Pat me on the back." I hurriedly patted Wen Yuan's back, but after a few pats, his breathing became more and more rapid. An aunt exclaimed, "No, no, this must be a big piece of candy. The child can't swallow it, and it will cause problems with his trachea. Send him to the hospital. There is a hospital across the road at the park entrance." "You? Thank you." I didn't dare to delay. I squatted with my back to Wen Yuan, grabbed his arm and dragged him in front of me, and ran towards the park entrance. Wen Yuan kept retching on my shoulder, and his tears and snot kept rubbing on my face. I didn't care about that at all, and ran and jumped, shouting for him to hold on. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away, and the road was easy to cross. The hospital was very big. After I rushed in, I saw people coming and going. I looked up and saw a few people in white coats standing on the stairs, seemingly chatting. I rushed over without thinking, carrying Wen Yuan on my back. "Quick! Save my nephew. He has sugar stuck in his throat." The doctors were all wearing masks, and I couldn't tell who was who. I anxiously grabbed the arm of the doctor closest to me with one hand. "Hurry! The child is suffering from suffocation. Let go first." He calmly threw out a few words. Their voice sounded familiar to me. Before I could figure out what was going on, Wen Yuan was taken over by him. Several doctors nearby also came over. I saw this doctor squatting down with quick movements, directing Wen Yuan to lie on his legs, and then began to pat Wen Yuan's back with his hands. Wen Yuan retched repeatedly, and spat out thick white phlegm with a "wow" sound. I was shocked. He vomited. He vomited. "Take it easy." The doctor who was performing the operation spoke in an incredibly calm voice. I was so fucking scared, how could I not be nervous? When the doctor saw Wen Yuan vomiting, he stretched out his fingers to dig into Wen Yuan's throat. With just one touch, Wen Yuan vomited out another mouthful of thick phlegm. The doctor continued to pat his back, and Wen Yuan continued to vomit in this rhythm. In less than a minute, a white toffee-like thing accompanied by phlegm was vomited out by Wen Yuan. "Are you still feeling bad?" The doctor saw Tang let go of Wen Yuan and asked him to stand up. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Wen Yuan instinctively raised his hand to wipe his tears and snot. He didn't say anything, but just shook his head a few times. I looked at Wen Yuan carefully. "Are you really okay?" Wen Yuan nodded. "Oh my god," I finally felt relieved. I turned around and bowed to the doctor. Thank you so much." "How are you going to thank me?" The doctor who helped me replied slowly with a few words, which made me stunned. "How about I write you a thank you letter, or a praise letter? What's your name?" "Your surname is Hua." I was completely stunned when I saw his raised face. I was too anxious to look at him just now, and I didn't distinguish the sound. But now I know it completely. I don't need to see his whole face, and I don't need him to introduce himself. Just by looking at his sharp eyes, I can be sure that it is him. What is this called? A destiny brings people together. No matter how far apart they are, enemies will always meet. What an idea. His father opened the door for him, and he is so unlucky. A thank you letter, huh? Hui did not take off his mask, but his tone was leisurely. "Write a letter. I want to see if what Director Lin said is true or not, and whether he can speak eloquently and write eloquently." The doctors wearing masks nearby seemed puzzled by Hui's attitude. They watched Hui slowly stand up, lowered his head, took out the gauze from his white coat and wiped his hands, then looked at his colleagues and said, "You go back first." We will discuss the surgical plan later. Uncle. When Yuan called me hoarsely, let's go home. Now that you know to go home, I'm petrified. I swallowed my saliva as I watched the doctors being sent upstairs by Hui Yi. Just as I was about to speak, he looked at Wen Yuan. When did he get another nephew? And he calls you uncle. Jindwiyu, you are really good at giving me surprises. Today's update is finished.